member of our board, and his instant support and the encouragement to the betterment of IITM and KBA is very noteworthy. Welcome you, sir. We also have representatives from IEEE blockchain standards, working groups, Hyperledger, Blockchain Education Network, Blockchain Acceleration Foundation, near foundation of Algon Protocol, because it's a 2-day summit and more people are joining in the coming days. So in advance, I am welcoming all of them for that. Last but not the least, Professor Ashraf, the founder of Kerala Blockchain Academy, and his team for his effort to spotlight all these very influential people, leaders on board, and it's really appreciable. And due to the, it's a very crucial and innovative thought processing, along with his team, made this academy a great success within these 3 years. Welcome, Dr. Ashraf and his supporting team. We have a number of distinguished speakers for this summit, but I have constraints in welcoming all of you by name. So once again, I wish you a warm welcome to all of you and heartily congratulate you to be a part of this mega virtual event. Thank you very much. And once again, I welcome all of you. Thank you very much. Yes, Ashraf, I have done.
Yeah. KB admin, you're on mute. You can move on to. Yeah. Yes. So on behalf of KBA, IIITMK, and the whole blockchain ecosystem of Kerala and India, and on behalf of our friends and near ones in Hyperledger, Linux Foundation, near Algorand, and all the well-wishers of KBA, I thank Dr. Shirley for that wonderful welcome speech. On behalf of this organizing committee, I would like to welcome our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Madhavan Nambiar IAS, the person behind, the energy behind all of us to deliver the inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashraf. Dr. Elizabeth Shirley, Director, IIITMK, Professor Ashraf, co-founder of in charge of KBA, Brian Beldorf, Executive Director, Hyperledger, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the BlockHash Live 2020, the third edition. And the state of Kerala is positioning itself to become the blockchain hub of India with very ambitious plans to use technology in multiple domains. Starting as a very small 4-member team, it has grown, and now they are leveraging blockchain technology for public good in a series of fields. And the growth has indeed been truly remarkable, and with a very ambitious plan of training 20,000 blockchain experts over a span of 5 years. Now, with the growing enthusiasm and interest in blockchain technology, I think this KBA is really prepared to leapfrog and meet the challenging needs and opportunities arising from the global market. Right from the inception, the Kerala Blockchain Academy has been constantly exploring the disruptive potential of blockchain technology for achieving public and enterprise good, partnering with giant brains of a blockchain such as the Linux Foundation, the Hyperledger project, the R3 Consortium, the MLG blockchain, Intel Alliance, the Blockchain Education Network. The organization keeps bringing innovation in the field of research, development, and entrepreneurship. The collaboration with the University of Nicosia the prestigious global university in blockchain technology, has elevated KBA's stature to position Kerala as the blockchain hub of Asia. In fact, there are three distinct pillars where we work with. One is the collaboration with various stakeholders, then the research and development, the innovation, the startup, and then the product development and the commercialization. We do all these three, keeping in mind the societal needs. We're working on areas like health, agriculture. So I think we are extremely relevant, proactive, looking at what the country needs, what the states need, and the global needs. So that is indeed our relevance. And the academy has always played a very crucial role in shaping the resources like high quality blockchain developers, blockchain architects, and consultants via a number of highly rewarding blockchain courses, ranging from the basic blockchain foundation program to the advanced developer courses in Hyperledger, Corda, and Ethereum, offering a self-paced in digitized course programs came at a need when there was a rising need for blockchain education by factoring in the most pressing need of break the chain for combating the pandemic crisis. Over the past 3 years, KBA has progress in over 3,600 candidates, both online and offline courses, and reaching over 5,200 blockchain enthusiasts through webinars, FDPs, community meetups, and bootcamp. In fact, in the last 3 years, the KBA Garage have worked with over 6 startups nationally and internationally with very many interesting success stories in the blockchain space. Via the KBA blockchain, the institution plans to use the technology to boost the efficiency of different business domains and create a talent pool of blockchain professionals that to streamline the immunization program, the immunochain current pandemic to provide nationwide blockchain skeleton for vaccine distribution and tracking. Similarly, the CertiChain solution from KBA is listed as an innovative blockchain solution by Agni India, helping academic institutions to issue immutable and variable certificates to the students via the blockchain layered architecture. The project Skill Chain, a blockchain empowered migrant labor resume management, which was awarded and recognized by the US Consulate General, assures each citizen that they could become owner of their data. Pressing the need of blockchain for social work again, I'm happy to inform you that in 2017, the agro chain developed by KBA got the best product award by Niti Aayog. And this is a blockchain based transparent marketplace where farmers and consumers could implement a cooperative farming ecosystem. The institution is very keen on contributing back to the society, as I mentioned earlier. Largely the student community and other enthusiasts on blockchain, KBA have also set up the KBA Innovation Clubs last year, at which more than 50 colleges across the country are participating to promote blockchain technology among the students and faculties by providing free workshops, FDPs, internships, and training programs. Envisioning the same, the open source repositories invite contributions from blockchain enthusiasts blockchain. So as I had mentioned, I've got two areas are agro blockchain and health, both extremely relevant to India. And I am sure that this state, as we have seen with the increased interest over the years, I am quite sure that there are 35 countries who are participating in the virtual mode. And I would, on this occasion, compliment Professor Ashraf and his team for the very tremendous work they have done in a short period of time to put India on the world blockchain map. And also, the timing is very, very correct and appropriate as the IIIT transitions into the digital university. I think there are tremendous opportunities for emerging areas like blockchain. So I think we are well positioned, the timing is good, and I welcome all of you and wish you all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhavan sir, for your beautiful words. Now I invite Dr. Ashraf, founder and mentor of Kerala Blockchain Academy, to share the conference agenda.
Mr. Madhavan Nambiar IAS, Chairman of IIIT and Kerala Blockchain Academy. Dr. Elizabeth Churi, Director, IIIT. Brian Bendorf, Executive Director, Hyperledger Project Linux Foundation. Other distinguished guest speakers, panelists, invitees, friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to be here today in this virtual platform. In the third edition of BlockHash Live, the Kerala Blockchain Summit, BlockHash 2020. With around 1,000 participants from across 45 countries, with a huge lineup, I would want to call it 46 speakers, with 15 sessions, 3 panels, 4 workshops, and running over 24 hours for the next 2 days. For the next 2 days. This is what we have here at BlockHash 2020. With a humble beginning, as Madhavan Nambiar sir already mentioned, of 4 people in 2017, with the first edition of the conference in 2018. We've traveled a long way, only because of the support that the global ecosystem and the administration of IIIT in Kerala has extended to us. And it's indeed the tireless effort of all those who are involved, Kerala Blockchain Academy, the teamwork, and the support from the ecosystem. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you for joining us today and welcome all of you to this wonderful event conducted virtually because of the pandemic situation that we are facing, and I'm hopeful to see all of you face to face next year. So with that note, I want to formally get into the responsibility assigned on me, which is the conference agenda. We'll start this conference with the keynote address from Brian Bendorf, the Executive Director of Hyperledger, followed by a panel discussion on Hyperledger with Hyperledger members, primarily led by our close friend Julian Gordon and the team primarily. And we have joining us with us in the panel discussion, Arun SM of Walmart, Jijo of Chainya, Tharman of Tech Mahindra, Alex of Chainstack, Sujit Ambi of Singapore Blockchain Chapter, and others of Kerala Blockchain Academy. And panel discussion will be held by Brian again. And the very next session from 11 to 11:15 IST is on maximizing blockchain benefits and reducing harms by Dr. Jane Tamasin of Center of Blockchain Technology, UCL, followed by a session on Near Protocol by Sharif Abu Shadi, the head of education Near Protocol, and have a lunch break after that. After the lunch break, we'll have an expert session on consensus and the consortia know-hows, and the session is handled by Arun as a TSC member. Followed by that, we have from 3 o'clock to 4 p.m. IST, we have Hyperledger Iroha for digital assets use cases by Takemiya Makato, CEO of Seramitsu. After that session, we'll have a session on reimagining carbon markets with blockchain and elephants, a very interesting title, and looking forward to a very interesting talk by Walid Al-Sakar of InsureBlocks. And 5 p.m. IST onwards, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., we have a workshop on PyTeal for Algorand by the team from Algorand. Joining us, Yana Lakshmi of Algorand, Bella of Algorand, and Algorand is, I'm happy to inform you that Algorand is a community partner to this event. And 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. IST, we have a session by Michael Gard, a long friend of Kerala Blockchain Academy. He's a founder of MLG Blockchain. The session is on blockchain adoption in a post-COVID world. From 7 p.m. IST to 8 p.m., we have enterprise blockchain application workshops conducted by IEEE Blockchain Governance. And the session will be handled by Christian and Thomas Cox of IEEE Blockchain Governance Council. And from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. IST, we have a session on blockchain and space economy by Samson Williams, of adjunct professor, UNH Franklin Pierce School of Law. And from 9 p.m. to 9:45 p.m. IST, we have a session on Ethereum 2.0 by Kate Stapleton. He's a VP of Blockchain Education Network. Our partner right from the day one we've started Kerala Blockchain Academy, and that concludes day one. So we have a PowerPack technology and adoption discussions and deliberation in the first day, right from 9 a.m. today to 9 p.m. Tonight, IST, which is 12 hours. And on December 12th, we start our sessions on blockchain challenges and disruptive opportunities by Bob Tapscott of Blockchain Research Institute, Canada. And 9 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. IST, we have a session on blockchain key to rethink your digital identity by Prasanna Lohar, again, a long associate of Kerala Blockchain Academy. He's the head of digital innovation at DCB Bank. And 10 a.m. onwards, you have a panel discussion. A panel discussion very relevant to the Indian context. The title of the discussion is Blockchain Adoption in Indian Context. Joining us for the session, Sri Jayesh Ranjan IAS is a secretary to Department of IT, Government of Telangana. Sri Muhammad Y. Safirul IAS, Additional Secretary, Electronics and IT Department, Government of Kerala. Sri Santosh Mishra IAS is the CEO of Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency. Dr. Saji Gobida, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kerala Digital University of Science, Innovation and Technology. Dr. Rajashree MS is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of APJ Abdul Kalam Technology University and J. Chowdhury is the chairman of the Indian Blockchain Technology Standards Committee. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Rajashree MS, and looking forward to the words of wisdom from the panel on blockchain adoption in Indian context. And from 11 a.m. to 11:40, we have a session on Ethereum push notification system. I'm sure you must have definitely heard of the name Harsh Rajat of EPNS, and we are looking forward to the session by Harsh on Ethereum push notification systems with the acronym EPNS celebrated in the industry. Looking forward to the session at 11 a.m. Tomorrow by Harsh Rajat. From 12 noon to 1 p.m. tomorrow, we have a session, we have a panel discussion on legal framework around blockchain technology, applications, and joining us on the panel, the Honorable Justice Pratibha M. Singh of the Honorable Delhi High Court, Advocate Napinai, she's an advocate, Honorable Supreme Court of India, and the founder of CyberSati, Aparajita Rana, partner AZB and partners, and Rohan Bagal of AZB and partners. And the moderator of the session is Mr. Shivashankar R. Panikkar. He's a partner to Panikkar and Panikkar and the founder of Cube Peace. So this panel will be primarily looking at the legal framework, the enabling framework from the Indian context, and looking forward to the words of wisdom from the panel on the legal framework. And the afternoon, after the lunch break from 2 p.m. onwards, we have an expert session on Hyperledger Basel by Julian Gordon of Hyperledger. And joining Julian is Ananthan of Kerala Blockchain Academy. From 4 p.m. onwards, we have another panel on decentralized finance and the panelists Felix Mango of DashNext, Harsh Rajat of EPNS, Mark Zeller of AF, Albert Kessenlaw of Stakehold, and Mark of Fuse.io. From 5:15 p.m. onwards, we have a session by Robert Schosner of InnoMagic. The session is on first experience in Europe on Ethereum 2.0. 6:30 p.m. onwards tomorrow, we have a session on regenerative agriculture and smart farms. A session very well aligned with the agenda of Kerala Blockchain Academy, which is leveraging blockchain for public good. And the session is by Jenny Ville of AgriLedger. And 7:30 p.m. onwards, we have an interactive session by Algorand Foundation. And the session is for blockchain for developers. And joining us, Razel, Jason, and Ryan of Algorand. And that will conclude BlockHash 2020. And from I had a very long list, and I'm sure these 24 hours of power pack sessions, discussions, and the deliberations will definitely help the Indian blockchain ecosystem, our partner ecosystems, and globally, the knowledge that's being shared, the words of wisdom that's being shared, and the deliberation, the discussions happening on potential next steps will help us to take this wonderful technology and its adoption to the next era, especially in the context of addressing the pandemic situation that we are facing globally. And I'm sure we'll have 24 hours of fruitful time and looking forward to it. And once again, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you on behalf of Kerala Blockchain Academy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashraf sir. Last but not least, we have with us Brian Belroff, Executive Director of Hyperledger Blockchain. It's my privilege to welcome you, sir, to BlockHash Live 2020. Brian is a technologist, executive, computer programmer, and leading figure in the open source software movement. He has dedicated his career to connecting and empowering free software and open source community. Wearing many different hats as a startup company founder, an advisor to US government, Board member at various nonprofits and consortia, Brian has showcased unparalleled service records on every undertaken assignment. He was a primary developer of Apache Web Server, the most popular web server software on the internet. He was also the founding member of the Apache Group, which later became Apache Software Foundation. It's indeed a great honor to have Brian today. Now I invite Brian to deliver the keynote address and bless this occasion. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth Shirley. Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Thank you, Sri Madhavan Nambiar. Thank you to all of you at the Kerala Blockchain Association, the Kerala Blockchain community, and the broader Kerala community. It is an honor to be here. I am only sad that I cannot be there in person to enjoy Kerala's fine weather and culture and food. I'm looking forward to being able to come there at some point in the not too distant future, because I would like to take advantage of all that and meet all of you. I'd like to give just a very quick kind of overview and keynote of where we're at with Hyperledger now. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Hopefully this will work. And can all of you see that? Is that live? I'll take that as a yes.
Yes, Brian.
Okay, great. Perfect. So why don't I jump right in? Many of you perhaps know who Hyperledger is and what we do, but I thought I would just start at the basics to make sure that we all had a kind of common understanding of this. Hyperledger is an initiative homed at the Linux Foundation. We're all Linux Foundation employees, those of us who work on the core of the Hyperledger community. And like all Linux Foundation initiatives, it is a consortium of a number of two different layers, a consortium of software developers working together to build open source software. In this case, it's a software focused on distributed ledger technology, blockchain technology, and some of the pieces that combine with that. It's also a consortium of the companies and in some cases nonprofits and government agencies and others, but really mostly the companies that are building products and services on top of this technology, or some cases even just using these technologies. And this is really key, because our model is to figure out not only how do we help foster the development of open source software, but how do we make that a sustainable ecosystem, right? How do we really make sure it becomes the Linux of this space, right? And we think about that with all of the different initiatives that the Linux Foundation takes on. And in 5 years since we've launched, in fact, we will officially celebrate our 5th anniversary on December 17th, but we are certainly doing a series of celebrations leading up to that. We've really built a tremendous greenhouse, as we call it, of technologies. In fact, you'll see the greenhouse in full in just a bit, but across the different projects, over 16 different major initiatives, a number of these initiatives also in something called the Hyperledger Labs, which is kind of an, a place where we grow new projects and new ideas and new technologies. 4 of those releases have hit a 1.0 release, meaning they are in production. We have a very high bar for 1.0. Some companies will push out an inferior technology, call it 1.0, and very quickly move to 3.1 or 95 or whatever. But really, these are 4 technologies that are production ready and ready to deploy. And many of the others are libraries and tools and other things that get embedded inside of those different systems. We are a global community. We have members all over the world, members there in China, both corporate members and developers, in India, as well as members in China, members all over the Asia Pacific region, as well as in Europe and the United States, of course. And we don't just write software, we also try to organize the community around different working groups and special interest groups, and we'll describe that in a bit. Of a very active meetup community that reaches over 60,000 different participants over the course of a year. And those are just the inner core of what I believe is tens of thousands or more additional developers who are working with the technology and building it and implementing some really amazing things. So we have what we call the greenhouse. This is a set of independent technology initiatives, but all unified in a common open source license, which we use the Apache license, a common way of working, which is entirely in the public and designed to be done in a way that doesn't create a dependency upon a single developer or upon a single company. to push things forward. Certainly, there are companies that invest quite a bit in making these platforms move forward, but we believe it's important for stability and resilience that each of these projects eventually have a collection of organizations sponsoring the development and moving them forward. Some of these projects are even competitive with each other. Perhaps you've heard of Hyperledger Fabric. It is the most widely used blockchain platform out there, but permission blockchain platform. But we also have technologies such as Hyperledger Iroha, which I'll mention in a bit, is used in a very important central bank digital currency initiative. Hyperledger Besu, which is a Ethereum client. So it's a way of actually building permission blockchain systems using the Ethereum technology stack, the Solidity, smart contracts, for example, that sort of thing, in a permission setting, as well as to connecting it to the public blockchain, as well as Hyperledger Indy, which is really focused on distributed digital identity. I wish I had time to go into all the others. There's a lot of very distinct functionality available in them, but it really represents a portfolio of different technology packages that come together in some really important ways. Hyperledger has been adopted by really an amazing sweep of different organizations out there for a lot of different use cases, and I'll give some examples in a bit. But one of the ways of measuring this, so we don't run a central, kind of directory that tracks everybody's usage. This is open source software. Companies will often pull the code down from the site, get something running entirely on their own, and never let us know. They don't sign an agreement. They don't execute a contract. And you know what? We love that, because it's open source software. People should be able to use it without registration or without paying a license fee or anything like that. But sometimes it makes it hard to keep tabs on who's using things. Sometimes we only find out when there's a news story, for example. And one of the news outlets that covers enterprise blockchain technology pretty thoroughly is Forbes. Every year they have a survey called the Forbes Blockchain 50, where they keep track of who out there is using this technology for real production purposes, and companies that are north of $1 billion in revenue per year, right? And so you can see that's a pretty heady mix of companies. Some that you would expect, of course, IBM and Amazon perhaps, and some you might not, such as Daimler or Dole, which is a food company, or Anthem, which is a healthcare company, Cargill, which is very much in the supply chain business, all sorts of banks, all sorts of really, grassroots, but like really substantive organizations in a lot of different fields. And it's really been amazing to build this commercial adoption through the community, because we know that will drive contribution and that commercial ecosystem that is really important to build on top. Another sign of adoption, in particular with Hyperledger Fabric, is that it has now been adopted and runs as a managed service across every major cloud in the world. And so this means not only AWS and Google Cloud and Microsoft Azure, but also the ones that are more kind of enterprise specific, like IBM, Oracle, SAP, and Salesforce, as well as the ones that are rooted there in the East, in China, for example, and financial, Huawei, Tencent Cloud, JD's Cloud, and this new one called the Blockchain Services Network, which is a really exciting kind of development, one that has a lot of official support from the Chinese government. So as a way to try to weave these together, and especially to cover use cases like supply chain traceability, which necessarily cross borders and span everywhere, this has been really, really great to see. So this adoption makes it easier to build these permission blockchain networks out of Hyperledger technology. We also launched about just over a year ago a program called the Hyperledger Certified Service Provider Program, which qualifies a subset of companies that can go out and competently provide products and services around Hyperledger Fabric initially, and soon others. And we base that a lot on a training and certification program that we've also introduced around Hyperledger Fabric and around Hyperledger Sawtooth, and soon to come Hyperledger Besu, which is focused on helping train up what we hope will be an army, very complementary to KBA's desire to train up 20,000 developers and administrators around core blockchain technologies. We share that desire. We've built content to do that, and we built a certification program so that developers can prove to their future employers that they know what they're talking about when it comes to building and managing Hyperledger technologies. There's some really different. There's a bunch of different ways that people can get involved, even before you know how to code, right? Even before you really are invested in the community. But obviously, the first way is to just start using the code in proofs of concept, in pilots, in research projects. Usage is something that has to drive a lot of this. It has to be meaningful. It has to be something that people need. We realize that. But once people start using it, they do start thinking about, how do I contribute back upstream to this project? I'm benefiting from it. I'm not required to contribute back up, but if I've got an idea, or I've got a bug to fix, or I've got something that I wish Fabric would do, or I wish Besu would do, it's really important for all of us to build this contributor pathway back upstream into the project. And so, if you know how to code, one way to do that, every one of these projects within Hyperledger has a contributor guide that helps you understand what's the structure of the code and what are the right ways to submit a pull request, those sorts of things. They also have a bug database, typically using Jira or GitHub issues, that can really drive that contribution. But we also really would benefit from contributions in the form of writing and translation. In fact, through partnership with KBA, we've been able to support core translations of Hyperledger Fabric into the languages there in India, and make that a core part of the documentation for Hyperledger Fabric, which I hopefully will really pay off and really help the community there. Even though I know many people speak English, it will be, I think, a way to even make it easier to adopt. And then finally, we can always use help in building the network, building the community through meetups, through special interest groups and working groups and the like. And in fact, in India, we've put together a chapter of our community focused on really meeting the needs of the Indian subcontinent and building the developer community and to some degree the commercial community there. You'll hear from one of them, Arun, who will be joining us on the panel a bit later. He's a senior software engineer with Walmart, as well as Kamlesh Nagwar, who's the VP of Blockchain Technologies for Snapper Future Tech. They lead this, but really it's a public effort, and there's a tremendous amount of interest there in India. In fact, from India, we have at least 20 core maintainers. We could have more. It's sometimes hard to tell where people are coming from. At least 20 maintainers and over 100 contributors across the Hyperledger and Hyperledger Labs projects, and a lot of contribution from other parts of the community. We have a very active mentorship program, internship program that we always have each year, 4 or 5 or sometimes more participants from India picking up. The chair of the Telecom SIG is also from India and has some really good stories to tell about its adoption in the telecom sector in India. We also have Arun has joined the technical steering committee, and so really at the core of the technology community is representation from India, which is really great to see. And just in so many other ways, we see active involvement from the Indian subcontinent in Hyperledger. I know our time is short, so I want to make sure to get to some examples. But we have working groups within Hyperledger that really cover all of the key kind of horizontal technology and architecture and identity issues across the different projects. These are great ways to get involved if you have this cross-cutting concern about how these different things work. We also have special interest groups really focused on different industries and how those industries might use distributed ledger technology in general, but specifically Hyperledger technologies in healthcare, in telecom, in capital markets, in government purposes. That's what the public sector special interest group is focused on, as well as in social impact, of course, where we think blockchain technology is so critical for traceability in supply chains. Or in fact, we have another one focused specifically on climate action and accounting for use in trying to get to a cleaner environment through the use of a distributed ledger for tracking of emissions and those sorts of things. If for those developers, we have a key way to stay up to date each week, something called the Dev Weekly that we mail out to everybody, well, everyone who subscribes, that is, which covers recent developments in the different technology projects at a very low level. incoming pull requests, different articles about some new feature being added here or there, some new training that's been put up, but really down deep in the code. So for those of you who are developers watching this, I strongly encourage you to check that out. You know what? I know that there's so much that we can cover in terms of how people are using this technology, and we'll touch on many of those use cases in the panel. Very quickly, I wanted to give some examples of from the region that I think will actually be significant. But there's a company based in Singapore called DLT Ledgers that has processed over $3 billion in trade finance through a network that they built sitting on top of Hyperledger Fabric. And this integrates the major bank in Singapore, DBS, as well as hundreds of other participants in digitizing, particularly agricultural product trade. So a tremendous amount of benefit from the deployment of that. Another major trade finance network that's more European-based that uses this is something called We.Trade. They've seen a tremendous amount of adoption from really core European banks like HSBC, Deutsche Bank, KBC, Santander. Again, taking this old world process that involves coordinating not only between a buyer and a seller, but a buyer and seller's banks and global authorities and ports and shipping and all that kind of stuff, and releasing payment at just the right time, and taking that old kind of very paper-based and very manual set of processes and digitizing them, but in a way that crosses borders and still carries with it the trust that is essential to making these kinds of use cases work. Supply chain traceability, I've mentioned before, you've seen so many examples out there. One of the ones that we're really happiest about, really most excited about, and we've done a case study around on the Hyperledger website, is in traceability in conflict minerals that are used in batteries, right, in electric vehicles and others. There's a really keen desire to make sure that that supply chain is clean, that it does not involve the use of slave labor or other kind of questionable practices. And so Hyperledger Fabric is used as a distributed ledger for tracing of tracking devices and IoT and kind of sensors that tell you, where the product has been, where there's clean handoff from one party to another, so you can see that traceability and know what degree of confidence you have that it came from a known good source. And then a final example I'll give, there's even more, but the National Bank of Cambodia has built the world's first central bank digital currency on top of Hyperledger Iroha. And it's the first retail payment system in the world that on the underpinning is blockchain technology. It doesn't look like Bitcoin. It doesn't look like Ethereum. It looks like you have an app and here's your account at a bank and you want to send money to somebody else in Cambodia digitally. You can do that if they're a member of any of the 7 or 8 major banks that are all participants in this network. And it's really helped establish, I think, not just a proof of concept, but a production system that demonstrates that retail central bank digital currencies are actually feasible. It's Cambodia. It'll be interesting to see how that applies to India or the United States, of course. But it's tremendously exciting and sees a tremendous amount of throughput every day. So really cool to see. We'll have a representative from Chainyard joining us on the panel. So more to talk about there in their use of something called Trust Your Supplier, which is a pretty exciting use case, and especially when I was pressed into service in during this recent pandemic, for the sourcing of personal protective equipment and that sort of thing. So a lot more to hear about there. And then finally, we've got our own kind of networking event in 1 week on the actual day of the celebration of our 5th anniversary. We'd welcome everyone to join. We'll send out more information about this to everyone who's here, but I would really love to have all of you join us. And I will just end with this slide. My colleagues, Julian Gordon and Dorothy Chang, who are based in Hong Kong, help us manage the entirety of the Asia Pacific region. And Julian is here as an attendee. I believe he'll be helping out with the panel as well. And we've many resources here for the Indian subcontinent in particular, but also the broader region that we'd like to bring to bear. So really excited to tell you more about what's going on in Hyperledger and bring you into all of our processes. Thank you so much for the opportunity to give you that high level view. There's so much so many exciting things going on in the world of enterprise blockchain generally, but specifically in Hyperledger. And I would love to have you join us.
Thank you, Brian, for giving a detailed tour on the Hyperledger blockchain and its adoption possibilities. Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth Shirley, Director of IIITMK, Shri M. Madhavan Nair, retired IAS, Chairman of IIITMTK, Dr. Ashrafis, founder and mentor of Kerala Blockchain Academy. Thank you all for joining us live. Thank you for sparing us your precious time and joining us on this big day. Have a great day ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I think we go now into the panel, right? Yes.
Now, we are moving to the first session of Third International Blockchain Summit, organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. We have an amazing panel discussion with Hyperledger members on 5 years of Hyperledger members in Asia Pacific. The session will be headed by Brian, with panelist Arun. He's a senior engineer in blockchain platform team at Walmart. He's an elected Hyperledger TSE member and a co-lead of the Hyperledger India chapter. We have also Jiju Joseph. He's a vice president of blockchain services at Chainyard. Jiju is a global senior IT executive with 22 years of experience in delivering growth in information technology services. Also, he is an active member of many company boards, also active speaker in various industry forums such as CII and NASSCOM. Next, we have with us Julian Jordan. He's a vice president of Hyperledger Linux Foundation. He has spent the past with 20 plus years of experience in Asia Pacific business development and leadership roles with leading technologies like HP, Sun Microsystems, Juniper Networks, and Cisco. He's a strong advocate for open source and blockchain. We also have with us Sujit Tampi. He's a chairman of Singapore Blockchain Chapter. He has over 27 years in information technology, which includes extensive experience of over 25 years in enterprise solutions. He's also the lead architect in the development of a leading enterprise SaaS-based blockchain solution, supporting larger enterprises in their digital journey. Next, we have Dareem Dullah. Dareem is a senior architect and thought leader in cloud blockchain and ERP solutions. He's having 18 plus years of experience in business technology leadership with Tech Mahindra, IBM, and Oracle. His primary area of expertise includes enterprise integration, enterprise architecture, business process automation, and re-engineering. He's also the co-founder of Decentrum Community, which is focused on evangelizing enterprise blockchain. Next, we have Alex Albano. Alex has a remarkable experience in structuring and scaling up operations for startups and bringing new products to the market, particularly in blockchain and data innovation projects. She has been instrumental in commercializing technologies that have attracted significant investment by major VC funds and corporate partners. For more than 10 years, she has led the operations and business development in Europe and Asia. Currently, Alex is heading the sales and marketing at ChainStack. Last, we have Adarsh sir, research scientist and convener of Kerala Blockchain Academy. He's a recipient of IBM Open Science Collaboration Project for Blockchain Research in 2017. Also, Niti Aayog Prize of the Government of India for the project AgroChain at Prefer International Blockchain Hackathon organized by MIT. Welcome all, and thank you for joining the panel. So before we start, a little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please drop your message in the chat box. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Also, you can raise your hand at the end where you can shoot your questions directly to the panel. So with no further delay, let's get to the section. Over to you people. We are extremely thrilled to hear from you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And this is an amazing panel to have. And I do want to make sure that we're able to hear everyone's story and everyone's points of view in this. I thought that we would keep this pretty simple. What I would like to do is kind of 3 round robin kind of sessions, one where we hear from each of you kind of some of your experiences and your organizations and initiatives in the blockchain space, kind of in a very brief moment. And then I've got 2 questions. I'll do a round robin. And then we'll end by taking questions from the audience. So we'll want to keep this tight. We'll want to keep it focused. But I'm really excited to really hear and help people understand the diversity of what's going on in the Hyperledger community. So why don't I start with Joseph from Chainyard. Can you tell us more about what you've been doing in this space? I hinted at it a little bit in the presentation deck, in the opening keynote, but you guys have built something just really amazing, and I want us to hear more about it.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks for the nice introduction and giving an upfront idea about trust your supplier. So there was an introduction about me, Jijo Joseph, Vice President of Chainyard. Chainyard is a company. It's primarily started as a services company based out of North Carolina in US. So in the early days of blockchain, we developed more than like 2-3 dozens of solutions for other clients, primarily on Hyperledger and a few of them on Ethereum. Then at some point we thought about, why don't we do one product by ourselves, right? It's a simple technology idea. And what happened is we realized, we don't have the domain expertise or muscle power to, go alone in the market, being a technology company. I mean, that is a very critical information for everybody who's listening here. So this product is on the supply chain procurement area. So we directly went to IBM CPO, Chief Procurement Officer Bob Murphy, and briefed him about this product. And Bob had around like 18,000 plus suppliers for him. I mean, he's having challenges of managing them. So he found it's a wonderful idea. So IBM and Chainyard joined together, and we took this supplier's digital identity into market. So that digital identity of supplier could be cross-utilized across multiple players. Today, we have suppliers from more than 57 countries. More than 30 major Fortune 200 suppliers joined the network. So it's a very satisfying world for Chainyard.
That's great. Thank you, Jigo. I want to turn next to Dharman from Tech Mahindra. Dharman, I remember hearing about this anti-spam system that was built in collaboration with you and with the telecom companies there in India, and just being amazed at the volume that's there. Can you tell us a little bit more about Tech Mahindra's work, generally speaking, in the blockchain space, but give us a hint at least on a little bit of the work on this project?
Yeah, thank you, Brian, and really glad to be here, and good morning and good afternoon to everyone. So speaking about what we do at Tech Mahindra, basically we started small as everyone, and we have grown very fast. That's been really fascinating. And good thing about blockchain, when we talk about blockchain, it's not just about solving some corporate problems. It's about, we have everybody on the table, be it academia, be it government functions, be it so that's been something very exciting, and especially the work that we have done in terms of bringing the anti-spam solution together on blockchain. That's been remarkable. I mean, imagine a blockchain network which is going to probably solve the spam text messages and calls, which we all are. I mean, it's not just limited to India. I'm sure. The spam is throughout. I mean, everywhere in the world. First, we thought it was probably a more problem in India, but then we realized basically it's a global problem. The matter of fact, just to give a quick background, basically when this problem was so big, the authorities really wanted to do something for it. It was not just about bringing in a compliance, but it was more about the customer satisfaction. End of the day, customers are not satisfied. They are not able to regulate the telemarketers, and telecom operators are not able to monetize it well. So end of the day, it's not too much of chaos at such a large scale. And eventually, the authorities we were able to convince them. So we kind of partnered with them even before this regulation kind of came out. So because they wanted to make sure that such a huge problem of such magnitude can be solved with with some technology. And after vetting all the other technologies, basically the technology that they were convinced was something blockchain, because they wanted to have somebody, a framework which can help all the telecom operators come together and cooperate and probably share data without having to worry about what's happening with their data. Because already if we see that, telecom operators are already under so much of pressure, and nobody is willing to kind of share their information, because they always have a threat what's going to happen with my information. So blockchain is the technology which gives them that, that peace of mind, being able to share information at the same time, get the information that they require from others. So that's really fascinating, and the numbers are really fascinating that we have over there. The transactions are in millions that we have, and yeah, I mean, it's the blockchain side of the network is already live. So yeah, so that's something really interesting.
Millions of Indian citizens using it to track their anti-spam preferences and share those as they move from one network to another, right?
That is right. Yeah. So now that network is there, basically where the preference and a consent of every individual, whoever wants to put their consent as a do not disturb, gets available to every telecom operator almost real time. So nobody can deny saying, okay, nobody can actually try to make a spam without having a consent from a customer. At the same time, now there are other things that open up. There can be a fast forward mobile number portability. There can be immediate. There could be so many other solutions that can come across. And now that data is getting shared across the telecom network, not specific just to a specific telecom network. So basically now bringing in a compliance, finding out some probably something unethical happening on somebody's network can now be easily found, because now the activity of anybody can be found out across the network, and there is better analytics to find out or predict if there are any unethical activities that are going out, or if somebody has blacklisted some of the telemarketer, everybody gets to know. So it's basically, earlier it used to happen that somebody tries to make, some telemarketer gets blacklisted by some operator. They kind of, drop that SIM and go to the next operator next day and start doing the same activity without getting traced. So all this is, the side effects of bringing in all together on the blockchain.
So we have know your supplier. Yeah. We have know your supplier, know your spammer. Alex, why don't I'd like to call on you next. Chainstack is a really interesting company, and I believe you all were the first to actually roll out support for Fabric 2.0 on your infrastructure, if I recall. So can you tell us a bit more about the company and some of the projects that you might be working on now?
Sure, very proudly so. We were indeed the first to support 2.0. We tried to be the first in many ways, and we try to be always at the edge of the engineering process, especially for blockchain. So just in a nutshell, what we do is to provide a complete suite of blockchain managed services for enterprises and also for innovators. And that's for all stages of the projects. That goes from ideation to MVP to full production. And we work closely with innovators of any size. So we already have 800 builders that are currently using our platforms, and our community is 9,000 strong. So we are growing, even though we are a startup. It's just 2 years under the belt, but we try to push the boundaries at all times to get as many people involved and as many people as knowledgeable as possible, and to get a platform that is as accessible as possible for everyone. Our customers range from the individual developer who is running their own individual node, maybe on Ethereum, all the way to multinational corporations that are trusting us with their blockchain infrastructure. And we support multi-cloud deployments on-prem and also hybrid. In addition to Hyperledger Fabric, which is really at the core of what we do, we have a range of other protocols, but that's something that we always keep, it keeps evolving over time. We officially joined the Linux Foundation in September. We are relatively new official members. However, we have been part of the community since the beginning, and we've been actively engaging with the community with in different ways. I know Dalman has been part of one of our events. We try to do educational events, mentoring and advising also, for those who are just new to the Hyperledger community, but they need a bit of a leg up on trying to get the infrastructure. So when it comes to running the nodes, that could be also a costly or very taxing last mile for innovators, and that's where we're coming and helping. We pride ourselves with excellent customer service. It's very personal. We have the privilege of being such a small companies that we can give that one-on-one attention still, and we want to keep it that way and scaling the team in that way. So, and just to give an example of how people can also get engaged with Hyperledger and with us as well, we have a number of educational events. The last ones were 2 Fabric boot camps. Probably you have seen, Darman was part of one. We deployed 30 nodes all at the same time. It was super experimental. Many things went right, some things went wrong, but that's the beauty of engineering. You can never control, fully what, especially if it's live. And we have 50 developers who received a certificate at the end of the event, and we had around 400 people who signed up overall. So we hope to keep being engaged and involved that way with the community. Thank you, Brian.
That's great. And I also did like the mention of multi-cloud. We all have to remember, like, we build these blockchain networks for the resiliency that comes from being able to have nodes running in lots of different places, right? So to have vendors who support that, as you're building out these networks, to have nodes at AWS and Azure and IBM and also on your own hardware, your own bare metal, and have those be assigned to different people and all that, that's really manifesting what this is about. So thank you for dedicating, what I'm sure is a lot of work to making something like that work.
Sure.
Speaking about bringing in new developers, new energy, new participation, I really want to turn the floor next to Arun. Arun, you're one of the co-leads of the India chapter, which is great. You're on the technical steering committee, which is also really awesome. What don't you do? I mean, you feel like you're really so active in so many different places. Can you tell us a bit about what and I know you can't really talk much about Walmart. They kind of keep you on a short leash on that front. But can you tell us a little bit about maybe what you do at Walmart in terms of helping them use Hyperledger and being that bridge, or other things that you think are interesting about the work that you do in the Hyperledger community?
Sure. So, as you know, Walmart is one of the largest organizations in the world who not only have employed a large amount of people, but also we deal with the scale at which Walmart operates. It's very large, right? And also when we talk about scale, we also talk about multiple organizations doing it. It could be partnering with Walmart or doing business with Walmart, and then the end customers visibility which we have is very large. And when it comes to that, one of the key thing which Walmart found blockchain to be a very potential solution is on the food business, on food safety. And you might have already read on multiple blog posts about Walmart's food traceability and how Walmart helped within seconds we were able to track mango being traced from like a source farm to the end customers. So that's what attracted Walmart to this initiative, to this niche technology. And Walmart was very quick enough early on in the stage, one of the early adopters of, in fact, blockchain technology within Hyperledger framework, that to Hyperledger Fabric. So yeah, so that's how Walmart's journey started. And I'm excited to know what comes in future for us.
Great. Well, we're really excited to build the India developer community with you as well. I want to turn now to Suji. Suji, you're calling in from Singapore, right? But you're originally from Kerala, if I have that right?
That is right. Good. Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon to everyone. Good morning and good evening. Yes, Brian, I'm originally from Kerala. I'm born and brought up. I did my graduation from one of the institutions in Kerala. So Kerala is very close to my heart. My folks still live there. But unfortunately, I'm unable to go there to meet my folks. So as an introduction, Brian, you did mention about my previous engagement with DLT Ledgers, another company that I was engaged with, and I was a part of the initial founding group. We worked on Hyperledger for various use cases. I mean, I had a very good chance to meet with others, Jijo and Brian, of course, you in Singapore during the Singapore FinTech as well. So it's been, the journey has been over 2 years since 2018. I guess that was the first time we could catch up. And currently I'm involved in quite a few things, mainly on the community development and democratizing the blockchain. So I'm currently running the Singapore Computer Society's blockchain special interest group. So the entire group is dedicated to bring the awareness of the blockchain into the related communities. Say, for example, we are working with the banking community to see, I mean, most of these knowledge are related or available only to a very few people, technologies, but it is not, the blockchain is not required from just from a technologist, and everybody need to understand the blockchain. And as you know, today morning, it's one of the premier banks in Singapore, DBS Bank, Development Bank of Singapore, which incidentally was also acquired a bank in India recently, a couple of months back, called Lakshmi Vilas Bank in India, started trading in the crypto. So the cryptos, the blockchains are going to be the mainstream. The hype cycle has been gone. So currently I'm involved in working with the community, the banking community, the supply chain community, as a part of coming from a technologist, how we democratize it, how we can bring people to disperse the various myths and around blockchain and making into the mainstream. So I was involved with Hyperledger since 2018, developing one of the trade platforms, and also including the document validation for trade finances as well. So I've been involved in very detailed as a technical person. So I'm a nerd by myself. So I've been involved in that. And currently I've been involved in bringing how we can manage the travel bubble or the travel green channels between the various countries, how blockchain can be coming together. I'm involved with the WHO, World Health Organization, in defining the standards and how it should be. So there are a couple of countries involved, Estonia, Israel, Singapore, to bring the entire travel bubble, how we can manage the data within a consortium of various countries. Every country is having different standards on how they want to do the testing and all, how we can bring it all together into a transparent manner that it will not affect the privacy laws, as well as it can give out the data in a very immutable manner so that people can travel. So there are some initiatives coming with the WHO, IATA, and other people were defining the various standards on the blockchain, how we want to set it up between the countries. So that's what I'm involved in. And in Singapore, we are also, now the testing is gone, vaccine has come in, how we can make these data available in a democratization way. That's what I'm currently involved in to help the community.
Definitely want to follow up on that we see a lot of movement in the
Brian, I think you're on mute if you're speaking.
Sorry, rookie mistake, as they say. Definitely want to connect with you on that, Suji, because there's a lot of interest we're seeing out there in digital identity and vaccination credentials and a way of being privacy preserving and all that kind of stuff. So really cool to hear that you're working on that. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to pass the mic over to Adarsh. Adarsh, you've been a tremendous supporter for us there at the Kerala Blockchain Academy. Can you tell us and tell the listeners though a little bit more about the work that you've done and kind of how we've worked together in the Hyperledger ecosystem?
Thanks, Brian. So we started our journey way back in 2016 as a small 3-member team in a lab exploring blockchain, like from the very beginning. And in 2017, I think we contacted Hyperledger. Say, we started connecting with Julian, Martha, and of course you also. We started visiting Intel. I think Arun was there. Then we have Suji, Jiju, and all. And I think in 2018, we became the Hyperledger associate member. So our primary focus was on education. So like Government of Kerala was very keen on making more blockchain developers or the education part. So that's how we started collaborating with Intel on Hyperledger Sawtooth. We started designing a course on Hyperledger Sawtooth. And then we now also have a course on Hyperledger Fabric and all. So the primary agenda was started from education, like how we can nurture more people on blockchain. As you all know, like Kerala is more famous for education, in fact, having the highest literacy rate. And off late, we started working on projects also. Say like we are now a 25-member team. So we started exploring on projects also. And that's where we were awarded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation on a vaccine supply chain traceability solution called ImmunoChain. As rightly pointed by Suji, like that is the next thing which we have to focus. So this happened in 2019 where we were awarded for this. So I think, India have one of the world's largest vaccine supply chain. I think it's called Mission Indradhanush. It's the universal immunization program of India. And with regard to the population of India, I think you know the scale of thing. And what we have seen is like there are around 70 to 20 different physical ledgers, starting from the public health centers till the district level, state level, and all. And we thought like, say, the distributed ledgers or the thing like Hyperledger is the best suited thing, so that you can easily trace out the things, as Arun was rightly pointing out, say the famous supply chain thing by Walmart. So that's a classical example of that. So that's where we started working on it. We started as a very small POC. Now we have piloted in more than 30 PHCs in Kerala, and we have submitted to Government of India also. So I think that that brings a way, say like more companies can collaborate, or it's like an open framework where more and more people can come and collaborate. And similarly, we also work on Hyperledger India also, like a identity framework thing, like the Orgbook initiative. So we have a very small team working on that, along with collaboration from Wipro and all. So that's another area which we are working. And similarly, we work with Hyperledger Besu India. So primarily on education part, like building the community, as Dr. Ashraf was pointing out, we have around 50 member colleges who are a part of the KBA Innovation Club, offering programs and free trainings and all. And I think Suji and Jijo have already recruited some of our alumni from KBA. So I think we can provide much more better alumni in future, say like building the ecosystem and training people on real ecosystems or real projects and all. So that's why we focus on both, like education plus the projects, so that education means like you have to work in the real life scenario and you have to familiarize with the real projects. So that's the agenda of KBA right now.
That's terrific. Now I want to kind of ask the room a question, the panel a question, and kind of get different perspectives from hopefully from all of you. How do you measure impact in these projects, right? It's so often as a nerd, you're in there, you're like standing these servers up and excited when a transaction gets hit, or something, you know, appears, the hello world kind of thing pops up, right? But for so many of these projects, you know, it's hard for us to kind of explain why we do this unless we can point to some outcome of some sort. And so I'm wondering if I could start with Arun to kind of just tell us kind of what's your sense of impact, whether it's of these technology initiative projects you've been a part of, or even the impact from involvement in the Hyperledger community.
Sure. So one of the key success factor for having a successful blockchain project is the collaboration. And when we think about blockchain, we don't only think about the organization from its sole purpose. We bring in partners, we also bring in competitors. So that's what makes it more challenging. And how do we get a successful project when we have so much of competitive space where nobody wants to share their critical business information, but still get the task done, right? So that's what is challenging over there. And so when it comes to those kind of challenges, I guess Hyperledger has been a leader in defining some of those standards, like for example, providing a framework which suits for those kind of use cases, and also coming up with a solution so quickly in collaboration, in partnership with those organizations themselves. So as you rightly point out in many of the forums, that Hyperledger follows duocracy kind of policy, where hey, you come in and then you join the development efforts and you define the policies, how you want to see and what you want to see in your solutions. So that's what makes it a right forum for us to be in.
Yeah, Arun mentioned the word duocracy. That's something that's really core to every open source community. You know, the premise is, you know, it's not enough for any of us to sit there and say, you know, Hyperledger Fabric has to do X, Y, or Z. If we're able to put an engineer on it, or two or three, or ask others, you know, hey, are you also interested in solving this problem? Let's work together on it. Let's each put a half FTE on it, and maybe we can make progress together. That those who do that work should be able to carry the day in terms of deciding what gets done, what gets built. It's something that might sound rather dismaying to people who are used to very formal processes around software development, but it tends to work, whether it's the law of large numbers or something like that. But it's key to open source, and we've always tried to build the Hyperledger community to really represent the best practices from the open source community. So one measure of that impact is certainly how much diversity do you have on that project, how many different types of contributors do you have, and that sort of thing. So that's a valuable perspective. Who else wants to touch on this topic of impact?
let me go next and
Please.
touch on the open source, because to me the beauty of open source is actually going towards a model that increases flexibility and customizations, right? So you have a naturally occurring customization that happens and evolves with the community, because the community will evolve together with the open source according to their needs. And that brings also, from in terms of the impact that we see, we have eyes on the ground. We are essentially the last mile on the decentralized journey, because eventually when we're looking at North Star metrics to measure, for us is actually usage of nodes. So all the way, like all the work that becomes, that comes first on the preparation architecture, all comes and eventually needs to go to having nodes deployed that are actually running and performing transactions. So to me, it's about giving and providing the entire community a high degree of flexibility. You had mentioned earlier, Brian, about the different models, and we have seen over the years how that's actually been a key component for successful deployment of projects. So how can an enterprise building, whatever it's the entire existing infrastructure, blockchain is this like an unknown entity, as already in a very complex environment, how can you make it build and match with the legacy system that's already there? So how can the blockchain be mature enough to talk to enterprise level, enterprise grade infrastructure without jeopardizing the security or even the existing management of such infrastructure? So that's when a solution like ChainStack comes into play and say, would you like to have us to build the cloud infrastructure for you and manage it on your behalf? That can be a very flexible, very light touch, very very good for initial stage of the project. But then it can be that someone needs to have a very specific, very secure, on-prem, highly customized solution. And that's when having that flexibility makes a difference between having a hurdle or progressing and keeping innovation going. So that's when I think, open source, flexibility of deployment, coming together, we can help out with that and contribute to the community with this.
Yeah, I want to plan this a bit. Oh, it looks like is Gijo still there? I don't see his video. I wonder. Oh, there you are. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Right.
Great. Actually, that's a nice pivot point to you, and I want to actually incorporate an open question then from the Q&A and asking that. So Alex tells us, the flexibility of open source software, the ability to be kind of a front end for your customers who don't want to have to deal with that complexity, but being able to be a service provider and a technology provider to kind of make sense of that. Has that flexibility worked out for Chainyard as well, and engagement with the open source community, or has it been a challenge? Admittedly, dealing with open source software can be a challenge for entrepreneurs and in startups in this space. And so how do you ride that balance? How do you make sure you get the benefits of that flexibility from open source without it becoming a drag on being a startup?
Sure, Brian, more importantly, more than the flexibility from the open source, we found that the flexibility of a blockchain, right? Flexibility of blockchain give more innovative solutions on the top. So we see blockchain gives you, the value pillar is like at the foundation, you have a foundation of data sharing across network people. And second is like a transformation layer of where you have a smart contracts are being used for bringing in efficiency. And third layer is where you get new business models created on top of that. That business model creation opportunities where we see as the greatest flexibility. I'll tell you an example. When this example I mentioned the last the panel discussion as well about Rapid Supply Connect program we launched. So when this PP hit, when the COVID hit US in last March, right? There was a shortage of PP all over, right? Hospitals and everybody is finding it very difficult to procure those. So the three things, right? Quality of the supplier was an issue, quality of the product was an issue, and the lead time and lag, like lead time and availability was an issue. People were not knowing that. So we use that flexibility. We had this trust your supplier with a quality suppliers database. They are verified, trusted suppliers. And we joined with IBM immediately. IBM Sterling had the lead time and availability on their database. So we put them together and created a Rapid Supplier Connect program for US federal government, the healthcare organization to procure PPE kit. They know who they are talking to. They have the trust on the system, right? So that's a new business model we immediately created, and it was free. We launched for free because of the COVID, and within like 6 weeks, more than 500 suppliers and buyers started trading on it. So I see a large opportunity of flexibility of creating new business models on top of it. Is one of the key impact factors I found using blockchain, especially with the Hyperledger Fabric.
What was the biggest challenge as an entrepreneur in working with blockchain as a sector, or specifically with open source software with Hyperledger? You can be honest. It's okay. We're not about advertising. Your honest conversation is always the best.
I mean, the earlier days, the conversion was taking so much time as a service provider, right? I mean, we had to go there and educate people. People do come to us and say that, I want a blockchain, right? They didn't even realize it those days. So now those days are past. People can recognize between what is difference between blockchain and Bitcoin. So things are much easier. But we didn't have much challenge with Hyperledger. The initial versions, we had a lot of challenges. But the newer versions, we don't have much challenges, especially backed by the many big companies, including Linux Foundation, and compared to other platforms, the great advantage we had is developer availability is there. I mean, it is not there the way we would like to be. Still, if there are students there in this group, in US, still there is one blockchain person has around 5 jobs still available, right? That is the demand still you have. But so those are some of the advantages compared to other platforms. We look that there are more people available.
Adarsh, I wonder if I can then use this as a pivot to you. I mean, no doubt you all are jumping into this space and building out the 20,000 developers because of a passion and a belief in this. Do you think the impact will be there? I mean, how would you measure the impact of training all these individuals up, and where do you think that impact is most likely to land for the broader Indian continent? Really, is it in public sector applications and commercial applications? And what?
Yeah, exactly. So as mentioned, say whenever we start with blockchain, as Jijo was mentioning, in the early days, people always have a confusion whether it is Bitcoin or they will always consider this. They can't differentiate between blockchain. And when we started designing the course and all, what we found is Hyperledger was one of the best things, because in most of the public blockchains, we still had issues with the tokens and all. So we can't directly deploy a live project and make them feel what is exactly happening due to the crypto regulations and all. So there, what we've seen is Hyperledger was one of the best solutions for it. Say we can really show the students or show the developers what exactly is happening in the distributed ledger. We can deploy it, we can test it, and even write to an enterprise level kind of things. So that was an ideal thing for promoting the blockchain education, and also, as you mentioned, say the last volume of 20,000 professionals. So there we found the distributed ledgers are much more ideal for it, and they can also correlate the things, say how things are happening, keeping aside the token part or keeping aside the crypto part, so that they don't get too much confused. So that was my initial thought. And as Alex was mentioning, say with the upcoming things the 2.0 and all, so there's a huge enthusiasm from the developers, and also okay, the newer versions are coming up, and we can have more flexibility in developing the things, and more interoperability things are also coming up. Say for the identity, we have the Indy and many other kind of things. So the specialization as well as the research activities primarily focus too much, because I was awarded with the IBM OSCP in 2017. So at that time, even we are just shifting from the PBFT kind of thing. So now we have much more developed consensus approaches and all, and we even have the pluggable consensus kind of things. So that's much more comfortable from the education point of view. Say if more and more researchers comes, or if that beyond developers, if someone have to explore the DLT technologies and all, now we have a lot of provisions on there. So that's my point in that. I think in the coming years, we will have a huge crowd also in the Indian context who are really fascinating regarding this DLT technology.
That's great. And if you could be training this next wave of developers, not just on how blockchain technology works, and I mean, how Hyperledger works and others, right, but also on how to engage in open source communities, that is a real skill, because being able to be self-sufficient to answer your own questions, but then also realize, oh, here is a real question it's worth asking one of the core developers about, or hey, I found a bug, how do I report that, right? Those are skills that should be taught early. And when I was an undergraduate in computer science at Berkeley, it was textbooks literally that we're still learning programming from, that it was just so foreign to me. I wanted to make it a social thing and engage and learn and understand. So kudos for figuring that out, and I think that'll have a tremendous impact.
Sure.
Dharman, if I can turn it to you, I think Tech Mahindra is in a position of having to kind of sell to some degree to customers kind of the value of a blockchain approach to solving a particular problem. And let me guess, maybe is it that, or are people coming to you going, we know we want to use a blockchain to solve this, or we're pretty sure we do, we just want to figure out the right way and how to have the right impact? How much do you have to sell it and be a kind of a big vision person, or and has that changed in the last year perhaps?
Oh, absolutely. It has changed a lot. I mean, the 2018, 2019 was primarily, we had to kind of go and convince, okay, everybody wanted to do something in blockchain, but we're still not convinced. So, so that we have come far ahead. I mean, we do not have to convince blockchain anybody today. And everybody now is talking about how do I do it? Probably some of them really come with a very specific idea, and everybody's been trying something. And especially with the platforms like the Chain Stack and the other platforms, they have those tools required for them to kind of start playing with. And now when they come in, basically they already have a clear, use case in mind. Okay, this is what I want to. But at the same time, as to your previous question as well, how do you quantify? What is the impact that we are going to get out of the particular blockchain project? And to the point what Jijo also mentioned, basically it opens up so many various models or so many different avenues that you can bring in with blockchain, which can be tangible and intangible. So, but we still try to bring in a KPIs which makes it a little more tangible. So, because there are technologies today that help you collaborate. I mean, but end of the day, even the large organizations, they still have problems, right? I mean, so we go down to that. Basically, what is your exact problem that you're trying to solve, which we think, okay, blockchain can serve a purpose. So there could be two ways to convince, basically. One is basically, is this a problem that can be done with some other solution, some other technology? Probably most of the times which require a collaboration, which there is a conflict of interest and there is a multi-party transaction that's happening. Blockchain automatically makes a lot of value because now it's making it possible. And now how to make a tangible outcome or a benefit out of it is basically, we have to kind of drill down to every process and how much of manual effort of reconciliation that they have, how much of an effort that they have to do a manual check on both sides, or how much of a effort they have to put in to figure out the right documentation that they probably have. And so yeah, I mean, but it has opened up so many different avenues, to be frank. I mean, one of the key evangelizer of this blockchain has been the government, to be frank. And specifically in India, we have been helping so many different government functions, be it, vehicle life cycle, be it education, so many different functions. Of course, the land registry and all has been happening since so long. So there are a lot of intangible benefits that this technology can bring in, because it's actually makes it possible to do it, which otherwise was not possible. But of course, I mean, in a corporate world, we do have to come up with a specific KPI that we can deliver. And that's what we try to kind of put together. What is that this actually technology is going to make you out of it? And why should you do it? And why not some other? And why blockchain has to be there over here? And end of the day, what is that you're going to save? And, in terms of dollar value or in terms of something intangible?
Yeah. It's got to make sense to the buyer, and it's got to create real value. But it certainly sounds like it's not a blockchain winter right now there in India, at least. That there's so much interest and demand for talent, and so that's really good news for the students. Before I turn to Suji to get his take on the question, I'll note I see one raised hand in the attendee list. That's great, but I think the right thing, if you could ask your question in the Q&A, we will try to get to it. Although we have only 9 minutes left, so I want to be respectful and keep to the time, keep to the calendar, keep to the agenda. But let me switch to Suji and tell him, if you wanted to have the jungle background, you should keep that up. I was enjoying that. But could you share with us kind of how you, whether at DLT Ledgers or kind of in the work that you're doing now, view this question of impact, how you communicate that to the people you're working with, how do you really measure that?
So two things. Blockchain is here to stay. I think it is an evolution of the enterprise, interconnect between the enterprise. I also see that from the get-go of how the enterprise evolved from a small accounting software to a divisional software to a global engagement to a inter-party engagement. Blockchain is here to stay. And I manage it. Success of a blockchain or the blockchain domain will be that nobody will be speaking about blockchain in the next 2 years because it will come into a mainstream. For one example, I want to bring is that nobody talks about one of your key thing, Brian, your what you brought into the foundation, or is Apache server, web server. Nobody talks about it, but does it mean that it has gone away? No, it is there with every part of the solution. It is there. So the blockchain would be there for any party to have a transparent interaction with another party. And in 2 years, nobody will talk about the blockchain. I mean, I also went through another hype of when the RDBMS came in 1986 and 87, from the DBMS to an RDBMS, database management system, to a relational database management system. We also, in the nerds environment, we also went through the same hype. Now, nobody talks about the RDBMS. Everybody talks about the evolution of the NoSQL databases and everything. So the blockchain will also come into a stay within the next 2 years. Nobody will talk about the blockchain, but has it gone away? No, it will become a standard of the mainstream. So even when we talk, currently I'm not talking about the proof of concept with the various organizations. Say, for example, even in the COVID, when they wanted to have a vaccine, proof of vaccine for the travel bubble, or the air travel bubble that Singapore is trying to manage it. I mean, it is given that it will be on blockchain. Nobody is talking about, to be very honest, any other solution as such. I mean, it is a de facto standard for the transparency and the immutability that is required as a part of it. It becomes sort of a complaints that you need to have a blockchain to achieve that compliance because of the trust issue between the multiple unrelated parties. So, I mean, I was so surprised when I was in a meeting with the couple of people with Estonia and Israel. I mean, everybody was talking about blockchain, but nobody talked about the blockchain as such, but everybody understood that that is going to be the structure below it. Nobody was talking about any database structures or anything, even in an identity. There are a couple of initiatives happening in the world, that the ID 2020, there are a lot of initiatives. Every initiative is depending on the blockchain as an underlying there, but they rarely talk about. I mean, nowadays I don't talk about when I talk to the business. I've been working with the Ministry of Health in Singapore. No, I never talked about the blockchain. And when I talked with a few other people, I never talked about the blockchain. That doesn't mean that blockchain is gone away, but everybody understood that that is the de facto standard. That is also what I'm trying to tell to the Singapore community. And I'm also going to the universities and telling them, blockchain is here to stay. It is not a hype. And what you're going to talk about, what you're going to do with it is the next thing. So a couple of initiatives, there's another startup come in India called Good Worker. Again, a startup investment from Singapore. And they have their solution, but the underlying, they never talk about the blockchain, although the blockchain and the Hyperledger is the underlying solution, but they never talk about it. They talk about the business use case, why they want to do it, what is a requirement. And if you notice that every other off-the-shelf software vendors like Salesforce or Microsoft Dynamics or SAP, they are saying that, okay, for me to communicate with it, for you as a customer to communicate with another party, you need blockchain. And they are not even trying to sell blockchain. That is the standard. There's no question about it. So many of the leaders that I interact with are talking about, I mean, like Arun said, the safety and the tracking. There is no other solution that can give you the transparency and the trusting nature of the food safety. And in 2025, any foods that is going into Europe need to have the provenance proved. So is there any solution out there that can do it? No, it's a blockchain. So I feel that nobody will talk about the blockchain in the 2 years. It is just a matter of the fact. I mean, it will just do it. The impact would be successful if nobody talks.
It's when we can take it for granted, right?
Correct.
Just like the
Yeah.
internet. I at least I'm of the age, some of you might be, where it was a big deal when suddenly a company got on the internet, or some place or somebody got on the internet, and now it's bizarre if you're not on the internet. So yeah, I think that'll be a pivot point, and that will be a really big measure of impact, I think. We're just at a few minutes left. I did want to note that there was a question that Arun helpfully answered in Q&A, kind of asking let me paraphrase, where might somebody start trying to understand how blockchain technology works, and then in particular how Hyperledger works. There is a learning materials and development working group that Arun pointed to, but even at a more basic level, we try to create some resources on the Hyperledger website to help inform people about how blockchain works and what these different pieces mean. It's never going to be enough. It's never perfect. I did also want to highlight, we have some training resources on the Linux Foundation's training website that are linked to from the Hyperledger site that are training courses on the theory and the business concepts, all the things that you should learn even before you learn more about the underlying technology. So definitely encourage people to check all of those out. We have just about 3 minutes left, and there was one more question I wanted to kind of go around the room and get people's take on. So I'm going to call on different people and try to keep it to like 30 seconds if you can. But what does the next year hold for enterprise blockchain technology? What will happen in 2021? If we meet here again in December of 2021 and check in, what will we be able to say will have been accomplished, especially in these strange times that we're in and this recovery that I'm sure we'll see over the course of the next year? Why don't I start with Alex and just give you the first word on that?
Yeah, well, in 30 seconds, that's for sure, it's scalability. So we are there. We know that there is meaning, there is value, there is definitely activity going and happening. Now we have to make it such that it's so easy that scalability is not the next hurdle. So we want to, I want to see a 2021, gathering again, the 6th-year anniversary of Hyperledger and saying we have very much, reached the scale that is so that blockchain is like business as usual. There's nothing exceptional. Blockchain is part of the core infrastructure. There is nothing that is, outstanding there. It's normal, it's boring, but it's very effective. And there is not even a question of whether or not it's scalable or not. And that goes from infrastructure all the way to code. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Who wants to go next?
I can go next.
Okay, go ahead. Jijo?
Go ahead, Jijo.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So I'll just make it very brief. The COVID has accelerated digitization, right? So there are more companies that are coming up to see that, they wanted their process and, even interaction with their competitors and vendors to be digitized. So as Suji said, de facto standard, blockchain has become the de facto standard for that ecosystem interactions. So we see that going. And another interesting thing we observed is like, the early days of blockchain, when it was put together, working across countries, in a true borderless world has been a challenge, right? Now people have realized how you can localize, put regional specific rules and implementation, and at the same time, make it across multiple countries has been coming up. So we are getting unified and, organized into that ecosystem world, right? The TY as an example, these are around 57 countries now already suppliers from coming into that ecosystem.
All right. No, sorry to cut you off. I just want to make sure we get enough others because I know we're up against time. Darman, do you want to give a take of what you think will happen next year?
Sure. Yeah. So primarily, I think, as everybody mentioned, technology has already proven its mettle. Nobody is talking or questioning what blockchain is now. I think for this whole this beautiful technology to kind of make a transformational impact, I see two things there. One is the technology portion, which I think there is a lot of innovation going on, and primarily for any technology to become mainstream, it requires those tools and frameworks for easy adoptability, which I think with the different tools and frameworks that are coming also under Hyperledger umbrella, those are fantastic. And the traction on them, and if they go on the right path with the acceleration, I think that's going to be one of the major adopters which we see with the customers. And there are more and more managed platforms that are now available, which are taking away a lot of pain in administration that otherwise is. So that's been taken care, and with we'll be probably talking about zero knowledge, and we'll be talking about trusted execution environments. We'll be talking about few other additional things. How do we kind of now start taking the technology innovation towards the next level? But the second and most important, probably what I think is, because this technology is very transformational and it can bring the whole world connected together. So I see basically the the support from the policymakers, support from the regulators, basically in terms of regional, state, country, and the global. Unless we come up with those standards, how we can collaborate together, right? And it comes as a policy framework, which also becomes some legal framework or something to do with how we can coexist, and some standards around. I think this can turn into very, we can see a far more bigger impact. I mean, I think the acceleration is the right path, but there are still dependencies from different places that can come. I think technology is on the great path. The trajectory is amazing. But if we can get the support from the regulators and the standards, policies and all that, it's going to be something different that we might discuss next year.
Thank you. Suji, do you have one sentence prediction for 2021?
Interoperability is going to be the major thing for the 2021, because there are a lot of islands of network being created, a lot of consolidation need to happen in the blockchain. Solutions like EOS, Ethereum, Coda, a lot of people are in the mix, and the consolidation will happen. And interoperability is going to be the next big thing in 2021.
Yeah, it's a big effort we have in something called the Hyperledger Cactus Project. I certainly encourage folks to check out. Arun, in one sentence, what do you see for 2021?
I'll put two words in one sentence. So blockchain is going to have innovation, and it's going to, of course, redefine the way businesses work, how it worked in the past, right? So when it comes to innovation space, it's going to be like DIDs, which is going to play a major role in the coming year. And also, as Dharmin pointed out, there's going to be more regulations, government rules going to be around that. And how do we regulate things? Like, how do we formally verify things on blockchain? And the second thing is going to be on innovation, redefining fronts. I guess we are going to see more of innovations coming in from just a tool development perspective. How do we manage a consortium, for example? How do we get that ease of operations on blockchain? And how do we make it the internet of future?
Great points, especially on the consortium formation. And Adarsh, I'll give you the last word. What will happen in 2021, particularly in Kerala, the Indian subcontinent, and perhaps the rest of the world as well, in the blockchain world?
Yeah, so with regard to education, what I would say is like most of the universities are now trying to include the upcoming technologies. Say like blockchain is already there in the curriculum and all. Say like the basics of blockchain, say like the cryptography, data structures, and all those things, and relating to the enterprise adoption. So the students, right from the UG level, they will have a feel of what exactly is happening over this space. So as Suji was mentioning, we don't have to speak about what is blockchain or what is the difference between a database and blockchain in future. Say they can directly come and contribute, like Aaron was mentioning, to the DIDs or the ZKPs and all those kind of things, mostly into the adoption level. So that is what I see in 2021. And with the COVID scenario, I've seen like in our online programs and also like we offer many free courses, and there's a lot of students who have done their courses online, and there's a lot of interest also coming up. Even say for the past 4 months, we have more than 2,300 enrollments in our online programs. So that's a big number when compared to a small state like Kerala. And that's what I see, like say like we don't have to speak about blockchain anymore, or we don't have to speak about bitcoins or cryptocurrencies anymore. We can speak more on the adoption part. That's what I mean. And one more thing to add, Brian, like we have kept it half hour slot also. Say like if it exceeds, we can take questions or and all. Say like we have a buffer time of half hour. So if some questions are coming, we can definitely take it also. No need to rush on the deadlines for the questions.
Oh, I understand. I know it's very much.
Yeah, I've seen some questions coming in from the audience and all.
No, and I've been watching the questions queue as well, and I think we've got them pretty well handled. So I definitely want to thank you, Adarsh, for that answer and for all the support from Kerala. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Arun. Thank you, Dharman and Jijo and Suji. This has been a really information-dense panel. I'm glad we got all these different perspectives in place. I hope this really serves as a great kickoff for the Fuller BlockHash event, and looking forward to being able to visit Kerala with all of you sometime in the near future. And with that, I will pass the microphone back to our hosts. Thank you all.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, team. It was indeed a beautiful start, unveiling the extensibility of the enterprise blockchain. Now, a gentle attention to the attendees. If you have any questions, please put your questions in the question box in your control panel. It looks like we have a few questions already. Hello, Brian. There is a question on working with blockchain application to power industry. Would anyone of the panel would like to answer the question?
Oh, right. Sorry, I was watching the Q&A during the conversation and incorporating much of it in. So I certainly can comment upon that. Congrats, Parvati. There are quite a few use cases that I've seen out there for the application of blockchain technology to the power industry, for power electricity contracts between micro suppliers, microgrids, which is becoming more common in the United States and in Europe, and solar, for solar panels and local generation, which I'm sure is also a big deal there in India. So that's a really interesting space, and I think there's a lot that we can do around efficiency there, moving to more decentralized generation, and certainly a cleaner generation of electricity as well. I think it'd be really key. Maybe I'll toss it to anybody else who might want to just answer if you've seen use cases in the power industry, electricity industry, or otherwise. That could be interesting.
There is some use cases we found was actually, I don't know whether Brian already mentioned it because I was not listening to you, but so the LED, I'm sorry, the LED adoption and like tokenizing the power savings out of it, to then this then solar implant, democratization of multiple power generators using solar. Those are the scenarios we have seen.
Yeah, I can just bring in one quick point here. So there was a news probably which might everybody have noticed. Wozniak from Apple, he has actually started a new venture, and that's primarily for green energy for future. And there are a lot of things similar happening in India. And to be frank, even the government is actually trying to adopt and how we can actually do an energy trade. And to energy trade is one. The solar adoption is another thing. But if you have to look at what Mr. Wozniak has started as a venture, basically to borrow or to fund now for the future energy savings, and that through in a crypto on blockchain, trying to bring in a regulation and procedures around it, which is fantastic, I think. So that itself shows how much of an interest it has in this power industry.
I'll also note as well the French electrical utility called EDF, Electricité de France, just joined Hyperledger as a member and has a number of use cases they're working on as well for things at the national grid level. In fact, there's a whole different Linux Foundation project called LF Energy, which is about open source software to run electricity grids. And there's a lot of crossover interest there in blockchain technology as well. So certainly encourage people to check that out. So I think think with that, we've gotten through the questions. And again, I want to thank my panel. I see a lot of fan mail in the questions, especially Jijo. Congrats. But I think I want to I appreciate everyone's messages of support. And one last question from Robin. Do you think the regulations that are currently being done in the crypto space will influence the private permission DLT space in some way? Also, what is your take on standardization and interoperability? Let's start with the first one, and just toss it out and see for who here has perhaps dealt the most with regulators when it comes to adoption of blockchain technology, and have they been receptive? Have they warmed to it, or has it been a struggle to educate them?
And from a Singapore perspective, the key regulator, Monetary Authority of the Singapore, has been welcoming blockchain as a domain for financial institutions and to make them. And I also see a lot of adoption and a lot of laws being written as we speak in Singapore for how that can be better utilized. The regulators can bring in the blockchain as a necessary thing. And I also seen there are digital standards being created by the ICC, International Chamber of Commerce, for the trade. So that is also happening at this point of time. So the regulators are getting involved, and I'm sure that although the cryptocurrencies are banned in some of the countries, and especially in India, but with what the world is going to, and I mean, no country can sit on the fence and see what is going to happen. They have to get their feet wet, and the regulators are looking into it. Most of the regulators, I mean, in Singapore particularly, which I am very aware of it, are looking into how they can bring into and permission blockchain, like I mentioned earlier, island of networks are being created, and that is typically because of the permission requirement and how they can. And there are also wannabe blockchains in the world as well, and who are not real blockchains. So those all will be consolidated as well. So the cryptos will be influencing the permission blockchain, I think, from an asset management perspective. If you want to convert your asset into a token, and the crypto will come into place, and that is where I see it. To the tokenization of the asset, physical asset tokenization, that's where the crypto, and that's where it will come in together. And the interoperability and the standardization, that need to happen. Industry is pushing, and it is the need for the hour to push the standards and the interoperability. Say, for example, the token in the Ethereum, how it would be managed in. So we are also seeing even the Coda using as a Ripple as their token for the Coda. Coda is, I mean, that's the only thing they have it right at this point of time. So these still will come into picture. I know that Hyperledger is also working as a part of the Cactus project to bring the interoperability into the picture. That's going to be the key thing that I look forward to. That's from me.
And if I can add, Brian, onto that, that's we see regulation on the last mile. We're very pragmatic in our point of view, and we see that eventually you have to make what you deploy compliant. So whether it's an existing regulation that you have to comply with, or it is something that you cannot comply with, so you would then lobby the regulators to adopt and adapt what is already there. So we see that so far there's been a lot of research, a lot of experimentation from, the lawyers eventually get the nice jobs because they need to try and make it fit. But it is absolutely possible with infrastructure as is to actually deploy. So, there are very theoretical approaches to, looking at as an ecosystem, or how, the regulators theoretically can boost and employ. But we're looking at a pragmatic way, like, can I actually deploy a network? Can I actually make it work? Can I not break the law when I do this? And can I make it such that my company is going to not risk too much by doing so? So far, I think regulators have been very supportive, and the laws as they are very supportive. So I don't think that's a barrier that we see now to make it work, even like within companies, or with a network of companies. And when it comes to bridging the gap of the interoperability, of course, that's a holy grail. Everyone is working in the industry to make it, to make it happen. From our point of view, we are looking and betting on supporting companies to adopt and grow their use of Hyperledger Hyperledger Fabric with automation and standardization of ingestion. So when it comes to usability, so is the experience from an endpoint of view such that is familiar and is useful, and it is not too complicated. So how can we make that happen, with clever engineering in the backend, so that, there's no need for someone to have, different systems for different chains in such a way that, people eventually will reject the idea of having such portfolio of projects. I think usability supporting. Yeah. Okay. That was it. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. And I do think we're at time. So again, I want to thank all of the panelists here and pass the baton back to our gracious hosts at KBA and BlockHash Live. Again, thank you all very much. And next year in Kerala.
Thank you so much, Brian, and thanks to all the panelists.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Bye.
I think we can turn our video off and allow them to move to the next slide.
Thank you all. Thank you for joining us for BlockHash Live 2020. Hello and hi, everyone. Soon we'll be back by 11. You'll be having a keynote address from Dr. Jane Thomason. Stay tuned till then.
Good morning, Dr. Jane. Dr. Jane, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Jane. We can hear you.
Oh, okay, I'm on the right link, am I?
Yes, Dr. Jane. So we will start in 15 minutes. We are just having the break, so we can start in 15 minutes. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just leave this on. You just tell me when to start. Will you drive my slides? Do you have my slides loaded up, or how are we going to do that?
We have your slides. If you want to uh, drive us the slides, we can do it. Otherwise, you can also share your screen based on your choice.
Yeah, I think maybe you drive the slides because I'll just go next slide. Okay.
Okay, sure. So we will load the slides. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Oh no.
Hi, Dr. Jean. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi.
Can you see me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Are you going to start soon?
Hello, attendees. Before we start, a little housekeeping rule for you. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Also, you can raise your hand at the end directly to shoot the question to Dr. Jane. Hello and hi, everyone. Good to see you all. Welcome to BlockHash Live 2020, the third International Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Anshu, technical content writer at Kerala Blockchain Academy. Now we have with us Dr. Jane Thomason, an award-winning author, CEO, technology transformation leader, and an entrepreneur. Dr. Jane is a section chief editor at Frontiers in Blockchain, industry associate at UCL Centre of Blockchain London, co-founder of British Blockchain and Frontier Technology Association, also the correspondent of Corporate Investment Times, Coin Intelligence. Dr. Jane is also the advisor to the Kerala Blockchain Association and Africa Blockchain Center of Excellence. We are honored to have you, Dr. Jane.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be joining you, and I'm sorry I'm not here in the flesh. Would you like me to start my presentation?
Hear me?
Has someone loaded my presentation up?
Yes, ma'am. You may please start.
All right, thank you very much. And what I'll do is I'll just ask you to move on to the next slide as we go. So, good morning, Kerala. It's such a pleasure to be here with you. As I said, I'm sorry that I'm not here in person. I hope that you and your families are safe and well in this very difficult year. And I'm very proud to be associated with the Kerala Blockchain Association. I follow the work of KBA, and I often commend them to other people to look at. And it's terrific to be with you and talk to you today. Last year, I spoke to you about all of the potential opportunities for blockchain, particularly in social transformation. And those opportunities are there. But what I wanted to remind you about today is to be thoughtful about when we're building and deploying blockchains, how to maximize the benefits and to reduce the harms. Because not everything that we do is going to work exactly as we planned it. We won't always think about some of the unintended consequences of what we're building. And unless we engage in a broader conversation about the impact of blockchains on society, then we're likely to miss things. Next slide, please. So technological power gives us new choices, but only ethics can tell us which among those choices are actually good. And we must choose wisely or we will live in a terrible world. This is Brian Patrick Green. I want to talk to you about ethics and technology and how we look at it and how we think about it. So let's just talk about ethics first. Next slide, please. So ethics are the foundational principles upon which we live our lives, we work, and we govern our communities. And there's a reasonable amount of agreement about what global ethical principles might be, particularly for something like technology. So transparency, justice, fairness, non-malfeasance, responsibility, privacy. So these are principles that we would normally enact in our day-to-day lives. But when we're increasingly relying on code that we're quite a long distance from, and we have automated smart contracts making decisions when they're being given that moment, how do we ensure that these kinds of principles are actually being implemented in the code that we're working on? And why does it matter? Next slide, please. So traditionally, when we think about ethics, these are decisions that people are making on a one-off basis, considering ethical situations and talking about it and making a decision. But with digital, we have exponential consequences of the decisions that are being made, because the speed and scale of the impact of one decision or omission can get hard-coded into a machine and can have consequences for billions of people immediately. So individual deliberation somehow needs to be converted into a framework that can be built into the design of the technology, because the risk of getting it wrong has exponential consequences. Next slide. So when we think about blockchain and ethics, we need to look at 3 layers: at the technology stack, at the applications that are being built on it, and institutions and society. So I want to talk to you today a little bit about what we need to think about. What are the questions we need to be asking at each of those different levels with what we're building? So if you look at the technology stack, you're going to ask questions about, does data sharing meet security, privacy, efficiency, and system integrity requirements? So how do you use identity information? How is it accessed? How is it protected? Who owns the data? Who exercises control over the data? And where and how are data stored? How do you adjust for incorrect information in the system? And how can data accuracy be assured in blockchain transactions? These are the kinds of questions that we need to ask when we're thinking about data privacy. The second aspect of this is around data accuracy, and this is around verification and authentication. So verification, sorry, next slide. Oh no, next slide, sorry, I'm not moving. Oh, just leave that on for a moment. That's what I just spoke about, data privacy. I need to make sure you're with me. Okay, move on to the next one. So verification and authentication. So verification is ensuring the veracity of the information being entered onto the blockchain, and authentication is validating and accepting transactions on the blockchain. So who completes the verification and authentication, and what are the methods being used? When you're talking about digital assets, you're largely talking about the verification if the entity initiating a transaction has control over that asset, and that's relatively straightforward. But when you're dealing with non-digital assets, then verification does require human interaction and the political, legal, and ethical interactions that come with it. Next slide, please. So again, still on the technology stack, what about access? So when we talk about access, the definition, granting, and execution of access are critical to use and interact with blockchain. And access includes intangible questions around digital literacy and effective ability to access the system. So if you think about a country like India, where you do have a large number of people who may not be well educated and may not be really literate about the use and access to their data, how do we really ensure that they understand what it is that they're doing and what they're committing to? So how can we ensure accessibility ethically? And what ethical information management strategy should be applied in system development and use? And we'll talk about this a little bit more later. Is it up to the coders? Is it up to the CEO and the board? Is it up to the government? So who ensures that when technology is being built and deployed, that there's some kind of ethical information management strategy around it? So that's at the technology stack level. Let's just talk about applications. And the 2 applications that I'm going to talk about today are going to be cryptocurrencies and smart contracts. And there will be others, but this is just using the time that I've got in a way to talk with you about these different applications. So cryptocurrencies, as you're very well aware, India has a mixed view and often a very negative view about cryptocurrencies. Oh, sorry, please move on to the next slide. Yeah. Because people have identified multiple risks. So the first one is consumer protection. How do you protect people from the volatility and the risks of using cryptocurrencies? How do you ensure that people aren't using cryptocurrencies for money laundering or criminal abuses? And as many of you would recall, in the early days of crypto, it was indeed used on the dark web for a number of illegal purposes. Cryptocurrencies are volatile. They go up and down. So if people have invested in them, how do we ensure that they're protected against this volatility? They can be used by people for tax evasion. At a larger level, and some of you may have been thinking about this, the advent of corporate currencies like the Libra coin potentially can unseat the international monetary system. So if you think if the Facebook Libra coin actually took off and you've got anything more than 2 billion people using this, this is going to be bigger than the economy of most countries except for China and the United States. And then we have China, who've launched their own central bank digital currency, which it's expected will be rolled out to millions and millions of people, both in China and along the Belt and Road countries, which will create an alternative currency to the current US dollar-backed monetary system. So these kinds of digital currencies and cryptocurrencies do have potential to threaten our existing monetary system. And I'm not judging that. I'm merely raising it because it will create certain global instability and tensions that we need to be aware of when we're thinking about designing and using these. And then another issue with crypto, but particularly for Bitcoin, which people would be very well aware of, is the costly computations used in coin mining and the amount of energy consumption, which has been likened to that of some smaller countries. So how do we get an ethical balance between the interests of the sovereign state and the interests of the crypto community who want to be able to move value without referring to governments and without referring to banks? And what are the kinds of ethical codes and regulations that are needed? Next slide, please. So moving on to smart contracts, and smart contracts, as we know, are one of the most exciting developments that we see with blockchain, these self-executing code, which given a trigger are going to automatically execute. And that's going to enable the efficiency of payments and all sorts of other things that we're all excited about. But if you have a self-executing code, who's actually responsible for mistakes? How can we assure accountability of smart contracts? If you have a system that operates across multiple jurisdictions, if we could say a digital economy, what are the questions of legal jurisdiction and issues of territoriality? So if a smart contract goes wrong, in what jurisdiction can you take action on that smart contract? This is a very interesting question that's being discussed in legal fraternities all around the world. And what is the legal recognition of documents stored on or issued on blockchains? And when a smart contract fails, under which jurisdiction and law can action be taken? And I think the other question is, when smart contracts are being implemented, who's responsible for auditing that code before it goes live to ensure that the smart contract actually functions and does what's required of the smart contract? So these are questions that we need to be considering in relation to the application layer. I'd like to move on now to the next slide. So coming to the bigger questions, I've talked about the technology stack, I've talked about some of the applications. How do we as institutions and society think about blockchain? Because many of us heralded the decentralized nature of blockchain, the fact that there's no central authority, but how do we think of that in terms of society? So how do we think about governance of blockchains and the enforcement of accountability through technical specifications and smart contracts, which actually require people to have a deep understanding of the objectives of the network, the decision rights, the incentives, and the accountabilities. It's not simple to understand how a token economy has been set up, as you know. Blockchains blur the jurisdictional boundaries of economic activity. And what does that mean to us who've been brought up living in sovereign states, which are geographical entities that we rely on governments to look after us in those entities? And when the jurisdictional boundaries of these digital economies move across multiple geographies, how do we think about that? How do we think about who can regulate digital borderless economies? Some would say they don't need to be regulated, and that's the whole philosophy of blockchain. But others would say we need to look after people and ensure that they're not coming to harm as a result of these digital economies. So how do you manage economic stability and protect consumer interests in a decentralized system? These are some of the bigger questions that we as technologists and people who are familiar with blockchain need to be in conversation with governments and academia about the impact of this. And we all get excited about disintermediating the middleman, and we can make systems more efficient. But what does that mean for all of those middlemen? And all the middlemen aren't big banks and people who've been exploiting society for a long time. Often they're people who are traders who are sitting in between the farmer and the next level in a supply chain. Is it right to remove them from their livelihoods because we have a technology that can do that? These are ethical questions that we need to be thinking about. Next slide, please. So how do we think about this new decentralized world? Because blockchains make it possible to create leaderless decentralized organizations. So does that mean no one's responsible if something goes wrong? How do we think about the governance of blockchains? How do we think about things when we need to change these automated smart contracts that just keep on operating as they're executed in the code? How do we think about blockchains in relation to GDPR when someone wants their information to be removed from the blockchain? Blockchain decentralization at the social level emphasizes the shift from human governance to decentralized algorithm governance. And what does that mean for us? What does that mean for us both in terms of how we build the algorithms, how we apply the algorithms, and how we address unintended consequences when algorithms go wrong? And that's not even talking about the issue that people are well aware of, is around the bias in data sets. So sometimes the algorithms are working in data sets that are naturally biased, perhaps against women or perhaps against people of particular ethnic backgrounds. How do we manage for that? Because these are not issues that the coders and the engineers who are building the blockchains are necessarily going to be able to think about. These are issues that CEOs and boards of organizations and people in government need to be thinking about, so we can ensure that as we deploy this technology, we're deploying it in a way that maximizes benefit and minimizes harm. So who's responsible? Do we just say, oops, the algorithm did it? We can't blame an algorithm, because ultimately someone built the algorithm. Someone built the algorithm within the context of an organization, and somehow we need to think about how we govern blockchains to ensure that they are maximizing benefit and minimizing harm. And this is what ethics is about. Next slide, please. And as we all know, many of us, particularly people who are in my community around blockchain for good and blockchain for social transformation and blockchain for the SDGs, we're only thinking about the good things that blockchains can do. We're not thinking about the harm that can be caused. But blockchain can be misused. We have the risk of authoritarian states, persecution, and unintended consequences. We've actually seen during the COVID pandemic, certain authoritarian states increasing their surveillance over citizens using the pretext of the pandemic to do that. But once you have that level of surveillance on a population, how do you take it back? How do you stop bad actors from using digital identities and bank accounts and mobile phones to track people's choices and perhaps to even know more about people than they know about themselves and start influencing their choices? As I said, authorities can increase and have increased surveillance over vulnerable populations. Authorities can use data collected from refugees against other refugees when they're wanting to prevent them perhaps moving into their state or moving into their country. And they can use data from the movements of refugees to keep them in neighbouring countries. So there are a number of different ways that blockchain can be misused. So how do we as a community who build and who are working on the development and betterment of blockchains think about these issues? Cara Lapointe from Georgetown University, and some of you might have seen this, has developed a blockchain ethical design framework. There's a real need for some global convergence around ethics and blockchain and ethics and technology and how we think about deploying it. But she's come up with basically 6 questions in the ethical design framework. And if you haven't seen it, I would encourage you to have a look at it. And the questions that they're asking and that you should ask and that we should all ask is, how is governance created and maintained? How is identity defined and established? How are inputs verified and transactions authenticated? How is access defined, granted and executed? How is ownership of data defined, granted and executed? And how is security set up and ensured? These are questions that should be applied in the design and deployment of blockchains. In the end, it's up to us. We need to take some responsibility when we're thinking about building, educating about and deploying blockchain. And there's a big role for the blockchain community to help governments understand what are the questions that they need to be asking and support. Oh, next slide, please. What are the questions that they need to be asking and how can they ask them, and how do we rethink about ethical questions when we've got, or next slide, please. Oh, sorry. This is just, I'll leave that slide on for a minute because this is Cara Lapointe with the blockchain ethical design framework. So finally, it's up to us. It's up to this community like KBA and others who are building and who are exponentiating the value and benefit of blockchain across the world to also ask these questions, to think about where are the ethical decision-making points in what we're building, how we're using it, how we're educating communities to understand what it is that they have at their fingertips, how corporations take responsibility for the ethical deployment of blockchain and other technologies. Because we can't assume that blockchain is a social good, is going to transform society for the better, because it's a conditional good and it's only as beneficial as we, the blockchain community, care to make it. So I hope that in this conversation, I've been able to start you thinking about an ethical journey, because I've been in conversations before in blockchain conferences where technologists don't accept that it's their responsibility to think about the ethics of the blockchain that they're building. But I do bring you some good news, because there was a recent survey of 100,000 coders around the world, and 80% of them felt that they should be taking ethical considerations into consideration as they're building their technology. But coders don't necessarily understand what are the ethical questions they need to be asking. So others amongst us, whether it's academics, whether it's CEOs and leaders, need to be leading that, thinking about how can we ensure that all of this technology that we're building actually is going to be a force for good and maximize its social benefit and minimize its harm. Thank you very much for having me join you today. I wish I could see you. It's been a pleasure sharing with you, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jane. It was indeed an insightful and highly informative session. Now, we have certain questions in the chat box. A reminder to the attendees, if you have any questions, please type your questions into the question box in your control panel. Dr. Jane will answer you. Dr. Jane, we have a question.
Oh, sorry, someone said the slides are not in sync with the presentation. I apologize for that. And I'm very happy for the slides to be shared with you, because the presentation was not being driven by me. It was being driven in Kerala. So I do apologize for that. But anyone who wants a copy can get a copy. So someone has written, totally resonating with the who is responsibles. Yes, one of the biggest examples is from the famous DAO hack. An attack which caused loss of funds, but since it was a DAO, who's responsible for ensuring the stakeholders in the system? Most of the Ethereum world was in the state of what now, which eventually led to the Ethereum Foundation stepping in and instituting a fork. So dispute resolution is quite a tricky problem. Look, thank you very much for that point. And one of the saddest things for me about that DAO hack was that I actually think conceptually and for the future, DAOs is going to be one of the most powerful social implementations of blockchain if we can figure out some of these tricky problems of governance, because these are the kinds of things that can connect communities working on social issues, whether it's climate change or green energy or financial inclusion, all around the world in this kind of motivated, incentivized, tokenized community. So you're quite right. And thank you for raising that. And there are people who are working, on governance of blockchains. And indeed, a good friend and colleague of mine in Delhi is working on something called GovBlocks, which is looking at a governance layer for blockchains. But I would encourage any of you who are not thinking about it to start thinking about it, because we really do need to figure out ways to overcome some of these kind of unintended effects of the way technology is being built. So I've now got another comment that's come in, which is, as for identifying the jurisdiction to resolve disputes pertaining to blockchain, can automated dispute resolution mechanism be built within the blockchain to resolve the issue? So that's an interesting question. And in fact, I was on a smart contracts hackathon last night where people were talking about building these automated dispute resolution mechanisms. And the question is kind of twofold. Yes, it's possible to do that from a technology point of view, but one of the issues, if you're dealing with a decentralized blockchain that covers multiple jurisdictions, then you're going to have different legal frameworks and different requirements for dispute resolutions. And so that's really going to be an issue when you've got multiple jurisdictions involved. But nevertheless, I think, we're building the future now. You're building the future. I'm just encouraging you to do it. It's worth thinking about those things and trying to come up with ways that, you might be able to overcome some of these things. So you can automate anything. So yes, you can automate dispute resolution, but you may not be able to automate dispute resolution across multiple jurisdictions, or at least not at the moment. So then we've got a question which is, will the general public still be more fascinated with cryptocurrency only or accept blockchain technology adoptions? So that's an interesting question, and I think it's an important question. And I want to answer that in two ways, because in fact, one of the things that we've seen during the pandemic is that the use of an interest in crypto has gone up in several ways. One has simply been people are bored and they're at home and they've got more time, and so they think that they might start, investing in crypto and trading in crypto to see if they can make some money. And for those of you who are following decentralized finance, you'll know that decentralized finance has absolutely exploded, and there's a lot of activity going on in decentralized finance. But in addition to that, what we're seeing is that as people are feeling insecure and not knowing where to store value, whether it's in gold and it's not in normal currencies, and maybe it's not in the stock market, you're seeing quite a big movement, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, in people investing in cryptocurrencies to basically hold the value of their assets. So that's the second thing. But the other thing that I was really interested in, and I have no idea if this happened in India, but I want to share it with you, is that in the Philippines, what they found was that when everything was locked down, there were a lot of little micro traders in villages who used to do things like sell Netflix cards and Spotify cards in the villages. But when everything was shut down, that meant that the cash vendors were also shut down. So they had no way of purchasing the foreign exchange to buy their Netflix and Spotify cards. And so what happened there was, in fact, that people started using crypto to buy the Netflix essentially as a de facto foreign exchange mechanism to be able to buy their Netflix and Spotify cards so that they can continue their micro enterprise in the village. So that's on the kind of crypto side of it. But the reason that I use particularly the store of value and the micro enterprise is that if people think that blockchains can solve a problem that they've got, they're going to use them. So in terms of broader blockchain technology adoptions, absolutely. Everything we see, cryptocurrency aside, but just in terms of digital finance, blockchain in banking and finance, blockchain in supply chains, particularly around PPE equipment, so personal protective equipment, and there was quite a lot of fake equipment that came out in the early days. People started deploying blockchain for provenance in supply chains. People started deploying blockchain for settling of insurance claims. And so people started using blockchain in a whole lot of accelerated ways because it solved problems that had been brought on board by the pandemic, including secure data exchange. So you know that map of the world that Johns Hopkins did, which was all of these sort of red circles getting bigger every day, that was built on a blockchain-based platform which allowed that kind of secure data exchange. So people will accept this when it solves a problem for them, and we shouldn't be building solutions that aren't for people's problems. So, I think the absolute gift that you have in Kerala is that there's so many problems that you can be building blockchains for that are going to make real people improve their lives. So I sort of encourage you to think about it in that way. So the next question, I don't think I can answer. I think that's a bit much. Where do I see Algorand technologically in 5 and 10 year perspectives? Is that Algorand or algorithms? I'm not sure. I'll just get, that's Punu's Joseph. Just check what that question was. If it's about Algorand, I can't answer it. If it's about algorithms, maybe I can have a go, but let me move on to the next one. So does the legal players and courts agree in future for smart contract adoption as a mandate legal process? Okay, so this is interesting. So actually smart contracts aren't smart contracts. They're self-executing code. So that's the first thing. In a way, we're calling it the wrong thing by calling them smart contracts. But you will have heard at the beginning that I'm an industry associate of the UCL Centre for Blockchain Technology, and they are actually working on computable contracts, which is, I think, what is implied in this question. So they're working beyond executable code to something which allows the entire contractual process to be computable and executed. So I think we're going in that direction, but I just don't think that we should mix up smart contracts as being legal contracts, because they're not, they're self-executing code. So then we have a question from Robin Roy Thomas. Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll be able to completely automate dispute resolutions though, mainly because of the incomplete contracts theory, which is prevalent in economics and can be applied to blockchain as well. And the incomplete contract theory is, one, contracts are only enforceable to the extent that events and actions can be verified by a third party. And two, even if all the relevant information is verifiable, we would never write a contract that contains all possible contingencies. So I think that that's an answer to the earlier question about to what extent dispute resolution can be automated. And I think, Robin Roy Thomas, I think what you're saying is that to some extent, simple disputes probably can be automated to a certain extent, but when you have a whole lot of other contingencies, then you're still going to have to turn to humans to be able to work through those. The codes are self-executing. This is Yaman Kasturi. The codes are self-executing, but are being set by humans only at some point. Absolutely. And this is why I think it's so important that CEOs of organizations and boards of organizations have to get involved in understanding what these smart contracts are, at what point they execute, based on what information, and make sure that those ethical questions are being asked and applied. Because I think one of the big risks that we have in organizations at the moment is that the CEO doesn't necessarily see it as their responsibility to make sure that the codes that are being written do what they're supposed to be doing, or the algorithms or the smart contracts. And they're leaving it to the CTO, or they're leaving it to the coders and engineers who are building the smart contracts to do it. That is simply not good enough. If we're thinking about technology and we're serious about how it's deployed, we must have ways within organizations, both in terms of systems and compliance, but also in terms of discussions, because the problem with ethics is it's not a right and a wrong question. Often ethical questions are a right against a right. And these are things that need human consideration and thought. And it's going to be very hard to build those things 100% into code. And if they're built into code, it needs to be after a very thoughtful and informed discussion by people who are able to think about the consequences of that decision going one way or another way. So I really believe that as we deploy technology more continuously across our lives, across organizations, across the platforms that we use, and across the way governments provide services, we must have these ethical frameworks, and we must have systems and processes and review points within organizations to ensure that those ethical questions are being asked and are being deployed in the code and in the tech in a way that's going to maximize benefit and minimize harm.
Thank you, Dr. Jane. Any more questions from the attendees?
And thank you all for your great questions. I'm really glad that you engaged with this conversation, because it's tremendously important, and I would love I would love you to have a copy of my thinking on this. I would invite any of you who are interested. We've set up a LinkedIn page called the Exponential Digital Ethics Forum. Please join us. You know, as you're going through your work and you're thinking about questions or solutions or ideas about this, this is a very new and emerging topic, and no one's got the right answers. There's just people around the world who are trying to think about how you ensure that we're asking those ethical questions, that we're ensuring that we deploy technology that is fair, that is just, that minimises harm, and that ensures privacy and so forth. So we'd love your inputs.
Absolutely, Dr. Jane. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are honored to have you reside here. Thank you for being with us at BlockHash Live 2020. Have a great day ahead now. Thank you.
I wish I was there with you. I had a marvelous time last year and I hope I can join you next year. But congratulations for continuing to hold this, and thank you everyone for participating, and thank you for all the work that you're doing. It's really important, and just keep on doing it, but do it thoughtfully and ask those ethical questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jane.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Next, we'll be having a session on Near Protocol, a scalable DApp for hackers and entrepreneurs. It will be joined by the person, Sharif Abujadi. He is the head of Near Foundation, head of education at Near Foundation, I'm sorry. Stay tuned. We'll start the session in under 15 minutes. Meanwhile, if you have any questions on the topic, please drop your questions in the Q&A. We'll be bringing up at the end of the presentation. Thank you once again. Hi all, please find some insights on Near Protocol. Please go through the documents before we start the session. If you have any questions on Near Protocol, feel free for yourself. Put your questions in the Q&A. We'll be very happy to answer them. Thank you. Hello, Sharif Abushadi. Can you hear me?
Hi there.
Thank you. So before we start, just little housekeeping rules to the attendees. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Also, you can raise your hand at the end of the session to shoot directly the questions to the presenter. Thank you. Hello and hi, everyone. Great to see you all. Welcome to BlockHash Live 2020, the third international summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Anju, technical content writer at Kerala Blockchain Academy. Now I have with us Sharif Abushadi, Head of Education at NEAR Foundation. NEAR Foundation is a non-profit foundation headquartered in Switzerland that is responsible for contracting protocol maintainers, funding ecosystem development, and shepherding co-governance of the NEAR protocol. Mr. Sharif will be keynoting on NEAR protocol, a scalable, affordable DApps for hackers and entrepreneurs. Now, without further ado, over to you, Sharif.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I am not quite sure whether or not the basics of screen sharing will work and these kinds of things. So if you could help me figure that out, I can do it. And also I can get on video here. Hi, everyone. Let me just share my screen. And give me 1 second, please. Okay, can you see this presentation now?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, and if I click present, is it still visible to you? Can
Yeah.
you see the slides full screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just to briefly introduce myself and this presentation, we've given a similar presentation over the last several months. And so this is an adaptation of what we call NEAR 101 and NEAR 102, two introductory presentations about NEAR, one for web developers and one for developers coming from Ethereum. And so I've tried to mix these in a way that would be most effective for everyone here, given my understanding that people are coming with some background in Ethereum development and other platforms as well, and also web development. So hopefully you find this engaging and valuable. There are many slides which are hidden in this presentation. So just to give you a sense, there's about 70 slides here, but I think we're only going to show maybe 15 or 20, given the amount of time. So plenty of time for questions. And I'm also happy to follow up by exposing some of the other slides. And in the end of the presentation, you'll have access to the slides yourself. So let's dive in. I also just, I think for logistics, maybe I can expose the chat interface and leave it here in a different window. So that way, if anybody wants to say something, they can say it here. Please post questions or comments right here. I think everybody can see that, right? So let's talk about NEAR briefly. How can you get started learning, building, and earning with NEAR? And I'll review this again at the end of the presentation, but I just want to give you a sense of what opportunities exist for developers that want to come and learn with NEAR. So we have several of them in play, and there is real support behind this, real funding, people who are paying attention, who want your every success. And so, quite an opportunity. As you may have noticed, this year has been a massive resurgence in the blockchain space with many new developers coming, maybe the most since 2017 and kind of the big uptick there in the market. But things seem to be different now. We're focused on quality, scalability, and some real new innovation in the space. So it's quite an exciting time, actually. And because of that, we have launched this Open Web Collective, where in 2020, many teams working on new projects. Many teams working on new projects raised a total of $15 million US for their projects, different kinds of funding, angel funding and seed rounds and so on, to basically support their development on the decentralized web. So that's quite exciting, and I'll share a URL with you a little bit later about how you can apply for that program yourself if you're interested. We also have a grants program with a significant budget behind it, where we're basically funding key projects by the community for the community. If you have an idea, something you want to build, some enhancement, maybe a new wallet you want to develop, or some new utility or tool, or maybe some new feature of the platform, then you can make that proposal and get it reviewed and potentially win a grant to actually get that time and effort compensated, depending on how much work you want to do, of course. You might even decide to build a team around it, whether you go solo or in group. That would be entirely up to you. So there's a grants program. There's also a bounties program. And this bounties program is a little bit different from the grants in that these are basically our ideas, features that we're aware of. Of course, some of the suggestions come from the community, but these are things that are sort of clear and present targets in the area of development that we're looking for. So the bounties program, we might have a meeting internally to the Near Collective, and someone might say, hey, why don't we do this? And someone might say, why don't we write a bounty for that? And then we'll expose that publicly. And so these are opportunities to earn tokens and fiat currency for the development of these projects, typically smaller in scope. And then finally, there's this Figment Learn pathway for Near, a fantastic opportunity to get to know Near as a developer and actually learn while you get paid for that. So there's a 10 Near compensation as incentive to complete this tutorial. Doesn't take very long at all, actually. And the reviews are quite good. So maybe 90%, 95% of the feedback that we're getting is 5 out of 5 on the quality. People seem to enjoy it very much. It goes right into the software. So this isn't for the faint of heart. You're going to start writing code and submitting transactions to the network within a few minutes of starting the tutorial. So again, happy to share links there. And then finally, we have Gitcoin Kernel, an 8-week fellowship that is launching. And this is another opportunity to learn with some of the best. So if you're interested, you can check that out as well. A little bit later today, we're going to have a workshop where we play a scavenger hunt game. If you're not familiar with how scavenger hunts work, the idea is you look for something. And as you look for it, you might learn something, you might discover something new. And then at the end, we'll be rewarding people with Near swag, things like t-shirts and so on that you might like to show off to friends and family. So here, the skills that are required actually very simple. If you're interested in Near, you have an attention to detail and some patience with yourself while you go through and do the work. You'll find out that the scavenger hunt can actually be a lot of fun, a great way to learn. And so we'll be diving into the internals there, going through some of the details of Near and conceptual overview. And these are some of the things that we'll be rewarding there. I see Shreyas has made a comment. Hey, Shreyas. Yeah, we would love to have you join us there for the scavenger hunt. Agreed. Okay, so let's talk about Near from the web developer's perspective. So web 1, you could say, well, let's start with web 0. 1960s, 70s, Xerox PARC, the development of networked computers, TCP/IP, things like that. So fast forward a couple of decades later, mid-90s, we have web 1, where basically we can broadcast information as individuals and businesses, a website for a restaurant menu or some hyperlink documentation or whatever, an index in a search engine that you can use to discover some of this information, but not much of this back and forth. Web 2, then, the social web, where we as individuals can have our own TV stations on YouTube. We have our own Instagram accounts with, potentially hundreds of thousands or millions of followers, and we start participating actively in the Web 2. That's the web we're living in now. And Web 3 is the promise of this new place. This space where we have not only the ability to share and engage with one another, but we actually control the information. YouTube can't shut you down if they don't like the content that you're broadcasting, for example. So this Web3 world is quite interesting, and this is what blockchain technology promises to deliver. So here, just a handful of qualities about this this transition. If you hadn't thought about it, there are some similarities and some differences. So if you're a web developer and you're thinking about topology, of course, you've heard of client and server. With Web3 now, we involve blockchain. And that adds some new primitives like identity and money that we didn't have in Web 2, certainly not in the way that we have it in Web 3. And app development technology, it's quite similar, actually. You're very likely writing in JavaScript if you're deploying anything to the front end. But on the back end, you might have quite a complicated tech stack in Web 2, whereas in Web 3, the sort of the key differentiator there will be the smart contracts, the contracts that you're writing in Solidity, for example, if you're deploying to Ethereum, or in Rust and assembly script, which is a lot like JavaScript, TypeScript, if you're deploying contracts to Near. So in that sense, the back end, where you're controlling business rules, mission critical constraints on your application, those are written in smart contracts and deployed on Near using Rust and assembly script, Rust or assembly script. And of course, you can mix contracts written in both of those languages, have them talking to one another. From a security perspective, Web 2 and Web 3 are different in that I'm sure you're aware of this, but every time you log into Facebook, Twitter, whatever, you're actually sending your username and password to their servers, where someone then has to hash them and check the value of a hashed password in their database to see if that matches. But there is a line of code on all of these services that you and I use, where our username and password is available to be printed out to the console, sometimes by accident, into logs or what have you, as plain text. And so to solve that, we have mechanisms like OAuth, where basically some third party vouches for who we are. But again, there's still this exchange of credentials where your secrets leave your computer. They actually go across the wire to some other machine. Not so with Web 3, actually. With Web 3 and public-private key pairs, these asymmetric key pairs, you're signing your transaction locally. Maybe you don't even know what your password is. Maybe you don't know what your private key is because it's sitting on a ledger or some other, hardware security module, some other hardware device. And so in that case, it's very different. You control your username and password, your security credentials, not just in theory, but in sort of a very real practical sense. You may not even know what your private key is when you're signing a transaction, and so these are some of the major differences here. When we talk about security, also in terms of services and servers, we have all the same kind of tech stack that we have. AWS, Amazon Web Services, or Google Cloud Platform, or Azure. But on top of this, we also have this network whose integrity is maintained by some consensus mechanism. So the reason that blockchain is sort of different in that it has these new qualities is really, we could talk about 3 new technologies that have come together over the last, say, 10, 15 years. Cryptography and public-private key signatures. So that's a major advancements in cryptography, where basically you can make a claim of identity. I approved this transaction or signed this transaction, and that is mathematically defensible. It cannot be faked with any available technology that we have today. Nobody can pretend to be you and sign a transaction with a key that isn't yours, and that's the cryptographic security behind this technology. So that's one of them. The second one is decentralization, and we saw that with distributed systems for sharing files like BitTorrent or Napster or whatever, depending on what your scene was. And in that sense, we have these computers that are, in far-flung reaches of the planet that are communicating together and sharing data to coordinate and make the network work in the way that you expect it to. And then the third technology is this triple ledger technology, where maybe a single ledger is the butcher remembers that you've taken some meat without paying for it last week, and if you don't pay, then they will shame you in the public square. Double ledger technology would be where two companies or maybe two countries keep a balance of accounts, and so they know who owes what, in terms of exports and imports, for example. And triple ledger technology is where you keep a record, I keep a record, and there is a record available in public view, and that's the blockchain view. So these three technologies, cryptography, decentralization, and the triple ledger, come together to make this new system. A big part of this is consensus. That's why I'm talking about it in this context, where you have to find a way for several people who are running these nodes, paying for the electricity, the hardware, the storage, and compute, can maintain the integrity of the network through some sort of incentivized program where maybe they get paid for doing that. That offsets the costs, the operating costs of running these machines. And so any consensus mechanism that wants people to agree on the ground truth in the network, what data is true, have to be compensated in some way. That's what consensus mechanisms are. And that's a completely new model that Web3 brings to the table. And so the unique selling proposition here, or the key performance of these in Web2, we're used to fast, cheap data as being native. You can move data anywhere, anytime, and you have very advanced, flexible services like Amazon S3, for example, where you can basically put anything, anytime, for as long as you want. Where in Web3, some of the new primitives would be things like the fact that it's unassailable, permanent identity and truth, as well. Then on top of that truth, we can layer trust because we believe in that truth, because it's incentivized truth, effectively. And on top of that trust, we layer things we care about, like identity, money, businesses, transactions, finance, and so on. So that's kind of the big shift. If you're coming from Web2 as a web developer, this is the first time you're seeing anything about blockchain technology. Hopefully this gives you some framing that helps you make sense of what's happening and why this is a seismic shift, a major shift in the way people are thinking about this technology. So why near? And again, if the slides are not transitioning or you're not seeing something, please just ping me in chat here. And also a time check would be helpful. We're about 15 minutes in. If someone could help give me a sense of exactly how long I have. I didn't ask in the beginning, I should have. So near is cheaper, faster, and easier to use. And I'm not going to read all of this text for you, but I'll give you a high level sense of how we're thinking about this from a development perspective. If you want to learn how to build a blockchain dApp, a decentralized app, you typically, for most layer one technologies where you would deploy your contracts, you need to learn some new technology that's specific to that system, a custom programming language, that has its own kind of quirks, with maybe some custom tooling or something like that that's been developed by that community. Whereas with Near, what we have committed to are open languages with their own robust communities. So the Rust to WASM toolchain is the most mature WASM toolchain available today, and AssemblyScript compiles to WASM and is almost, it looks exactly like JavaScript and TypeScript if you're trying to learn how to build a smart contract, but you don't want to spend a lot of time learning a new language. And so for the million JavaScript and TypeScript developers on the planet, this is a very compelling opportunity to start writing smart contracts and building dApps without having to learn any new tech, really. But you learn how to think about blockchain applications, and you learn how to express your ideas that work in dApps, decentralized apps, without having the overhead of learning a new language, a new tooling, and so on. And of course, these languages are transferable. Ultimately, you can use Rust anywhere. So in that sense, from a development perspective, there's a very, very compelling story here. It is cheaper and faster and easier to get started with Near. And then in terms of production, when you deploy your application, the transactions themselves are many orders of magnitude cheaper than the status quo. Essentially, Ethereum in this sense is the only game in town. And so, if you're talking about high prices for transaction fees, if you've been doing any kind of trading over the last several months, DeFi story, that whole scene, you've probably noticed that the fees are actually quite high, and those are 10x, 100x, thousands x lower on Near, depending on the kinds of transactions that you're conducting. And of course, it's very snappy, very fast, 1 second block time with 3 second finality. So very, very quickly, you'll see that your applications respond quickly, that you have a better user experience, and they're less expensive for you to use. In terms of getting started, wonderful, thanks for that private message, 30 more minutes. And so we'll certainly have time for questions. And I'm also happy to dig into some other aspects that we're not covering in the visible slides. And so how would you get started with Near? One of the simplest things you can do is visit near.dev. That's the website. And there we have about a dozen examples that you can just click through and run right from your browser, actually, using Gitpod, a web-based IDE and a Dockerized development environment. So if you want to try any one of these examples, look at their source code. Some are written in Rust, some in assembly script. You can see it in the little blue tags at the bottom, which is which. These examples are well documented and instructive for you. So that's one of the fastest ways to get started. If you want to see, like, what does a dApp even look like? How do I even use one? You're talking about less than a minute to check these out. You can also build a new application very quickly. If you're familiar with React, they have a utility called Create React App, and so based on that, we've created Create Near App, which gives you this ability at the command line to very quickly generate an application where you have a choice of the front end and contract technology. So notice I'm not saying front end and back end, I'm saying front end and contract, because the contract is effectively the enforcer of your business rules and your store of data. Although of course it is going to be slower and more expensive than a typical web-based database, or Postgres or MySQL or whatever sort of backend you want to use, MongoDB, something like that. Blockchain in general is going to be slower and more expensive to use, but you get those guarantees that we talked about earlier: trust and truth and identity and money and so on. So you get to pick this front end and contract technology, and you make these combinations in order to build some kind of quickly scaffolded application that you can then base your maybe hackathon project on, or your MVP on. And then once you've gotten a sense of how to build things, maybe done some market validation with a few users, then you can kind of rebuild or commit to cleaning up the scaffolding that we've given you to work in the way that you want it to work, to customize it. Also we have if you're coming from Ethereum development, this simple cookbook that lets you quickly compare and contrast. If I do this in Ethereum, how would I do this in Near? And so hopefully that helps folks. There's links in the slides to that. And again, you'll have access to the slides after this talk. This year, we released the Rainbow Bridge, which is this connection between Ethereum and Near that allows you to move at an architectural level anything from one network to the other, back and forth. But from an implementation perspective, today, what's ready and working is you can move tokens, ERC20 tokens, back and forth. But the structure itself actually allows you to move anything. And I'll talk briefly about what that looks like. We can dig deeper if anybody is curious about this specific capability, but I won't spend more than about 30 seconds or a minute on it. If you look at Near and Ethereum as two networks running together, and I'm reading from the top to the bottom now, on the far left, you can see setup, use case, and extend. So if you look at these two networks together, what we've deployed are contracts. We've deployed contracts on Ethereum written in Solidity that are a light client for Near, listening to things that happen on Near, right? Transaction headers and the progression of the Near blockchain, with something called a Near to ETH relay that is sending these transactions. Maybe it's a node program or a cron job or something that's running off chain that's sending these headers into the smart contract that is written in Solidity running on Ethereum, paying attention to Near. It's called a light client. And the inverse is true. There's a contract written in Rust living on Near that is listening to the Ethereum network with an ETH to near relay, sending it headers from the Ethereum network. So these two light clients allow the networks to watch one another. And then on top of those, we have this idea of a prover, which basically proves something specific about the network. The near prover, written in Solidity, living on Ethereum, can prove that an event has occurred and been recorded on the Ethereum network. The near prover, written in Solidity, living on Ethereum, can prove that a near transaction outcome has been completed. Some execution has happened on the near protocol. And the Ethereum prover, living on near, written in Rust, can prove that an event has occurred on Ethereum. So that's the inverse relationship. The networks are watching each other, and then we're able to prove these primitive things. And then on top of that, we can build things like, say, a token locker on Ethereum, where you put in some ERC20 tokens. That gets proven on the Ethereum side. On the near side, we mint some related fungible token, a wrapped ERC20, you can call it, on your protocol, and then issue that to your wallet, effectively transferring that ERC20 across the network. And then you can put it, kind of unlock that on the near side and open up the tokens on the Ethereum side. So this bridge gives you the ability to move any of this data basically across these two networks. Hopefully that's clear. We can discuss it more if anybody's interested in the details, and we have some demo videos and so on. And you can actually get started working with this today. Between Ethereum and Near, again, assuming that many of you have experience with Ethereum development, we can talk about accounts, state, transactions, gas, and blocks. What are the differences here? And again, without reading all of these, I'll just point out some highlights. Ethereum, you typically talk about two kinds of accounts: externally owned accounts and contract accounts. And with Ethereum, when you make an account, effectively the account is some subset of the bytes that represent the key pair, the public key pair that you use to control that account. So any user account, externally owned account on Ethereum, has a public key and a private key. Part of the public key is used to name the account. You can only have one key to control that account. And then if you want to deploy a contract, you deploy the contract bytes to some special address in the Ethereum network, signing the transaction with your externally owned account. A new account is generated for the contract based on some hash of your account name and the nonce, number used once, how many times you've used that key. And then that account gets deployed, that contract gets deployed to Ethereum, and then you're stuck with that. If you want to redeploy a new version, something like that, you get a new account. It's a new nonce. You've used the number again a second time, and so you get a new account for the contract. So in Ethereum, you've got two accounts: externally owned accounts and contract accounts, and you don't really have very much control over these accounts and how they work. There's a lot of stuff built into Ethereum, a lot of assumptions, and these are critical from a security and safety perspective, so that you don't get people sort of replacing accounts or what have you, replacing contracts. So all that makes sense. Near takes this one step further now and says, look, why don't we simplify this with just one kind of account? We can have accounts that are human-friendly names. So if you're familiar with Ethereum ENS, it's like having ENS built in at the protocol level. And so we have these accounts that you can create, and you decide whether or not you want to deploy a contract to the account. So I have an account on Near testnet, for example, that has no contract deployed to it. It has some tokens in it, and I use it to send and receive tokens and invoke methods on contracts or dApps that I want to use. That's fine. But if I want to deploy a contract, I could do it on my account, or I could make a new account, maybe a sub account, because we have a naming system similar to DNS. So say sharif.testnet is my account. So my dApp.sharif.testnet might be my application. I could even have v1.mydApp.sharif.testnet as this human-friendly name, which is an account that is some sub account of mine, so I control it. And on this account, I could decide to deploy a contract. How do I control the account? Through public-private key pair, same technology, but with Ethereum, I can attach an unlimited number of keys to any account. And the keys are of two types. Full access lets me do anything: create the account, delete the account, send money, deploy a contract, call any methods on it. and function call access keys that are restricted to making specific calls of methods up to a certain budget. There's another trick there where I can actually set the receiver to be my contract or even another contract somewhere else, effectively paying for users to call that method on a different contract. You can think of that as being something useful that you might use for maybe a freemium model in your dApp, where you want to provide users with a limited number of calls or something up until the point where they decide they want to buy. And so there's some new flexibility there. And of course, if you want a trustless account, an account that you can guarantee nobody can control, you would delete the full access keys from that account. And that way nobody can replace the contract that's there. There's a little bit more detail there that we can discuss, because contracts can actually call other contracts and create accounts and keys. And so you'd have to look at the code in the contract to make sure that it couldn't add keys to itself. But that flexibility gives us a much easier mental model to reason about when we talk about deploying accounts, versioning contracts, managing the relationship between a family of contracts, maybe all scoped within a certain parent account. These are some major differences. And there are others there in terms of state, transaction, gas, and blocks, and so on. If we talk about connecting to Near, this is a very high level view of maybe your dApp that's connecting to Near using an API library from a JavaScript context. Near API.js is this library you can use on the client side or server side. So if you're writing in JavaScript for the browser, or you're writing in Node for the server side, you can use Near API.js. And the differences are actually quite small in your code. You'll see in just a moment. And then that wraps the RPC interface. So we send JSON over HTTP to an RPC endpoint, remote procedural call endpoint. And then that replies with JSON from the blockchain. By the way, all of our tools use exactly the same thing. So any examples that you see at near.dev, any examples that you see in terms of our own tooling, like Near Explorer and Wallet and Near CLI, all of these are also using Near API.js, and in some instances, they might talk directly to the RPC interface. And so there's quite a bit of flexibility in the way these tools work, because we use them ourselves. So that's a key point to recognize. And if we zoom in just a little bit now, your dApp using Near API.js on the far left, communicating with the blockchain layer, this is how you might actually do your work. So you would have, for example, Near API.js communicating with the blockchain to the RPC interface, and you've written contracts, maybe using one of our software development kits for assembly script Near SDK-AS, or for Rust Near SDK-RS. And these are just helpers to allow you to access, for example, the runtime context while the contract is running, or access storage, or some of our more higher level collections for working with maps or arrays or queues, and of course all the logic of your contract. So you would write your app, connect to Near with Near API.js to send and receive calls, send transactions, sign in, things like that. You would write your contract in assembly script, maybe in Rust, maybe both, as two separate contracts, and deploy them that are working and collaborating together to make your app work. And then you would deploy those into the blockchain, into an account, and the contracts. And then when you make the call, the contract spins up. So your app makes a call in step one, that sends the transaction to the blockchain layer, which then spins up the runtime layer calling apply. That brings up a virtual machine, maybe loads your contract from storage, and then does some reading and writing to storage to save state, and then sends the reply back that you receive in your dApp, and then you can show to your user or take whatever the next step is. And so this is the kind of the part that's yours in terms of the platform. These are how things work. When we talk about connecting dApps, and by the way, feel free to ask me to slow down or stop, or if you have any questions, please post them in chat. I can see it here. So digging in a little bit more, Near API.js is this library, a JavaScript library written in TypeScript actually, that lets you connect with Near. And these are all the features that it supports, generating key pairs and creating transactions, signing transactions and sending them to the network. And you can see some of the primitives that are exposed by Near API.js. This is the difference between the client side and the server side code. And you can see it's basically letter for letter, exactly the same, except that we're referring to window in the client side, global on the server side, and for whatever reason we want to expose this object near in the global scope. But the biggest difference in terms of where's the key store. So if you're on the client side, we use local storage scoped to your dApps URL, and if you're on the server side, we use the file system. So when we talk about writing contracts, we're going to write them in assembly script or in Rust. And of course, as I said before, you could write contracts, part of your system in assembly script and part of your system in Rust. Why would you want to do that? So the advantages of Rust is that it's a safer language. It's more mature. And so it's more suitable for any sort of applications that are handling large amounts of finance or mission critical applications where any errors or any bugs in the contract would be a serious problem. But assembly script is fantastic. If you're coming from JavaScript or TypeScript and you want a very shallow, fast learning curve, you can start writing contracts in a matter of minutes without almost any new sort of syntactic overhead of understanding what you're doing. All your thinking is focused on blockchain concepts and how NEAR works without any of the overhead of language and tooling and so on. So in that sense, it's a very compelling story. Great for hackathons, prototyping, MVP, getting to product market fit, and then maybe factoring out parts of your applications and writing those in Rust where they are managing high value. And of course, these contracts can communicate. So there's nothing stopping you from having both kinds of contracts living in the same dApp. Here's what they look like. So assembly script you'll see on the left. Here we're talking about contract data specifically. This is some sort of a posted message class with some attributes of whether or not it's a premium message and who the sender is and what the text of the message is. And in this case, we can check the reading on the left-hand side, the context for the attached deposit to this. And that's where money becomes a primitive. And again, the context sender, where identity becomes the primitive, you can move money around by attaching it to a function call. If you're coming from Ethereum, of course, this is obvious to you. But if you're coming from a Web 2 world, that probably seems insane. And so this is one of the most compelling aspects here of blockchain technology. Rust on the right-hand side with contract data. You can see the same structure here, but syntactically it's different, of course, because of the requirements of Rust. And so we have this struct that represents the posted message, and then we have the interface, here where we can spin up a new posted message in Rust. And then if you talk about behavior, that was data. If you talk about behavior, here's some examples. I won't spend so much time digging into these details, but you can see here a couple of functions on the left, add message and get message, part of the same application. We've set a constant there. And then in each of these, there's some work that's being done. So for adding the message, we're instantiating a new message, and then we push that message onto a collection of posted messages. And when you get a message, we're basically iterating over the list of messages and building up this array of posted messages that we then return to the client. Using the message limit as essentially an upper bound. You can think of it like pagination, 10 messages per page that we return. This is an important aspect, of course, for blockchain technology because any kind of compute and data access costs. And so you don't want unbounded operations in your blockchain dApps. You don't want to do something that could potentially return 1,000 messages because that's going to cost a lot, and it's very unlikely that anybody's going to consume that number of messages. And so you don't want your users paying for that. You don't want to pay for that. And so you want to make sure that you're always constraining your operations to produce what they need to produce and never anymore. And then the Rust side of this, again, same thing. We have the struct with the guest book messages as a vector, and then we have here the interface where you can add messages and get messages. If you're not familiar with Rust, I can point out briefly that the near bind gen that is visible here in the Rust side, and maybe you noticed it over here as well in the data side in assembly script. In Rust, this is a macro that's actually adding some code, boilerplate code that you have to add to every contract. Among that code is we detect if the mutable, the owned mutable reference to add message there, mute self, is there, then we know that this method will change the contract state, which it does there by pushing a message onto messages. And so that has some implications about how that runs internally. And so you can see immediately by reading the contract interface whether or not it changes the contract state or not, for example, in Rust. In assembly script, you would have to actually read the assembly script to get a sense of whether or not it's changing contract state. Regardless of whether or not you're building with assembly script or with Rust, the output is always a WASM file. And WASM has this format, WebAssembly as text, that you can read, and you will see if you read the WebAssembly as text that's emitted by either of these languages when they're compiled to WASM. If you read the WebAssembly as text format, you'll see the names of your methods right in the text actually, and it's quite readable. So here's the add message, and you can see that we have some local data, we're getting some variable, we're calling something internally to retain the value of that, maybe setting some number, and so on. So you can actually read this and sort of make sense of it. The assembly script generated WASM is typically smaller, and the WAT is more readable because the compiler is much closer to the WASM format. It's a much simpler tool chain. There's not so much tooling to go through. Whereas with Rust, there's a bigger, more mature, richer tool chain. And so the WAT file is harder to read, and the WASM file is typically a little bit bigger. That matters as a blockchain developer, because when you deploy the contract, you're going to pay for the amount of storage that you use. Remember, your data is being, your contract is being deployed to a computer that someone else is maintaining for you, and you're paying them. You pay them by paying effectively a kind of rent that we call storage staking. And we can discuss that if anybody's curious. Yeah, great. So a couple of questions, and I see Shreyas is answering them. Keep those coming, no problem at all. Thank you. And so comparing assembly script and Rust here, we've already discussed assembly script is easier for prototyping, while Rust is more battle hardened and mature language. And of course, you can take a look at this list here to get a sense of the differences. If we talk about building, create near app, which I mentioned earlier, this is what it looks like. And so here, you basically, at the command line, you can install create near app as a global tool, or you can use npx to just run it directly. And if you type create npx create near app -- help, you'll see the details of like the different kinds of front end technologies you can use. In this case, it shows vanilla and React, although we've added more recently. And the different kinds of contracts here, languages, assembly script and Rust, which we may add more in the future, but none are slated that I'm aware of. And so these are the differences here, depending on this combination. Again, this list is a little bit bigger for front end. I think we're up to 3 or 4 now that we support because of bounties that people have submitted for other languages, other front-end frameworks. The usual suspects, but I don't want to give away too much because that's one of the scavenger hunt questions later. And so here you can see there's these 4 combinations. Basically, it's just a 2x2 grid of JavaScript, React, AssemblyScript, and Rust. And you can see these folders are almost exactly the same in terms of the scaffolding that's being output, just some slight differences in folder naming and file structure, depending on whether or not you're using AssemblyScript or Rust as the backend, and whether or not you're using plain JavaScript or React as your front end. And so in this sense, it's actually very instructive to go and generate each of the possible scaffolds and explore those file systems to see the differences there. Yeah, that's great. Thanks for posting that, Shreyas. Definitely check out the bounties to see if there's any there that you're interested in leaning into. And so in this case here, we can just npx create near app, banana is the name of the application. Immediately we'll see this suggestion for what we can do next. Yarn dev will actually create a new contract account, create a new account, deploy the contract to that account, launch the server so that you can see your web application, a web server, so you can see your web application running against testnet in just a few seconds. So it's the fastest way to get started with a new app, actually. And so here, yarn dev, this is what it does. If you're familiar with node development, this will look obvious to you. Of course, you can poke through some of these details here in the package JSON. This is what you get when it launches. And you can basically sign into your wallet, creating an account if you don't already have one. And then you can edit the greeting and save that to chain. And you'll see that it actually, the change gets applied on chain. You'll see that transaction in the Explorer and sort of verify. You also get this little toast that pops up in the application. And so all of this is available for you to review if you want to include these kinds of behaviors in your own apps. And if you want to dig a little bit deeper, here's some things that you might explore by answering these questions. Where do we set up a connection to Near actually? And if you want some hints, they are there in the lighter colored text. Where do we log in? Which lines of codes connect? Which lines of code connects the contract to the JS context so we can actually call it. And then can you consider sort of reverse engineering, some of this stuff, maybe changing what's happening in the chain, in this case, to reverse a string, for example. And so hopefully this is a good kind of intro. As a reminder, you can learn, build, and earn with NEAR today, whether you're joining the Open Web Collective, the grants program, checking out the bounties program, Figment Learn pathway for NEAR that you can start today, or Gitcoin kernel. All of these are opportunities to dive in immediately. And as a reminder, we have the scavenger hunt coming up in just about an hour or two here. I'm not sure exactly what the timing is. And so if you want to come and play with us a little bit, you're more than welcome to do that. You'll find these slides at bit.ly/near-kba. And if you want to join us, please do. Check out near.org/learn. Telegram, Discord, Stack Overflow will be there. So if there isn't anything else, let me just paste the link here to the slides. And that way you can get right to these and check them out yourself. And just as a reminder, there are about 80 slides in the deck with many, many slides hidden. So if you want to dig into some more details comparing Ethereum and NEAR, if you want to dig into what's happening in the state storage, if you want to dig into testing and how to run unit tests, simulation tests, and so on, you want to look at some of the interfaces like NEAR Explorer, NEAR Wallet. You want to check out scaling with cross-contract calls and some simple code samples there. You want to learn more about the Rainbow Bridge and the mechanics of how that works with an intro video and some diagrams and entry points. All of that is available to you here. Nice. Thanks for posting that, Shreyas. Any other questions or comments? My guess is we have 0 minutes or 5 minutes left for questions. Anything else?
Thank you, Sharif. It was indeed a very good session. And also
Thank you.
the promising scavenger hunt that is coming up in another 1 hour.
Yeah.
I think like we have almost covered all the questions. Again, attention the audience, if you have any questions, please type them to the question box. We'll be very happy to answer them. I think we'll wait for another 2 to 3 minutes. If they have any questions, they can drop it.
Okay, great. Yeah, and the fastest way to get into some of these links is near.org/learn, just as a reminder. Sorry, was that Shreyas?
Hey, Sharif, yeah. Sorry, the link was only for panelists. I think you have to change the setting and then post that link again so that it goes to the attendees as well.
Sorry, thanks.
No worries. While people are, gonna ask questions, I just want to take a couple of minutes to talk about the NEAR community and some of our community initiatives that you can join in. Obviously, we are looking for people that want to contribute to the community and the larger NEAR ecosystem. So if you'd like to contribute, we've been talking with the KBA team about starting a NEAR guild, NEAR KBA guild. And if you're interested in learning more about what NEAR guilds are, you can go to this link. If there's anything that interests you, and if you have any questions about how to contribute, and if you're interested in general about learning more about NEAR or contributing to any of the initiatives, feel free to reach out to me or Sharif. I've posted my email here. Feel free to drop me an email, and I'd love to help you get started within the NEAR ecosystem.
Hi, Sharif, we have a question in the chat.
Yeah, is it, uh-oh. Sorry about that, I've lost my screen here. I see a question, what is the TPS of NEAR? Is that the one you're talking about or something different? What is the TPS of near? Yes, I see. Vimal Suresh has also posted this as a question in QA, so I was just answering it there, but I can respond. So the upper bound is currently, I think, something like 200 TPS per shard, and so this is really the key to near. Is it's a multi-sharded or a sharding system. That's how we are planning scalability. Currently, mainnet is running on a single shard, but there is a guild that is dedicated, the sharding guild, that is dedicated to exploring current behaviors of a multi-sharded system. And I think they're running 4 shards or 8 shards at the moment to kind of make sure that it's stable and working before we move to a multi-sharded system in 2021. And so at that point, you talk about scalability that grows linearly with the shards, basically. So each shard can handle this many transactions per second. And so there's no real upper bound, 50, 100 shards, whatever the number of shards that we have. The way shards work is quite interesting. You can see a little bit more about it in our Nightshade white paper and in our documentation. If you search for shards, we go into to explain how these work. But one thing that's useful to know is when you're making calls from one contract to another, the mental model is that each account lives on its home shard, one and only one shard. And so a call from one account to another is effectively always across contract, across shard call. And so the system is built to scale at the very lowest level. We are assuming that it will be multi-sharded, and anytime you call from one account to another, you're basically making this cross-shard call. The value of that is if you have one account that gets particularly popular, like a CryptoKitties popularity that sort of slows the network down, the protocol reserves the right to move that account to its own dedicated shard so that it doesn't clog up the rest of the network. And so right now, the upper bound for a transfer transaction is something like 200 TPS. Any more complex transaction would obviously be a lower TPS than that. That's the upper bound, but then that would scale per shard. Any other questions? Thanks for asking that, by the way.
Thank you, Sharif. Any more questions from the attendees? I think we are done. Okay, thank you, Sharif. Thank you, Shreyas. We are honored to have you reside. Thank you once again. It was a pleasure being with you at BlockHash Live 2020. We appreciate you being here. Have a great time.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi all. We have two parallel sessions coming up, an expert session on consensus and the consortia by Arun Essen, Hyperledger TSC member, and also a near scavenger hunt. The link to both sessions will be shared via chat, also the Q&A. Please stay tuned to the link. Thank you. Please note, the link to the near scavenger hunt and the expert session on consensus and consortia by Arun will be shared via chat and Q&A. Hi, everyone. Upcoming is 2 panel sessions. The link to join the sessions are provided in the chat and question box. Kindly click the link and enter your preferred meeting. Also, you can scan the QR code provided. Looking forward to seeing you there. Attention participants, upcoming is a 2 parallel sessions. The link to join the session are provided in the question box and chat. Kindly click the link and enter your preferred meeting. Thank you. Hello, Takimia. Can you hear me? Mic unmute ചെയ്യാം. ഞാൻ ചാറ്റ് അയച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് പേഴ്സണലി. Hi, Takimir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we'll start the session in 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Yeah, thank you. Hello and hi everyone. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Welcome to BlockHash Live 2020, the third International Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself Anshu, technical content writer at Kerala Blockchain Academy. Now we have with us Takemiya Makoto, co-founder and CEO of Ceramistu, a Japanese fintech company specializing in blockchain technology and digital identity. Ceramistu delivers blockchain-based solution for enterprises, universities, and governments. From the creation of domestic and cross-border payment systems to developing own decentralized autonomous economy is extensively explored in this global technology company. Takemiya is one of the lead programmers and architects of Hyperledger Iroha. His founding organization, Ceramistu, uses Hyperledger Iroha to create services for users, including the mobile applications for managing digital assets, identity, and contracts. We are honored to have you, Mr. Takemiya. He'll be shedding the lights on how to effectively utilize Hyperledger Iroha for digital asset use cases. So before we start, just little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Now, without further ado, over to you, Mr. Takemiya.
Yeah, thanks. It's great to be here. I don't seem to have permission to share my screen, so if you give me permission, I'll share some slides. Yes. It works now. Thank you. Before I start, how much time should I leave for Q&A?
It's up to you. Like, how long will you take to complete your presentation?
Okay. Yeah, I could talk for hours.
Okay, you have 1 hour with you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'll do my best, yeah, I'll try to leave maybe 20 minutes for Q&A at the end.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to introduce myself. So I'm Makoto Takemiya. I'm the co-founder and the group CEO of Soromitsu, and I'm a naturalized Japanese citizen, and I'm a computer scientist by training, and I've worked before in many different positions, mainly in research fields. My company does quite a lot of work in blockchain. So I'd like to describe us as a boutique fintech company specializing in blockchain technology. And we're also one of the main or heavy contributors to Hyperledger Iroha, which is one of the open source blockchain platforms in the Hyperledger project. We, of course, don't only use Hyperledger projects, but we also do other work with Ethereum. We work with Web3 Foundation on Polkadot, also with Filecoin. So we do quite a lot of other work, but we try to choose the best tool for the right job. Today, I'll be mainly talking about our work with Hyperledger Iroha, and we've done work, a lot of different work over the years. Our company's almost 5 years old. But I'll spend, I think, most of today talking about the work with the Central Bank of Cambodia, because that's an interesting example. But we've done other work as well, including working with the Central Security Depositories of Russia and Slovenia, and working with Bank Central Asia and Indonesia on a digital identity prototype as well. So yeah, I'll talk mainly about our work with Central Bank of Cambodia, which is on Project Bakong, which is a digital real-time payments project. In recent years, I think everyone knows that central bank digital currencies have been a popular topic, and it becomes increasingly popular by the day, it seems, as central banks are starting to think about how do we digitize our liabilities and create more efficient backbone systems so that other regulated entities in the country can use for new types of services and payments infrastructures. And of course, everyone knows the work being done in China. Other countries like Sweden and Turkey have talked about things. Ukraine has done some experiments. Banque de France has been doing some experiments. That even India has been talking about needing a sovereign digital currency. So there's quite a lot of work being done, but our work in Cambodia is actually, I think, on the large scale, it's one of the first. There's of course been smaller work being done in the Caribbean, for instance, and other places. But as far as launching with real money and making it available to an entire population of a non-trivial size, Project Bakong was the first. And I'll talk a little bit about the history of the project, but a general overview is that it's a payment system that allows anyone to send money to a phone number, a Cambodian phone number. So if you have a Cambodian phone number, you can send and receive this digital currency. There's white paper, of course. You can search for it online. NBC has it on their website. We also have a pretty good informative website about the project at Sormitsu's homepage, as well as sormitsu.co.jp. So you can find some of these resources there. Yeah, I think an easy way to kind of start is by showing the app itself, and then kind of taking a step back and explaining, you know, how it was built and what the story is. So this is the app, and I'll show a demo because I think it makes sense to kind of show, trying to and let's see here. So this is the app here. So this is a simple wallet application. Here, I'll make this full screen to be less distracting. In Cambodia, they support multiple currencies because it's very heavily dollarized economy right now. So it has the Khmer Real, which is the domestic currency, and the US dollar. Like many payment systems in Asia, it uses a QR code based system. So you have like you can send and receive money using a simple QR code. You can also, if you have a bank account at one of the partner institutions, you can deposit money directly to one of these if you happen to know what a bank account number is. But the main use is for people who maybe are underbanked or unbanked in Cambodia, and so the biggest use is really to send money to phone numbers. So you can choose a phone number and maybe send, for example, 1 real. Maybe you can say like some message like hello, hit send, and then you hit confirm, and it actually sends, it signs the transaction on the device and sends it to the backend system, which is using the Hyperledger Iroha blockchain. And then you can see it's already done, and it says success here. So people, when they think of blockchain technology, they usually have this image of it being slow or non-performant, mainly because Bitcoin takes like 10 minutes or more to make a transaction. But really in the private enterprise setting, you don't really have that problem. Like the technology is really fast, and it gets faster all the time. So so anyway, that's a very quick introduction to the user interface and the app. I'm not going to go into all the details today, but I will talk a little bit about the story and how this was made. So really, the story of Bakong starts in 2016 when the National Bank of Cambodia started on the project. So back then, of course, blockchain technology was a little bit. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if the internet is breaking up or not. Having some connection issues. 1 second.
Yes, we can hear you, Takemio. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, but my computer's having some issues. I'm going to turn off my video just for now, and maybe turn it on later during Q&A. So the story back home starts really back in 2016 when the central bank started to look at using blockchain technology for a new type of payments system. Like, for example, just like they wanted to increase financial inclusion in the country. And so they figured that blockchain would be a good potential candidate for the technology because blockchain technology allows, really decentralized application development. So what I mean is that every device in the country can have their own keys, and the central bank doesn't have to control the system, who's in the system, what the identities are. Instead, you can just have private keys on everybody's phone, and then these individuals are intermediated by the banks. So they started studying this type of technology back in 2016, and then in 2017 we joined with them to build the system. And in 2019 we launched a pilot that actually used real money, and anyone in the country could start to use. And then officially this year in October 28th, we did a full launch of the system. And this system's gotten a lot of press and people interested in it, including we worked with we went down to Cambodia actually in before COVID in January with Yamamoto-san, who's one of the members of the Japanese Parliament, and he even met with the Prime Minister to talk about the system and many other things as well. And then, like I said, the system launched officially in October 28th of this year. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be in Cambodia at the time because of the pandemic, but it's really encouraging to see the support that the country has given. I'll just talk, I think, a little bit about the architecture, and then if there's any other questions about the system, I can talk maybe more in the Q&A about it. So the architecture, like I mentioned before, uses Hyperledger Iroha, and it's a two-tier architecture. So the central bank runs the core system in the backend, and let's see. Sorry for being slow. I think my screen sharing kind of dropped off for whatever reason. So you should be able to see the screen now. There we go. Great. So yeah, if there's any problems with the connection or hearing me, just let me know. But I'll assume there's no problem. So like I said, the system is a two-tier architecture with the Hyperledger Iroha blockchain at the core, and this is run by the central bank. So the central bank actually runs the ledger itself, and then all the participants, all the end users connect through commercial banks. So you don't disintermediate or remove the commercial banks from the system. Instead, you give them a new job to do. So they run payment gateways that each mobile app connects to, and they also provide customer onboarding and support, and they can build different services on top of it. Here's another view of the same architecture. So yeah, it's basically the same as the other screen, but you can see that yeah, the commercial banks are providing quite a lot of services. And then in Cambodia, actually, the integration was very easy with the blockchain system because all the banks use ISO 20022 messaging, and it was a pretty simple task to implement this and roll it out across the country. And I've talked about these things. So you might be wondering, what is this? How is this different from, e-money systems or other types of systems that exist already? The Backong system, because the ledger is being managed by the central bank, every transaction actually has settlement finalities. So the transaction that I demoed earlier only took a couple seconds, but actually that has legal finality with regards to the payments. And this doesn't matter whether you're sending inside the same bank or across banks. It's just, it's agnostic about like what bank is actually being a counterparty to the transaction. This is very different from what you have in the traditional e-money type of system, where you would typically do some kind of like a charging of the e-money. So you would like give cash to some institution, you would charge up your balance, and then you can pay by sending an instruction for payment to a store. But the store doesn't actually get the money in real time. They actually have to settle, and this settlement period is different depending on the country and the system. But in many places in the world, it's about either 2 weeks or 4 weeks. And so the store actually has to wait, quite a lot of time before receiving the money. And this is, not so convenient, of course. So in the BlockHash system, once you charge up your balance by giving cash to like one of the partner banks, they give you these BlockHash digital balance. Then when you make a payment, the payment is instant and it's settled in real time. There's no deferred net settlement. And so you don't have to worry about netting or anything. You just make the payment itself directly. And the store has the money instantly, and they can use it for, either making other payments or cashing out. And so it makes the payments infrastructure a lot easier in the country. So you may be thinking, like, why did we use blockchain for the system? Because you could use, in theory, just a database or other types of structures. Using blockchain, especially Hyperledger Iroha, I would say simplified the payments architecture because all the participants are at the same level. So commercial banks and users and other types of counterparties, they all are just wallet addresses on the same ledger. And it's just very simple to have this kind of flat structure to send and receive money with the different participants. And then I would say that also because the system, each end user generates their own keys on their own devices. The system is more secure than a traditional database that could potentially have one master set of keys and account balances that could be hacked. So this is much more distributed system. So you distribute the risk and you make it more of a trust minimized system. And this also, you can say, that gives users a mathematically provable ownership of their assets, because you can actually prove that if you can prove that you own some assets in your account by signing a message, for instance. So some of the reasons why this system was built is because in Cambodia, there's a large unbanked population. There's also large remittance markets. So there's lots of domestic and also foreign remittances that are being made. And at the same time, there's very few options for digital payments. So things like e-commerce are not developed as much as I think they should be. And part of the reason is because of a lack of digital money. So most transactions in daily life are based on cash. So with BlockHash, because the efficiency increase of using a system like this over cash, you can potentially add about 1% to 2% to GDP. And in Cambodia, that's about 1 million a day. And that's quite significant, I think. And it's an easy way to help the economy, especially in a time with the pandemic when many countries are having difficulties. The system, as you saw, is pretty fast, and at least from a human standpoint, it's faster than cash, and it makes remittances really fast and easy. It doesn't matter, where you are geographically. You can send money back home to your family, or even do things like pay bills, remotely, which is quite a useful thing. And it gives people access to digital payments. So it can help create a whole e-commerce industry that didn't really exist before. On the other hand, you might be wondering, what are the effects on monetary policy of a system like this? So the system that we worked with MBC to design was really made so that there's no effect really on monetary policy, because this is really just a digitization of physical cash. So it works just like cash, and the minting and deminting works like cash as well. So it's like 100% reserved narrow banking type of system. And the daily transactions also have a limit on how much you can send, so that there won't be competition with bank deposits. And of course, there's no interest being paid on these systems. The same system can be easily implemented in other countries as well. So this system, of course, has been audited by many external auditors, and it's been in use for a while. So, like for example, in India or as any other country, you could build some system like this where you could have the central bank running a blockchain-based core system, and then you have maybe some KYC utility to make compliance easier, and then the commercial banks would provide the service to retail and wholesale customers. And many studies have shown that you can add about 1% to GDP because cash is pretty inefficient. Besides that, we've done a lot of other work, and I'll kind of go through this kind of fast, but we've done a lot of other types of systems with different payment systems. So for example, we worked with the University of Aizu in Japan on building first we did a system called Moika, which is it was just like an event-based cryptocurrency. And then we actually rolled out a system called Byakko, which actually I can show you a demo of. So I will do that. If I can get my okay, great. So this is a Byakko system, and this is a digital currency that we made for the University of Aizu, which is in Japan, and this is also using Hyperledger Iroha blockchain, and it's really just made for people to like go to the cafeteria and you can scan a QR code and send money. I'm gonna just send maybe 1 yen to this guy and say like hello. Hit send, and then it's just like in a BlockHash system, so it's actually processing the system now, and the transaction should show up here. See, it's processing, and it should take a couple of seconds to do. But this is a system that's been that launched in July, and here you can see it's done now. This system launched in July, and like a BlockHash system in Cambodia, this is a system that allows people to basically do like a prepaid system. So you hand physical cash over to a person at the university, and they charge up your balance, and then you can use this money only within the university. So like you can go to a university cafeteria or to bookstore, and you can also do peer-to-peer transactions with other people at the university, like I just sent a transaction here. So this is real money, and this system has been in production now for about 5 months or so. And so this is some of the other work that we've done with payments using Hyperledger Iroha. And let's go back to my slides. So that's Byakko. We've done a lot of work. So you might be wondering, why did we use Hyperledger Iroha for these applications? Like, what makes Hyperledger Iroha useful for payments? I would say it's because in Hyperledger Iroha, we have a design philosophy that for things like simple asset or identity management, it should just be really simple to create the assets and transfer assets. You shouldn't have to write smart contracts that manage all the account balances and logic. So what we have prepared is a set of out-of-the-box instructions that make it really easy to do simple asset management. So for example, you can create an account, you can create an asset, you can transfer an asset to an account, you can manage the permissions for these different different parts of the system, and it just makes it really easy. So instead of having to write all the logic yourself, you can just create your assets and build you can focus on building applications that use these logic. So we spent a lot of time building mobile applications and different libraries. Like there's a Swift library for iOS and a library for Android that make it pretty easy to manage these instructions in your mobile apps. So we want to make it really as easy as possible to do simple payments use cases. We also have a pretty robust permission model in Iroha. So it's a role-based access control model. So you can actually, for these different commands that you can execute, you can actually set permissions on who is allowed to execute these, and you can give different people different permissions. So we use this in some of our applications. So for example, like in querying data, if you're like a bank or something, you only want to query your own users and not like all the users in the system. So that's something that can be managed at the permission level on the blockchain. So it's actually a very secure way to manage the permissions. And you can also create a segregation of powers. So instead of having like a super user administrator, you can have an administrator who has rights to access some data and execute some commands, but they can't execute other commands. So it gives a finer grain control in the setup. And I already talked about this, the privacy. So the queries also have the same permissions associated with them. And the combination of these permissions also allows you to create like nice user experience as well. So for example, people lose their phone quite a lot. And so if you lose your phone, you don't want to lose your access to your account, right? So what you can do is you can grant the permission to change your account keys, your account signatory keys to another entity like a bank or an administrator. And then if you lose your device, you can go to this person and say, hey, I need to replace my key or add a new key. And this bank or administrator can add your new key that you created without ever accessing your private key. They only use a public key for this. So so this is really useful for applications like I showed you at the University of Aizu in Japan, where if you lose your phone, you don't want to lose your account. So you can actually, because it's a campus payment system, so everyone's identity really is known. So you can go and prove your identity, and you can change your keys associated with the account. So version 1, I will just show you quickly the GitHub because we recently So if you wanted to actually play around with the system, the best place to start is probably the GitHub page, and then you can go like to the wiki by clicking on this link over here. And we also have some releases here. If you click on releases on the right-hand side, we have Iroha 1.2, which was released fairly recently, 14 days ago. And 1.2, we spent actually most of this year working on. It has some very nice improvements, some minor bug fixes, and the performance is also improved, and reliability, I would say, is also better. And we support a new type of cryptography like Hyperledger Ursa, and we also integrated with Hyperledger Burrow. So if you're interested, yeah, please, you can get the release here for 1.2 and play around with it. So if you're going to use Iroha version 1 based system, that's what I recommend. And version 1 is written in C++. So if you're familiar with C++, you can also feel free to contribute. We're also working on version 2. And Hyperledger Iroha version 2 is actually being rewritten in Rust. We started this process back in February, and we're getting close to like an initial MVP. And on GitHub, the way it looks is, if you go back to our GitHub page, our branch would be, the main branch to look at would be IDRHA2 branch is kind of mostly stable, and then IDRHA2 dev is going to be a branch that we use. This should also be fairly stable, but sometimes things can break. And if you go down into docs and source, you can read a little bit about our design in the white paper. So we have this IDRHA2 white paper, and you can kind of read about things like the consensus algorithm and some of our design philosophy as well. So if you're interested in Rust, feel free to come by and contribute here. And then additionally, on the Hyperledger wiki. So if you click on the wiki here, we try to do a lot of the work that we support here on the wiki. You can go to IDRHA2, and then IDRHA2 area has all this information about like architecture, and for things like the design, we always we discuss things in these requests for comments. So things like Merkle tree structure is discussed here, and everything is public, so you can read about our decisions and contribute, and it's it's an open source process. So I really encourage people to come by, and if you want to, you can contribute. So that could be interesting maybe for you. In IDRHA2, we're kind of expanding the idea of the IDRHA version 1 commands to create what we call IDRHA special instructions. And this is a Turing complete, or when we're done with it, it'll be a Turing complete domain specific language that you can use for asset management and anything really, but our main use cases that we focus on, again, are things like payments and digital identity. So these are the use cases that we're looking at. And we also have been working on kind of an improved Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus algorithm called Sumeragi. So this is a little bit of improvement over consensus in IDRHA version 1. So it should be a little bit faster and more reliable. The basic idea really is, well, there's some time, so I can go into it, I guess. The basic idea is you have nodes on your network. Let's say there's 4 nodes, which having 4 nodes allows you to withstand one Byzantine fault. One Byzantine faulty node, and like given previous BlockHash, you create a random ordering on these nodes, and this changes every block, so it's really hard to manipulate the system. And then you choose the first node as the leader, and then you have what's called a proxy tail, which would be the like within the set of 2f+1 nodes that you need. Well, it's actually the end of the 2f+1 set. So if you want to, so what this system does that's different from other type of Byzantine fault-tolerant algorithms is that it applies this ordering over the network nodes. So so when messages are sent, they're sent in a specific order, and if a node doesn't get a message, you have a rough idea who was bad, and then you can kick this person out. So you have like a set A and a set B. Set B is only used when there's a problem in consensus. The leader creates a proposal and sends it to everyone in set A. Everyone in set A should then sign it and send it to the proxy tail. And then the proxy tail should broadcast a commit. And if you don't get commit somewhere, what you can do is you can actually, rearrange things. So like the process kind of continues in this random order, and there's deterministic timeouts. So if a node doesn't get a commit message within the expected time, then you just you rearrange the ordering of the nodes and you try again. So the normal consensus flow for this is really highly optimized because in a permissioned blockchain platform, most of the time you're not going to have any faults. But if you do, you still have liveness guarantees and safety guarantees for consensus, which is nice to have. Well, it's required. So that's one of the things that we're doing. I'll just kind of share a couple of ideas about my long-term vision. So what we're hoping is that for IROHA version 2, that we'll launch the basic payments use case commands within Q1 of next year, and then we can integrate this into existing payment systems that we've done, like for example, Biakko and Bakong. But we're also doing quite a lot of work on a public cryptocurrency project called Sora. And Sora is a decentralized economic system, and there's a cryptocurrency called Zor, XOR, and another one called Val. And people use this for basically incentivizing productive economic activity. Right now we use actually IROHA version 1 for a part of the network, but we built a bridge between Ethereum and Hyperledger IROHA version 1. So actually I'll show that to you real quick. So we have a D3. We did a lot of work with some different CSDs, like for example in Russia and Slovenia, and we built a project called D3 a couple of years back. And as part of D3, we have an Ethereum bridge that you can find on GitHub under D3 Ledger. And what this allows is it allows you to move IROHA version 1 assets from Hyperledger IROHA to Ethereum, and then you can move them back from Ethereum to Hyperledger IROHA. So it allows you to create a multi-platform asset, multi-platform token. And this has been running in production for a while. We haven't had any problems with it so far. So you can play around with the code and see how it works. And so for version 2 of the Sora network, so we're using version 1 now, but for version 2, we're going to be using Substrate, which is a part of the Polkadot ecosystem. And we're going to become a parachain with this. But for version 3, what we're looking at is using a Hyperledger IROHA version 2 to actually implement the specification needed to become a parachain of Polkadot. So being able to support, WebAssembly runtimes and different types of, messaging with the Polkadot relay chain and Kusama relay chain. So this can provide a nice alternative for people who want to just create a simple digital asset platform without having to work with lots of different frameworks. You can just work with Hyperledger IROHA version 2, and you can easily connect to many other blockchains like Ethereum or Bitcoin or Polkadot or Kusama. So that's like the end goal of what we're doing. So this is not going to happen anytime soon. But if you're interested in this type of thing, feel free to help out and join the Hyperledger IROHA development. And with that, I'm happy to take some questions. I think some people wrote some questions in the chat, so should I just go through these? So yeah, I'll just kind of go through some of the questions here that are in the chat. So One question was, will the slide deck be shared with us? I'm happy to share the deck. I don't know who to give it to, but maybe maybe someone can contact me on Telegram, and I'm happy to share it. Okay, and then somebody else asked, this is about, I guess, the Bokong system. How are customers connected to banks, like peers? And so the architecture is actually like I showed in this figure, where you have the mobile apps that end user has, and these are connected to a payment gateway, and then the gateway actually connects to the blockchain platform. So the actual peers on the blockchain platform are running not at the commercial banks, but at the central banks. So it's a two-tier architecture. So these are the questions that were in the Q&A. Let's see here. So any other questions that I'm happy to answer?
Any other questions, attendees? If you have any questions, please do type your questions in the question box.
So one of the questions in the chat is, how do you see money programmability being leveraged in retail CBDCs? Which is actually a great question. So especially in Hyperledger Iroha 2, we want to make it really easy to do event-based asset management. And so like you can have like some conditional event, and then if you have a conditional match, then you do some output. So you can have like a programmable money or smart money, which actually can do really interesting things, I think, in from a macroeconomic perspective. But the thing is that central banks, I think, are very conservative, and so regulators are very conservative, and so it's really hard to explain programmable money and different use cases of this to central banks and other institutions. I think these applications have to be built in the private sector first, maybe, for example, in the cryptocurrency space. And then once they are shown to have some value, they can then be used in like traditional financial markets infrastructure. So another question that was asked was, do we need apps to be decentralized as well? And yeah, this is a great question. So one thing that a lot of people maybe don't realize when they first get into blockchain is that there's actually quite a lot of centralized infrastructure in a lot of these systems. So if you have a mobile app, typically you don't connect directly to the blockchain system. You have some middleware. And even things like push notifications are typically run in a centralized server that you register with. So do we need apps to be decentralized? It's a desired thing, I think. It's much more efficient if you don't have to have middleware, if you can just have apps connecting directly to the blockchains without having to go through other intermediaries. So this is kind of the way that the technology is moving. It takes some time to get there, but we're trying to build tools, for instance, that allow our payment apps to connect directly to the backend system without having to go through like a gateway or payment middleware in the future. Another question is, any challenges for the present system? Well, there's always challenges in anything you do, especially when you do something new. So I think the technology is not really the hard part. The technology gets better all the time. It improves every few months. I would say that the hardest part would be maybe being able to explain the potential of the technology to different stakeholders and getting people to build applications that can actually take advantage of what the capabilities are, because a lot of people don't really understand everything about it. Another great question is that how would we, well, there's a couple questions that I think are related. One is they want to deploy the backlog system in another country, like Panama, or but really any country could be the same. Yeah, it's possible, I think, to license this technology. But I mean, I don't think I'm just being Japanese and not answering directly. So yeah, it's possible to license the technology. We just have to have like a clear, business case, business relationship, and figure out, what the model would be. And then this kind of goes along with, is it possible to add fee collection or transaction fees to a system like this? And the answer is, yeah, you can add transaction fees. It really depends on the business case, right? So technology is getting so good that transaction fees are trending towards zero, right? So it's to really monetize payments infrastructure, some kind of new value add has to be created. At least that's my opinion about the future. Another great question is the system being used in Japan? Yeah, Byakuo system is being used at the University of Aizu in Japan, which is in Fukushima Prefecture. But this is, very small area, but it's a good initial start, I think. Let's see, there's other questions in the chat. A few questions here. One question is, what will be the competition from other DLTs and blockchains dedicated to payments like Corda and Ripple? Well, I'm not going to maybe, speak so much about the competition, but yeah, there's always new systems coming out. There's always going to be competition. I don't think it's really that concerning, because I think all the technology is pretty close in capabilities. It depends really on what the use case is, what the user needs. So even using this, different, even using the same DLT or same blockchain platform, the way that you design it, the variables that you choose, and different things like that can have a very big outcome on the system. So it really depends on how you design it, not really the technology, I think. Can you give us a few links for us to build a sample network in IDOHA from scratch? I think our wiki has some simple things like this. I know there are some different demos and ways to easily set this up and play around with it. But unfortunately, whoever designed our documentation didn't really think about finding this in an easy way, I guess. One of them is Katakoda. We have a pretty easy way to do things. Anyway, you can go to getting started section here on we have a documentation on idoha.readthedocs.io. And if you go here, it says how to create a network using Docker and setting everything up. So it's not too hard, actually. Let's see, there's a couple other questions. One is, from a central bank standpoint, what are the drivers for choosing IDOHA over Besu? Well, I think not having to write Solidity code is a big plus. So that's something. Solidity is not always very friendly to write code in, but it's really just a design choice. And like I said, the technology is only one variable, and how you design the system and the business rules you have are much more important than the technology you choose. Someone asked, as a beginner, where can we start if we want to contribute to IDOHA 2? Yeah, so if you have knowledge of Rust, I don't think we yet have. We have a Jira board set up. let's see if I can find it easily. So we have a Jita board set up, and this is public and managed by a Hyperledger project, but it's asking me to log in, and I don't want to log in right now. But if you go to our Jita board, there's some tasks there that you can see. You can get there by going to the wiki and then click on Iroha 2. And then you can see that at the bottom it says contributions and requests, and then you can just kind of go to Jita here and find some tasks that you want to work on. We also have a week, every 2 weeks, we have a meeting with the community to discuss things, and we can make this weekly if possible or if needed. And there's also easy ways to communicate with us. Let me see if I go here. There's if you go back to the top of the wiki for Iroha, there's a chat, so you can join us either on a Hyperledger chat or Gitter or Telegram. All these are linked. We have a bridge that sends messages between the different chats, so it doesn't matter what tool you use. You can just choose one of them. So you can just jump in to one of the chats and write some messages, and we can, try to give you some tasks if you want to help out. So that's all the questions that I have currently. Do you have any other questions? Oh, there's somebody wrote something in chat. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, it looks like we have covered all the questions. Thank you, Takemia, for an inspiring session on creating a better world through decentralized technologies, also explaining deep how the Hyperledger Iroha can be wisely used for digital asset use cases. It was an honor to have you today at BlockHash Live 2020. Thank you. Thank you once again. We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, attendees. Soon we'll be starting the next session on reimagining carbon markets with blockchain and elephants. Stay tuned. So before we start, little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom panel. Hello, Walid, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you so much.
No worries. Actually, just a second, I forgot I need to plug in my external mic, so I'm just going to do that now, and hopefully you can still hear me.
Sure, take your time.
Yeah. Microphone. Okay, how's that? Can you hear me better now?
Yes, great.
Great. Okay, I'm all ready. Do you want me to activate the camera or not yet?
We'll have a formal invitation first.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, hello and hi everyone. Welcome to the next session of BlockHash Live 2020, the International Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Anshu, technical content writer at Kerala Blockchain Academy. Now we have with us Walid El-Sakha, the founder of Insure Blocks. Insure Blocks is a dedicated weekly podcast on blockchain, smart contracts, and distributed ledger technology in the insurance industry. Hosted by Walid, this podcast invites expert speakers from incumbents to the most promising startups in London, New York, Zurich, and around the world. Insure Blocks is the best way to understand the basics of blockchain, also hear about the proof of concepts, what insurance companies have done, their learnings, and the end results. Insure Blocks is a one-stop shop for both beginners and experts on blockchain to understand the technology's impact on the insurance industry. I invite Walid El-Sakha to the BlockHash Live 2020. We're extremely delighted to have you on board today. Mr. Walid will be speaking on reimagining the carbon markets with blockchain and elephants. So as I said before, the audience, if you have any questions, please drop your questions in the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. So now without further ado, over to you, Mr. Walid.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and hello to everyone. So I'm going to share my screen and we're going to take you on a little journey. So here we go. It's going to be slightly different to the presentations you've had up to now. So we're here to talk about reimagining carbon markets with blockchain and elephants. By the end of this webinar, 3 to 4 elephants will have been killed by poachers by the end of this webinar. Across Western Africa, more than 2/3 of the forest elephants have been killed in the last decade, ranging from 95% in the Democratic Republic of Congo to 30% in Gabon, according to the Guardian newspaper. And that's for about $40,000. That is the value of their tusks for which they're killed, according to the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about why are forest elephants important. Now, I'm making a distinction here, not the savanna elephants, the forest elephants, which is the purpose of the focus today. So deforestation in Africa is happening at 4 times faster than the global rate, resulting in an average loss of 40,000 square kilometers per year. Now, what does that mean? Now, I'm sure all of you know the Great Nile River that is in eastern part of Africa. What you may not know is that, for example, Ethiopia is looking to build a dam. And in response to that, Egypt, which is at the mouth of the Nile River, is threatening to bomb that dam because they are feared they're going to lose some of the water supply from the Nile River. Both of those countries, though, failed to understand one big risk to the Nile River, which is in the Western Africa, you have this amazing rainforest whose humidity actually powers the flow of air currents that brings rainwater to the Nile River from the humidity that rises up from that rainforest. That elephant, that African forest elephant, is what's considered the great gardeners of the rainforest. If they disappear, deforestation of that rainforest will accelerate significantly. If they disappear, that forest will disappear. That forest disappears, the Nile River goes dry. But yet we as humans, we only think of, let's just bomb each other out. That's the easiest answer to everything. And we don't think about how everything is interconnected, how that elephant is critical for the forest, and that forest humidity is critical for the Nile rivers for it to be able to flow with water. And this happens is because forest elephants' appetite and migratory habits makes them the great gardeners of the forest. Each forest elephant can stimulate a net increase in carbon capture in Central African rainforest of 9,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide per kilometer squared. And according to the IMF, that carbon value of a single forest elephant is $1.75 million. We have today a market that values nature when it's dead, i.e. $40,000 for tusks. But we do not have a market that values nature for it being alive. And I'm grateful for the IMF to have done that exercise to prove to us that the services rendered by an elephant, African forest elephant, in terms of carbon sequestration and carbon services makes it worth $1.75 million. So 3 of us decide to do something about it, to create a team that can build a market that recognizes the value for living nature instead of just a dead nature. So it's got myself, I'm the startup man. This is my 7th startup initiative. I run IntraBlocks, which is a boutique consultancy firm on how to use blockchain, but also a podcast. So we've done close to 140 podcasts, not just in insurance, but in all kinds of industries, supply chain, pharma, banking, food and agriculture, you name it. We've had all kinds of institutions from the European Commission, the World Food Program, the WTO, the OECD. We've all had them on our program. And I've partnered with the author of the white paper at the IMF on the valuation of elephants, but he also did a valuation of the great whales. The great whales, when they're hunted, they're worth $50,000 in meat, but their carbon services and carbon sequestration makes them worth $2 million. And that gentleman is Ralph Chami, assistant director at the IMF. And our third co-founder is Ian Redman, who's an internationally recognized wildlife consultant and conservationist. He provides a lot of reports to the United Nations in terms of how can we protect wildlife. What is clear to me is that in spite of all the huge efforts for decades by conservationists around the world, we have not been able to successfully stop the tide of species who are going ethnic, who are disappearing, extinction, or climate change getting worse. So our idea is, how can you transform the same market forces that have a tendency of destroying nature by using them in a way to preserve nature? So we've built a vision together, which is to build a resilient, equitable, and sustainable economy underpinned by regenerative nature and thriving local communities. And this is done by reimagining the carbon markets. And we are for change. We are here to transform the carbon exchange markets into a driving force for good and bringing transparency, traceability, and trust to them. And we're not a charity. We're going to be a profit-making organization where all the profits are reinvested back into identifying future opportunities to regenerate nature, raising living standards, whilst growing our economies. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a race against time. Climate change is accelerating, and the more we can, as our platform, can invest in other, what I call living assets. So start off with the African forest elephant and then move on to other keystone species, such as the gorilla, the giraffe, the rhinoceros. These are species who have a big impact on their ecosystem. And all this will be done with the help of blockchain, which I'll be talking about in this presentation. Now, for those of you who don't know about the existing carbon markets, but they're kind of new, they're very murky, they lack transparency, and they're full of middlemen that are here to make a quick buck. Of course, hearing all those words, you obviously think blockchain, and I would have to agree with you. And our platform is here to provide the 3 T's: transparency, traceability, and trust. So with regards to transparency, it's about trading carbon credits should be transparent. You should be able to see exactly who you're trading with, as all transactions are recorded and accessible to permission parties on an immutable and distributed ledger. They're traceable. So understanding where funding is spent demonstrates accountability. The distributed ledger allows users to follow the process, see where their funds are, the status of the assets, and how those funds are dispersed and reinvested. And trusted, creating a greater sense of trust underpinned by the dual pillars of transparency and traceability that carbon credits are a force for good, turning dollars from carbon credits into action which protects and repopulates existing living assets whilst increasing living standards. And I'll explain to you how we're going to do that. So what I mean by in terms of local communities, so the carbon credits that will be sold will be used first and foremost to defend the elephant and to take care of their welfare. Let me remove, this theory or this hypothesis, this myth that poachers are hungry farmers or hungry individuals who just need to make a quick buck. Poachers are actually trained armed mercenaries who sell the ivory to support criminal activities. They're heavily armed, and thus you need heavily armed wildlife rangers to protect them. But of course, a lot of those carbon credits will also be used to support the local communities that live within the vicinity of the elephant. So whether it's building a school, providing higher education for girls, buying solar panels for electricity, building a well, a health facility. By doing all this, we're incentivizing the local community to be our eyes and ears about what's happening, to tell us, when there's people who could be poachers who are entering. Because if you think about it, they're here to take care of the elephant, for the elephant to take care of them. Because that asset is worth $1.75 million over 60 years. And that equals to $80 a day. With that, you can do quite a lot. But the thing is, this project sits within a much wider context, which is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And our project will hit 6 of them. Number 1, no poverty. That $80 a day can help provide full-time employment and micro-investment transactions. Decent work and economic growth. Reduce inequalities. And of course, by sustaining keystone species such as the elephant and others, we help to fight climate action, and we're here to support life below water and life on land. So here comes the very interesting part, which I think is much more of interest to you guys, is how does this all work? So we're going to work on the assumption, let's say Google, for argument's sake, or actually Stripe. Stripe might be a better example because Stripe has already been spending over $1 million, I believe, in carbon offsetting measures. So here, let's say Stripe wishes to offset X metric tons of carbon over Y number of years. So it goes through our carbon calculator, and our carbon calculator effectively looks at how many elephants are not servicing an existing contract for another firm that are of a certain age and are within a certain type of forest, because all these influences the elephant's capacity to perform its carbon sequestration services and carbon capture. Now, I want to make something very clear. We are not privatizing animals. We are simply paying for the services they render by simply being alive and performing their normal duties that they do, as a living creature. Once we've identified the living assets that are here to service that contract, then Stripe would send, let's say, $1 million into our escrow account, where it would sit there. Each of those elephants are equipped with a mixture of direct and indirect sensors. And what those sensors are here to collect is effectively two pieces of information. Is the elephant still alive? And is the elephant still in a zoo, in the forest, sorry. You know, we don't want people who say, hey, I've got elephants in a zoo to be part of the system, because they can't perform the services they render because they have to be within the forest. And of course, they have to be alive. If they are, then at the end of every day, we issue an asset-backed token. And those tokens that are issued are backed by the money that sits in the escrow account. Now, what happens with those tokens? So those tokens goes, as I said early on, initially to the forest rangers, straight into their mobile phones. The other tokens, the other outstanding tokens, go to the local community as micro investments for them to determine how they wish to use those funds. So then a message is sent back to us saying how many tokens have been issued. Now, these tokens can be spent at locations that have registered to be on our platform. So they can be spent at a certain number of merchants. They can be spent at certain utility firms or educational facilities or construction companies for the micro investments. Those tokens are collected by those merchants and utility companies and so on. And at the end of every month, they send us the tokens back, and a reconciliation exercise is done between tokens that were issued with tokens that have been collected. Once that reconciliation exercise has been done, then we will send the cash to those merchants, to those utility companies and construction companies. Why is this system important? First of all, we're giving Stripe a transparent, traceable, and trusted manner for them to offset their carbon emissions. As a permission party, they can see how the funds are being used. Point number one. Point number two, they get a CSR message at the end of every month. CSR is corporate social responsibility. They get to see how their money is being used to provide full-time employment to forest rangers, but also it provides the kind of investments that are needed in the local communities, whether it is, as I said, building a health facility, building roads, or building any kind of other infrastructure activities. And that is very powerful for those kind of enterprises to get. They get effectively twice, the return for their money. But the thing is, again, how does this project sit within the wider climate change? And the important thing is that we're stopping the killing of an asset that is playing an important part in carbon capture and carbon sequestration. But also, very importantly, we're raising the living standards of the local community. Many of these individuals are unbanked. We can help them by becoming bankable. So this creates a very win-win-win-win kind of relationship. So first of all, it's a win for the elephant. The elephant is protected, doesn't get killed. It's a win for the enterprise. The enterprise gets a clear, transparent, and trusted mechanism for offsetting their carbon emissions, but also they get a corporate social responsibility message. It's a win for the local community because their living standards are being lifted. And you know what? It's also a win for the state in which those local communities reside, because now these people are bankable. They can be taxed as they're earning income. So it's a win for all of these parties. So effectively, what we've done is that we're taking this toxic asset, carbon, and with the help of the elephant, we're transforming it into carbon for social good. So all this idea came to me literally 2.5 months ago. And since then, what I've realized is that the problems we as a society are facing, this climate change problem, is magnitudes bigger than the problem we're facing with COVID-19. This is magnitudes bigger. And it cannot be resolved only by technology. It cannot be resolved only by science. or by politics or by legal frameworks. It requires a multidisciplinary approach to a very complex problem. And I'm very grateful that up to now we've got 50 volunteers who have joined to help us launch a pilot in 2021 in the Western African state of Gabon that has 45,000 African forest elephants. And out of those 50 volunteers, we've got academics, scientists, economists, entrepreneurs, technologists, students, lawyers, marketeers, financiers, and I'm sure I've forgotten a lot more into that. Because this is, as I said, it's a multidisciplinary approach that is required. And these people are coming from all around the world, from India, from Russia, from South Africa, from Australia, from IT, from all across Europe, from Canada, Brazil, US. And as a father of 2 daughters, I'm absolutely delighted. It's a 50-50% gender split in terms of both the leadership and the volunteers. And we've got a message for everyone, which is we have 3 principles: be human, have love, and give hope. So I'll invite you, all of you, of course, to join us, bring us your unique skills, and together let's build a resilient, equitable, and sustainable economy underpinned by regenerative nature and thriving local communities. I'll happily take your questions now.
Thank you, Walid. Attendees, if you have any questions, please type them into the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll be happy to take it.
Until perhaps some questions come in, I'll share a little bit more for you guys. So the thing is, launching such initiatives, requires a lot of work. And we have this amazing group of volunteers who are here to make it realize. And so thank you, Adarsh, for your question. I mean, at the moment, as I said, this is a global approach in terms of volunteers. Because my experience, I did not mention it, but this is my 7th startup. So I've built many startups. And what is key for a successful initiative is to have a sniper focus. You got to be very focused in terms of what you're doing. So we're focusing to start initially in the country of Gabon, which is in Western Africa, simply because, we've had good conversations there with the Minister of Forestry, who is giving us his blessing to launch a pilot in the southeast part of his country in a national park to use his elephants there. But this is a solution that can be implemented in many countries. So once we successfully launched a pilot, we want to be able to scale this project to cover as many elephants as possible, to cover other living assets such as the giraffe, the gorilla, the great whales, and so on, and also to do it in other countries, of course. So how can people in India bring value to this project? Well, we actually already have individuals from India. This is a global crisis that we're facing. Climate change is not something that is only being affected in Europe or in North America or in India. It's a global element. So whatever carbon capture services that can be done by an elephant, that service is not being done just for Gabon, it's being done across the world. So, you guys have unique skills, you have unique perspectives on things, and I would invite you to bring that uniqueness to our team. So yes, Sonali, of course, we are going to be spreading this to other wild animals. But as I said earlier on, as a startup, you have to be focused. The biggest challenge in one of the biggest challenges, there are many challenges in this project, is how do you monitor the well-being and location of a wild animal? It's actually incredibly difficult. I'll give you an example. The elephant. If you want to monitor their well-being, what are you going to do? You're going to put a sensor on them. If you want to put a sensor on them, you have to shoot them with a dart to put them to sleep. Between the time that you shoot them and them falling asleep, they probably would have run 2 kilometers in the forest, and they're kind of sleepy, and they might actually kill themselves. First point. Second point, you've got to run after it in a forest. It's very hard. And third point, elephants are very protective creatures and they're very strong family structures. So if you try to shoot one elephant to put him to sleep, you guarantee that the other elephants in his family will protect it. So that's a very difficult situation. So we have to work with a range of different sensors, from satellites to camera traps in the forest to DNA testing of their dung. There's all kinds of things. So because of that challenge, we're starting first with the elephant, and then to see how we can expand it to other living animals. Does this propose a new blockchain network for token distribution, or using? No, so we're not going to use crypto. So we're not looking to build a cryptocurrency, not at all. I'm sure you will appreciate that in some markets, in some industries, people are still very fearsome of the whole world crypto. And one of the target industry, of course, that we're going to be aiming is the financial industry, because they do have to offset their carbon emissions. So that's the reason why we're part of the reason why we're not using cryptocurrency. So the tokens are only meant as a kind of a coupon or physical digital representation of the money that sits in the crypto account. That is the only purpose in how we're using it. How can we convince the locals regarding blockchain? Well, the thing is, one thing I've learned, remember, I've done close to 140 podcasts on blockchain. And the one thing I can tell you is you don't need to talk about blockchain. Just like, if I call you on your mobile, I don't need to find out what kind of processor you have within your mobile. It just works, right? So when you talk about blockchain, when it's relevant to talk about blockchain, you don't need to talk about it. I think where it makes sense to explain is the token, is how that token is backed by currency. Yes, that will need to be explained. And thank God, today there is, coupons, effectively are a form of token. So we would explain it in that manner, that this is similar to a coupon, is just a digital representation of that coupon. What about using similar technology platform and tokenization principles for afforestation, for planting of more trees? Yes, so there are a number of awesome initiatives that already exist today or are about to launch who have similar principles to us, where the carbon offsetting is being done to trees, and some are actually being done to soil, where it is incentivizing farmers to do something in terms of their soil. I'm not exactly sure, that can help in terms of the carbon offsetting. These are all great initiatives, and we need as many initiatives as possible. We just happen to have decided to focus on the animals because they have, in our opinion, a great impact on their ecosystem. Because the elephant itself, doesn't capture a large amount of carbon, but it is the services it does within the forest. I'll give you an example. So it destroys a lot of shrub, it destroys a lot of baby trees, that ensures that some of the core trees, their trunk gets bigger and they become more powerful. Bigger trees capture more carbon. So that's one of the things they do. The second thing they do is that the fruits of those trees that they eat are very big, have huge seeds, and only an elephant can digest that seed. And when they poop that seed out, with the poo, it acts as a magnificent fertilizer for that seed to become a brand new tree. So that's part of the whole ecosystem of how the elephant influences carbon capture and carbon sequestration services. Yes, the slides will be shareable. I'll be happy to distribute it, to you guys as easy as possible. And if you want to be part of this initiative, please, reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'll happily introduce you to the platform and to the team. I'll share a little bit more information with you guys, actually. So let me share my screen. So it's a project that's being led, by volunteers from all around the world. So we created a mirror board, and you can see we've got a vision, our stripe line. What do we do? What do we stand for? And then we have some key milestones that we have to achieve. And we've created 13 working groups for the 50 volunteers. So we have a business development working group that is here to recruit enterprises. And we've had a number of great conversations with enterprise for the pilot. We have an admin working group, partnerships working group, so we can partner with the WWF, for example, marketing working group. Ethics is the most important working group, They're here to make sure that whatever we do is done within a very high level of values, both internally and externally. The economist working group is here to understand and build valuations of those living assets. The science working group is here to determine, how much carbon does each living asset can capture. Sensors, as I mentioned, what is the kind of right sensor technology that is required to monitor those living assets in a non-intrusive way. The blockchain working group is self-explanatory. Local communities, we're going to be setting up local offices in each of the countries in which we operate in to make sure that we don't have a situation where it's the north dictating to the south what to do. No, we want to engage with the local people and set up those local offices. Legal working group, and of course an investment working group to provide us the capital to get this initiative to the next level. So we are very structured. We're growing by 1 or 2 new volunteers roughly per day. It's kind of accelerating at the moment, which just brings its own challenge. But this is something we're very happy about. Can we see the demo of the pilot? Well, as I said, the pilot will be launching towards the end of next year. These things take a lot of time. We're very lucky that we have a national, international mobile operator that's going to be launching a hackathon in Q1 next year with us to help develop the sensor technology that is required, because it doesn't quite exist today. Any thoughts other than the CO2 footprint to measure the environmental impact? So yes, Dennis, very good question, because there are many other things that an elephant does, in terms of biodiversity. Biodiversity is very important, but on problem that there's not a market on which you can put a value to it. What we've done is that we've looked at the carbon offsetting, the carbon capture and carbon sequestration that elephant can do, because there is a market for carbon offsetting. So we wanted to make sure that we could use today's market forces in a manner that could help to preserve the animal. But yes, my hope and is that we're going to get to a stage as a society where we start putting real value to biodiversity, and that will of course add to the elephant. The one other thing that I want to add is that today's price of carbon is roughly $26. The IMF is predicting that's going to move up to $75 by 2030. So imagine what kind of valuation that's going to do to the elephant. It's going to skyrocket. A bit skeptical with carbon market, which is dropping. Well, the carbon market, Dennis, is going up and down because it's very lacks of transparent, a lot of traceability. However, there's over $100 billion that firms, at least in Europe, have put aside for carbon offsetting. They haven't put the money invested in today because they don't feel confident in the existing carbon markets that are in establishment. Our hope is that ours will provide the confidence to do that. We are a contributor to the Mark Carney, which is the ex-Bank of England governor, who now leads a UN task force on how to reinvent the carbon markets. And we're a contributor to that. And we believe there's an opportunity to make them a lot clearer, and we will demonstrate that. How can we convince the locals regarding blockchain and token assets? So yeah, as I said, Mubin, that we're not here to convince them about blockchain, but we are here to talk to them about token assets in a manner which is similar to a coupon, so that when they receive that token, that when they show it to the till registrar at their local grocer that is signed up on our platform, it can be scanned and they can get value for it in terms of products that they wish to purchase. Any other questions? Let me see if I've missed anybody else. No, I think I've covered all the other questions. So if there's anything else, please don't hesitate. Yeah, is there any website for this? Very funny story. Vimal, we actually just came up with our name 2 or 3 days ago. Finding a name for this initiative where the URL is still available was a huge challenge. So we've only came up with that, and we hope to have a website up and running within a week and a half. One of the beauties about having 50 volunteers is that we've got a lot of resources. And one of the challenges, of course, is because as volunteers, you have to work a little bit at everyone's timing, which has an impact. Any other questions? Please don't hesitate. Let me see if I forgot anything. No, I think we're done.
Yes, I think we have covered all the questions. So once again, thank you, Walid. I greatly
you.
appreciate the presentation you gave. It was nothing short of incredibly informative and interesting.
Thank you.
We're honored to have you. Thank you, audience, for making very interactive. It was a pleasure being with you today. Thank you and stay tuned. Hi, everyone. Upcoming is a workshop on PyTeal for Algorand blockchain. The link for joining the workshop is provided in the chat and question box. You may also use the QR code for joining. Attention participants. Upcoming is a workshop on PyTeal for Algorand. The link for joining the workshop is provided in the chat and question box. You may also use the QR code for joining. Thank you. Hi all. Please join the upcoming workshop by Teal for Elgorand using the link provided in the chat box. The session will be starting in 5 minutes. Hello everyone. The workshop on PyTeal for Algorand has already started. To join, please use the link provided in the chat and question box. Attention attendees, the workshop on PyTeal for Algorand has already started. The link is provided in the chat box. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Michael?
yeah, very good. It says I can't
yeah.
share my screen while the other participant is sharing.
Yeah. We'll stop now. Okay, can you try that once more?
Yeah, all right, now it's working.
Yeah. Okay, we can view.
So I am going to be talking today about making digital assets mainstream.
Yeah, I'll have a short introduction, right?
Pardon?
I'll have a short introduction, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome to BlockHash Live 2020, the third International Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Melvin Sami. I'm a research and development engineer at Kerala Blockchain Academy. We have with us Michael Gord, a founder of MLG Blockchain. Michael Gord built a team of over 80 people in 5 continents, all unified by the goal of making the decentralized future a reality. To brief MLG Blockchain, it's a global venture creation and capital advisory firm with blockchain technology development and broker-dealer capabilities. The team compromised blockchain and DLT accounts having a rich experience with many blockchain fabrics, including Bitcoin blockchain, Ethereum, Hyperledger, EOS, Ripple, Factom, Tron, Neo, Icon, and Eon. Headquartered in Toronto and New York City, with a distributed team across 20 plus countries, MLG Blockchain offers premium blockchain consulting services with both regional and global representation for clients around the world. MLG Blockchain is also active in hosting international case competitions and hackathons. I invite Michael Gord to BlockHash Live 2020. We are extremely delighted to have you on board today. Michael will be speaking on mainstream adoption of digital assets, a much eagerly looked upon topic by enthusiasts all over the world. So before we start, just little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Also, you can raise your hand at the end to directly shoot the questions to your presenter. Now, without further ado, over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to be speaking about making digital assets mainstream. To talk about that, we're going to first look at history. History has a habit of repeating itself, and I think we can learn something. We're going to talk about network effects and how network effects accelerate. We're going to talk about Bitcoin, trends and opportunities. I'm going to really focus on branded currencies, which is what I think is one of the areas that I think is really going to push mainstream adoption. And then I'm going to just explain a bit more about what we do and share some resources. So I am the CEO of the GDA group of companies. We are a group of companies focused across the blockchain and digital asset capital market. I was also the first blockchain developer at TD Bank in Toronto, and I'm the managing director of the XDB Foundation, which is focused on pushing the adoption of the digital bits blockchain and of branded currencies. So as far as history, if we go back just 1,000 years to Fifth Avenue, which is the main street in New York City, I know that we're not in a room, so I can't really see anyone, but it's very difficult to find a car. There is a car here, but everyone is using horse-drawn carriages. And only 13 years later, on the same street in New York, it's basically only cars. So it took 13 years for it to be basically 100% horses and a single car to being 100% cars and a single horse-drawn carriage. If we look at a more recent case study of mainstream adoption of disruptive technologies, you can look at a concert before 2015, and there were no cell phones. And essentially, overnight, concerts started to have cell phones. So over time, with technology, the adoption curves of disruptive technology has gotten steeper. So whereas it took decades for the telephone to reach mainstream adoption, now applications like Angry Birds are reaching 1 billion people in under a year. So let's talk about network effects a bit, because ultimately digital assets are just networks of people that believe in the economics and governance for the digital assets, for the value that's stored in its network, but the people in the network, the nodes of the network, the developers, the investors, the entrepreneurs, the advocates, ambassadors, educators, everyone in a network has value, and the value of the network is directly proportioned, is just about the square of the participants in the network. An interesting example of this is the creator of the chessboard. I like this story, and that is that the creator of the chessboard, when they created the chessboard, was asked for a gift for having come up with a fun game. And the creator said that he didn't want a lot. He just wanted a grain of rice on the first square, and every day he wanted the amount of rice on the next square to double. And that seems like it wasn't going to be a lot of rice. It seemed like it was going to be a good deal. And the first half of the rice was not that much. It was maybe the size of an elephant. But the second half of the chessboard is where things begin to get truly exponential, which is we are entering the second half of the chessboard for digital asset adoption, also for disruptive technology adoption in general. And on the second half of the chessboard, with the doubling of the piles, by the end of the board, the pile would be larger than Mount Everest. So anyways, for fooling the king of the time, the creator was killed. But as I mentioned, network effects are getting faster. It took the airlines 68 years to get to 50 million users, and it took Pokemon Go 19 years to get to 50 million users. So now let's chat about Bitcoin. And ultimately, as mentioned, Bitcoin is a speculative asset that only has value because there's an increasingly growing network of more and more valuable participants that believe it has value and perhaps will increase in value, so are not trading it and are trading their fiat currencies on a day-to-day basis instead. But over the past year, we've started to see an unprecedented amount of institutional attention. We've seen public companies like MicroStrategy allocating almost $500 million of their treasury into Bitcoin, becoming the first publicly traded company to do so. MicroStrategy is also actually now leveraging their balance sheets to buy more Bitcoins with debt, which is also a first. We're seeing private companies like Square allocating 1% of their corporate treasury or $50 million into Bitcoins. Then we're seeing the biggest institutions in the world like Fidelity advising their clients to allocate 1 to 5% of their portfolio into Bitcoin. The largest asset management companies like Stone Ridge purchasing over $100 million in Bitcoin. And PayPal, which has over 100 million, or which has hundreds of millions of users, announcing that they're opening up digital assets. So every day now, the doubling effect of the network with groups like MicroStrategy and PayPal becomes more and more exponential. So what is driving this sudden institutional interest? So in the public markets, or with traditionally, investors would have 40% of their treasuries in fixed income, in like a bonds that's generating them 3% per year or something to beat inflation. But now most of the world has 0% interest rates or negative interest rates. So bonds and treasuries are no longer a no risk investment. Inflation is also likely to continue to increase as Federal Reserves around the world print money and increase the monetary supply due to additional stimuluses from COVID. And finally, with geostability, it's becoming increasingly questioned whether the US dollar will hold its dominant position as the global reserve currency, with countries like Russia starting to price their oil in RMB. It presents a huge risk to US dollar denominated assets. So Chamath Palihapitiya explains it well. He says the conventional approach to investing for retirement was 60% equities and 40% bonds. If your goal was 10% a year, this mix got the job done in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. Not anymore. Now bond returns 0. So does 40 go to 0 with it? What do we replace bonds with? One idea could be to increase exposure to alternative assets. Crypto, cars, art, baseball cards. Most people have 0 to 5% in alternatives. This allocation will probably change if bonds remain at 0. It's just math. If alts go up to 10 or 20% of people's portfolios, cryptos represent a much better asset class and potential return on investment than other alternatives. Crypto also has amazing diversification and is very uncorrelated to other assets in traditional traditional people's portfolios. Let's not talk about that. We also are seeing now some of the largest investors in the world publicly investing into Bitcoins. So Druckenmiller says he owns Bitcoins. Rothschild's Corp has invested into Bitcoins. So now let's talk about some trends and opportunities, and specifically branded stablecoins, which I see as an opportunity to accelerate mainstream adoption of digital assets without people even knowing it, by doing the things they would normally do at the brands they would normally do them at. So a branded stablecoin, and I believe that although Bitcoin is a potentially very valuable asset, Bitcoin is super speculative. It's not backed by anything except for the network. So one person could look at Bitcoin and they could say that it's going to 1 million. One person could look at Bitcoin and say, well, actually the network is very small. It's going to be replaced by whatever. The technology is still new. I don't trust it yet. So stable coins that are usable by enterprises and issued by the brands are going to start to be used by everyone, I think, by transacting with the brands that they're already transacting with. And what this will allow for the brand is to use their treasuries to and allow people to transact with their branded coins that are backed by their treasuries, where there will be much less transaction fees than transacting with fiat currency, and where the brands will start to be able to develop a stronger relationship with their ecosystem. So the consumers, the merchants, the other brands, and the enterprises that they're working with. So branded stablecoins will provide brands with more of an understanding of where their ecosystem is transacting, and to be able to reward them for that, to be able to also incentivize the growing of their ecosystems and bringing new people into the ecosystem, whether it's bringing a friend to buy coffee at Starbucks, or whether it is getting a friend to set up a new Air Miles, or whatever existing platforms that people are already using will just be on the blockchain. So this will improve the economics of the loyalty industry, and also the perceived value of loyalty points, because it will also make points interoperable. So your Starbucks point, you'll be able to use for a flight, for a flight reward, or for a hotel reward, or for wherever. And then finally, heighten additional market intelligence for the enterprises. So digital assets are difficult to get fast adoption, because although they present so much value and inherent value, in my opinion, as well as potentially much better economics than what people are used to. People are used to fiat currency and paper money, and people are resistant to change. So I think what is really going to accelerate adoption overnight is by integrating digital assets into the programs that billions of people around the world are already using. So they'll be using digital assets that have additional value to the traditional locked loyalty assets, and it'll be in a format that they're familiar with. So bringing brand ecosystems and network effects to the blockchain and digital asset world brings enormous growth very quickly to digital assets. And it has only just started. So for example, imagine a company like WeChat that powers $10 trillion in payments annually and has almost 1 billion users. If they integrate a stablecoin into their application. Finally, this allows a stable asset mixed with a branded a branded program that unlocks hundreds of billions of dollars of locked up value, because currently you don't even know if you have $5 left on the Starbucks gift card necessarily, because it's been in your wallet for so long and you just haven't been able to track the payments or be able to use it for something else if you no longer go to the store that you have the gift card for, and which is much more flexible than traditional loyalty points. So as far as the market intelligence, it provides for much more touch points than ever before and a much more seamless way to transact with brands, with a lot less costs involved than traditional fiat currency as well. It can provide banking to billions of people that don't have banking, and it can start to be used to generate financial profiles, create a credit history, apply for a loan, stuff like that. So yeah, bringing the blockchain stability, brand ecosystems, and market intelligence, I think is one way that is going to really push mainstream adoption in the next year. So now just a quick overview of our company. We're a financial institution focused on emerging technology. We have offices around the world. Our team has a fair amount of experience. We can talk more about that, but I don't need to go into it. And as mentioned, we have a portfolio of an ecosystem of businesses that touch the blockchain capital market, and have experience at family offices, leading financial institutions, and venture companies. So I just made a couple resources. But yeah, that is all. Now I'm happy to answer any questions if there are.
Thank you, Michael, for an insightful lecture. Now we'll go ahead and take some time for questions now. Just a reminder, please be sure to type your questions into the question box in your control panel.
Yes, I can share the slides. What will lead to the success of blockchain in the next 2 to 3 years, and why? What are the challenges you foresee? So I think what will lead to the success of blockchain in the next 2 to 3 years is the network. So as governments, institutions, Fortune 500 enterprises start to build on the blockchain all at once, starting next year, well, starting this quarter really, but I think that everything is going to start to accelerate next year as fear of missing out starts to accelerate, and as people kind of understand and agree that everything is going to move onto the blockchain. And the challenges that I foresee are education, mostly education. What is my view on interoperable blockchains? So I think everything on the blockchain will be interoperable. In the example that I provided with branded stablecoins and loyalty points, I expect that in the future, every loyalty program will be interoperable. So your Starbucks gift cards will be interoperable with your air miles, which will be interoperable with your hotel gift cards, with your restaurant gift cards, with everything. Another example, I think that in the future, you'll be able to trade equity on a public market of every single building in New York City. You'll be able to trade a share. There will be a market for that building trading a share with another building in San Francisco or London or India or anywhere.
Is there any other questions? It looks like we have covered all our questions. Thank you, Michael. We are blessed to have you here at BlockHash Live 2020. Thank you once again, and thank you everyone. It was a pleasure being with you today.
Thank you very much, Melvin.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
So, Najenda asked, will banks cease to exist or will their role change? I think that banks that innovate and that become banks on the blockchain will continue to exist. I think certainly the role is going to change, and a lot of the business lines of banks will become redundant. But there certainly will still be banks. Yeah, they'll just become digital banks, and a lot of the operations will be automatic on the blockchain.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you, Michael, once again.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Attention participants. Our next session will be on at 7 p.m. It will be Enterprise Blockchain Application Workshop from IEEE Blockchain Governance by Christian Pomales Langenbrenner and Thomas Cox. Please stay tuned. Hi, Kristen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you great.
Yeah.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Very cool.
Yeah, I think Thomas is also here. So, hi everyone. Great to see you all. Welcome to BlockHash Live 2020, the third international blockchain summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Melvin Sunny, a research and development engineer at Kerala Blockchain Academy. Now we have with us Kristen Pomalis Lenkenbrenner and Thomas Cox from IEEE Blockchain Governance to lead the Enterprise Blockchain Application Workshop, a discussion and workshop that walks students and blockchain professionals through the biggest barrier that enterprise blockchain projects face. About IEEE P214, it is the world's largest association of technical professionals existing to advance the courses of electrical and electronic engineering, telecommunications, computer engineering, and other aligned disciplines through the production of standards, open source projects, and educational initiatives. IEEE P214.5 is the process of developing a standard for frameworks and definitions for blockchain governance, providing a common nomenclature and framework for describing and building blockchain or DLT governance across all use cases and contexts, including public, private, permissionless, and hybrid. Thomas Cox has helped dozens of projects launch and is a world leader in blockchain governance design and development. Thomas is the author of the Law Administration Oracle Specification and other technical works, and was a key contributor to the governance design of the EOS mainnet. He now chairs the IEEE Standards Association's P2145 working group on blockchain governance standards and is a member of the Wharton Crypto Governance Workshop. Kristen Pomalis is managing director at Coalitions Consulting, a go-to-market consultancy helping blockchain teams develop the human components of DLT systems, governance, trust, and stakeholder commitment. Kristen serves as vice chair of the IEEE P2145 working group on blockchain governance standards and has given numerous lectures on the governance and stakeholder engagement in blockchain. Great to have you both, Kristen and Thomas.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So before we proceed, just little housekeeping rules for the audience. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your Zoom panel. We'll bring them up at the end of the presentation. Also, you can raise your hand at the end to directly shoot the questions to your presenter. Now, without further ado, over to you guys.
Awesome.
Thank you
So
much.
I have one ask, Melvin. Would you mind promoting Robin Roy Thomas, a student at St. Kitts University, to come up on stage as a presenter? We're going to be involving him in our discussion as well. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, sure.
Wonderful.
And thank you, Melvin, for a great introduction. That was really super.
Absolutely.
Right. Let's talk about, so as you know, we're governance experts. We're really familiar with governance. And I know that we tend to get a lot of programming professionals at events like this. I have some, I don't know if it's bad news, but let's just say it's news for a lot of folks. The code that you write is less than half of the struggle of getting a working blockchain system up, running, and working in the world with users actively using it. This technology is less than half the problem. The larger half, the larger section that isn't technology is wrangling the people. It is meaningless to have a single user blockchain. It is often not helpful to have a single company blockchain, although at times it is very helpful. You really need to mobilize people and get them to commit to use the system. And then as it's becoming more and more functional, to actually get them involved in using it and not waiting, not saying, gosh, that's interesting, come back to us later. We see this routinely. My colleagues tell me that 94%, I repeat that, 94% of blockchain efforts get as far as the proof of concept and then fail. We're lucky that even 6% move on to be successful and attract users and go out and solve problems in the world. Now, a 94% failure rate is horrible, and I don't wish that on you, but it's worse because people tend to be high profile and excited about their blockchain projects. And then when it stalls, it reflects on you. It hurts your career. And right now, we've got an industry that is hurting the professional reputations of some of the best people in the companies and in the industry because we're not paying proper attention to governance.
And more
So
than that, not paying
Yes.
proper attention to stakeholders. Yeah.
Bingo. So and when I say well-designed, these well-designed blockchain projects are failing. And it's not because they're not well built technically. Usually that's, people put a lot of time and energy into that. If you read the popular press, all the articles are about, oh, the consensus mechanism, or wow, there's new blockchain came out with this cool feature, and oh, Hedera hash graph. Oh, look, the new Hyperledger whoozy, what's it? Don't assume that the amount of words written about a topic reflects the importance of the topic. Governance is key. You cannot scale without governance, and you can't understand your governance without understanding your stakeholders.
Yep. And if you don't provide stakeholders with the proper opportunities to co-create, and if you don't engage them as early as possible, as much as you can, then you risk seeing lack of stakeholder buy-in. You risk distrust in your system from the get-go. If people don't contribute to it from the beginning, they can often assume that it doesn't uphold their interests. And you see stakeholders not committing in a lot of these systems. And this is the worst case scenario for a heavily invested in enterprise blockchain project.
Yeah, and you don't have to co-create with every single possible stakeholder, but you need enough representative stakeholders that the ones who come late see their professional colleagues, they see their competitors in there already using your system. They're like, oh, it must be okay, it must be safe. Look, if Pfizer is using it, then Genentech will say, oh, Pfizer's using it, okay, it must work. And Pfizer didn't maybe design it, an independent third party designed it, so I'm not getting in bed with my competitor in a way that benefits my competitor over me. So yeah, you get the idea.
Mm-hmm. So pre-governance, we believe, is just as important as governance. So we all know that governance and how you design your systems can do a lot for the success of your network. It makes decision-making smooth, but before you even get to governance, there's a lot of work on the back end. And a lot of that work involves stakeholder analysis. So that's identifying who exactly is participating in your DLT system. That's not just now, but in the future. Who do you want to participate in the future? Identifying how these groups interact with each other and yourself, and collecting all the information needed on the risks associated with these different interactions between parties that you'll need to create these later governance mechanisms. And then, of course, most importantly, persuading a subset of your stakeholders to co-create with you. This makes sure that you're building something that's actually useful and simultaneously instills that sense of stakeholder commitment to the system.
Absolutely.
So real quick, these are just some distinctions between pre-governance and governance. Some of the areas that governance helps with is, help decision-making happen smoothly, enforce rules, et cetera. And then pre-governance helps you prepare to build your governance. So in this workshop specifically, we want to have you leave with the tools necessary to conduct a full pre-governance analysis. And we've developed some take-home activities for you as well to practice some of the skills necessary to do pre-governance analysis, which we'll get to later.
And just to be clear, we could talk to you all day about what you ought to do, but some skills have to be practiced for you to get good at them. Mm-hmm. And that includes things around interviewing and listening. So the thing we're going to have you practice there, and we'll demonstrate the practice, has to do with empathic listening. I promise you, every time I teach this, my students come back to me a day or a week later and say, oh my gosh, I used this skill at home. You'll never believe my relationship with my family is so much better. My coworkers, my roommates, they just gush. You'll never believe. I totally believe, folks. you will find this pays off to you everywhere in your life. It's one of the reasons we make it a foundational skill. So let's talk about this pre-governance analysis. The outcome, you know you've got the pre-governance done correctly when you've got these outcomes, right? You know your target stakeholders, right? Who is it that we're going to persuade to do the investment necessary in IT system changes, in process changes, in training their people to do some things differently, maybe re-engineering portions of their business to work with this thing you're creating. You know how the different groups or types of stakeholders cooperate or get into conflict with each other. I'll give you an example. One of my favorite instances of a very successful commercial blockchain system today is a niche product called Grain Chain. And what Grain Chain does is it unites the growers of grain with the buyers, the wholesale buyers, and the grain silo operators who store the grain after harvest before purchase. And what used to happen is the farmers would just sell to the grain operator, or the elevator operator, who had an incentive to say, oh, this grain's not very good, to get the price down. And that same grain elevator operator would turn around to the wholesale buyer and say, oh, the grain's excellent, and try to maximize the difference in the price he paid versus the price he charged. And of course, if the pressures worked against him, you end up paying more to the farmer than you get from the wholesaler, and now you're losing your shirt. So they're really kind of caught in the middle. You can make money, but the money you make, you're taking out of other people's pockets. You're not really being paid for the value you're creating in that position. And what GrainChain was able to do was understand the friction points in such a way as to design a system that really reflected the interests of all the parties. They understood by talking to the farmers and the grain silo operators and the buyers and even the banks and the financing people, what the challenges in the industry were and how they routinely get in conflict with each other, so that they could design a governance system that respected that and gave them a space to cooperate. So that's where you want to do the same kind of thing. So to do that, you need skills like empathic listening, the skills of interviewing, and then having gathered information, you need to do some storytelling and some mapping in order to show the stakeholders what everybody else told you, so they can all see everything from everybody else's point of view. So those are the skills. And if you don't already have them, don't worry, with practice, you can build them. All right, so we mentioned pre-governance analysis gives you what you need to build out your governance system. Think of it as having these three chunks. There's an identifying your stakeholders phase, and you may think you're done and you're not. You might have overlooked somebody. So you always want to keep an open mind as to, have I overlooked a stakeholder class? You then need to understand them deeply through listening and interviews. And you need to engage with them. You don't expect to, sign up every single silo operator on the planet the first day, but you better have a couple of them early on that you've engaged with, who are willing to look at your prototypes and try out your beta and so forth. Okay. You can think of stakeholder commitment as changing over time. In this graph, time goes from left to right, from the start of the system on the left, where it says, the time axis says start, and then time moves to the right until you get to the maturity of your system. And as you see, you're adding stakeholders over time, and later joiners don't need to have as much depth of commitment, but they still have to have some. There's a dotted horizontal line called skin in the game. And people who never really have a deep commitment, the transactional customers, like your wallet users, if you go, business to commercial or business to consumer, some people really don't have skin in the game, and therefore should not, I would claim, should not have any say in governance. But anybody who has skin in the game should have a say in governance. And if you give them a say in governance, they need to have skin in the game. And by skin in the game, we mean they have to have some exposure to risk and loss. So looking lower left, maybe you're the visionary co-founder, or you've got some immediate co-founders who join you. Very deep commitment, you're doing a lot of work. And that vertical line there through the co-founders is the moment in which you really start the work. You need to get these co-creating early stakeholders, your advisory board. You need to get them recruited during pre-governance, so you've got people to talk to and people to show alphas and betas to. The folks who join later, they're never going to spend that much time co-creating. They're not going to get into the alphas and the betas with you. And so their depth of commitment is just lower, but they're still having to commit. And even people who just stake some funds in order to be a vendor, or in order to be a listed person on the system, they're still committing some, but you want to make it as easy as possible later on for folks to just integrate to your API, stake some tokens, or otherwise show their seriousness or put up a bond and get involved. Okay, great. How do you identify stakeholders? Well, think of stakeholders as being spread out across 3 different categories. The 2 major categories are the actors and the members, and that because those 2 overlap, you get 3 subsets. So all of the actors are all the people who have some say in governance. They get to vote, they get to make proposals. Remember that if governance is just decision-making for a group, then in some sense it's simple, right? We propose a change and then we talk about it, and then maybe we vote or come to consensus on whether to do the change, and then we schedule it and we do it. And that's true of tiny changes like little tweaks, bug fixes, to major changes like adding a new chunk of functionality. They all go through that cycle. And so if a person has any ability to affect governance decisions, they're an actor. Okay. And then you've got people who are affected by governance decisions. And that's the yellow large hexagon on the right. And so the actors on the left, that includes both operators and stakeholders, and the members on the right include both Betroffenen and stakeholders. And so the stakeholders are both actors and members. They're the only ones who are. So who's an actor who's not a member? They're called operators. That's the technical term we've come up with. And they include people like regulators, right? They have an impact. You might give them a formal impact. They might have an informal impact, but they get to say and do things that have an impact on the governance of your chain. If there's a mandatory disclosure that you have to comply with, you might have to change your technology. You have to change your code to comply with that mandate. Oops, okay, that's an operator for you. They don't have to make any changes to their systems. They just tell you what to do. Stakeholders are in both actors and members. People who are affected by governance decisions but have no say are a special category, and we use a German word, Betroffenen, because we could not find an English word that has the right nuance. And so by switching languages, we're picking out, if you drop a German word into an English conversation, everyone knows you're like, what? You're saying something very specific. And what we mean specifically here is people who are affected by governance but don't have a say. In a democracy, you want that group to be very small. And in a blockchain system, you want that group to at least be very discrete. Most likely, it's going to be the transactional customers who don't have to make any changes and really don't deserve a say. So for instance, if we were doing a banking consortium and the banks had to cooperate in a certain way, you wouldn't give the customers of the bank a vote on how the banks operate amongst themselves. Likely, you wouldn't. In part because all they would do would be lobby for low interest rates on loans and high interest rates on deposits, and then the banks all go out of business. And that's probably an unwise thing in the long term. So here are your categories. You're going to sort people into these groups. The next thing you're going to do is interview and understand these stakeholder groups by finding representative individuals and going and talking to them. And here's where many computer science students and professionals are perhaps not as well equipped as we might like. And that is empathic listening. It's not enough to talk to people. You must talk to them in such a way that they feel understood. And when you do this right, you will find that for most people, feeling understood is indistinguishable from feeling loved. I cannot overstate the importance of this. They may not say it to you, but practice this where you're the one being listened to. We're going to give you a practice exercise you do in a group of 3. And each of you will take a turn being understood. And you will find when the other people, when the listeners do this right, when the interviewers do this right, you will feel a real sense of connection and for many people, a sense of relief. And it's very powerful emotionally to be understood. And this, by the way, is a great way to get your early stakeholders to commit, is because they like this experience of being understood by you. It's kind of cool. And you need people hooked emotionally. When you're listening, this is the second bullet here, you need to listen not just for the words they say, but for what has heart and meaning. Like what's exciting to them? What are they struggling to express? What's the underlying point they're trying to make? Don't nitpick the words. And you want to listen without memory or agenda. In other words, you don't try to make them make sense compared to what they said last time. You're not trying to reconcile what they're saying with what somebody else said yesterday. Not yet. Later you will, because you have to do an analysis, but that's not part of analysis and listening are different skills. And you want to listen for understanding rather than trying to, so what you're saying is you'd like to buy today. No, that you're not trying to push people like with pretend listening where you're trying to put words in their mouth or trying to steer the conversation or get them to agree with something they don't agree with. You really, really want to just let them have their say, even if it's irrational and bizarre, okay? Like, be open to that. You literally don't want to steer them. You just want to hear them. Okay, so enough about that. So when you're listening, you want to ask non-leading questions. There's a technique called clean language. There's a very good Wikipedia article explaining clean language. It's something that some therapists use as a way of not steering their clients. And I find it extraordinarily helpful when I interview people to use clean language. I won't try to give you a tutorial on it. We'll just give that as research for you for later. Also, notice how the person's energy or their affect changes. If they seem to feel suddenly very tired, that's a sign. If they seem very excited or energized all of a sudden, that's probably good. If they seem angry or sad, look for those emotions. And then you want to not just try to imagine what it's like for them, but make it clear to them that you're trying to imagine what it's like for them. If you find yourself saying sentences like, wow, I imagine that must have felt, and then you make a guess what the feeling is, that's a very good technique. Gosh, I imagine that really must have felt great when you were able to blah, blah, blah. And then you sort of recap what they just told you. Trying to imagine what the other person's feeling, even when you get it wrong, if you guess totally wrong, they'll just correct you. They're fine with that. The fact that you're trying to understand their emotional reality is huge. You're also going to listen for facts, mind you. This is not just an emotional exercise. As you're doing the interview, you're listening for things like stakeholder risk. That's the risk to the stakeholder of engaging with the other stakeholders. Is the data going to leak out to my competitors and they can see me talking to my customers? Oops. Several folks at IBM have referred to blockchains as digital nudist colonies. A nudist colony being a place where everyone walks around without clothes on. And, blockchain, all the data is visible to all the users. And that can be scary as a stakeholder. There's operator risk. Having to do with the risk of the jointly maintained operations, like regulatory noncompliance. There's systemic risk that affects everybody on your chain, or even your entire industry, and strategy risk. If you've got lack of clarity or lack of commitment, or different competing strategies that are mutually incompatible. If you have a lack of shared values across players, that will show up. So you'll be listening for these kinds of things. And you want to engage these stakeholders. So now that you've interviewed them, you want to pull them in, at least a subset of them, and get them to be alpha testers, beta testers, co-creators with you of your governance regime. So you have to build trust. And the way to build trust with stakeholders is through transparency regarding your project and regarding your process. Don't overwhelm them with status reports, but keep them in the loop. Make sure you're asking them their opinions. Be careful not to set the expectation that if they just because they have an opinion that somehow you're going to make a change. It's like, well, I really don't like this. Like, okay, I hear you don't like it. I'm not promising that we can change it, but I promise you we'll look at it. Because if sometimes when you listen to people in a certain way, they'll think that because you heard them that you're agreeing with them. You don't have to agree with somebody in order to hear them. Ask for their opinions without setting the wrong expectation. Make them feel heard. Empathic listening does that. And demonstrate that you care about their needs. And there's lots of ways to do that. When you do these things, you're transparent, you're asking their opinions, they feel heard, and they can see you trying to make an effort to respond to their needs, they'll feel trust with you. It doesn't guarantee they'll commit, but it sure raises the odds.
And
Kirsten?
now we're going to jump into our exciting stakeholder interview activity where you will learn some empathetic listening or empathic listening.
And everything we're about to show you, we invite you and encourage you to do the exact same thing yourselves after this. You'll get a copy to a handout, similar to what you're going to see on screen. Get a group of you and 2 other people and run through this exercise at least 3 times.
Yes. So I'm sending out a link to the pre-governance activity packet right now. So everyone, you'll find that in the Zoom webinar chat. Make sure you copy that. And after this activity demonstration, you can get started.
Hey, before we get into the activity, I want to just check something. The audience has not asked a single question. That either means that you and Kirsten and I have been so incredibly clear that no one has any questions, or we've completely raced past you and you're baffled and you can't even think of a question because we're just not making any sense at all. So if you could please, participants, I see 55 folks online. Can I get 1 or 2 people to just type in and say, hey, I get it, or Kenneth, thank you, Kenneth. So he's okay. So Kenneth, okay, I got 1 person in the audience who is clear. Kenneth, thank you very, very much. If anybody else is paying attention, and is it 80% clear? Like, how clear are you feeling in your tracking of what we're saying? I guess is what I'm asking you to say. So please, if your attendance, Kenneth is over the top clear, 101%. All right.
Hard to be that clear. Wow, that's impressive.
I feel, Kirsten, yeah, your preparation and mine has clearly paid off. Okay, Tom, thank you, 70%, super. And so, Tom, I'm going to put you on the spot just a tiny bit. If you can think of what would help get you the other 30%, like, is there a section that you're not clear on, or is there a term? You may not know, and that's okay. But Tom, if you can give us a sense of where your 30% of unclarity is, or you could just say what's the part that's most clear for you. But I want asking Tom to dig a little deeper. I don't want to embarrass Tom, because then the other 53 people in the audience will oh no, Tom got embarrassed. I'm not going to say anything. And I'm not here to embarrass you folks. I'm Kirsten and Robin and I are committed to your growth and your improvement as students of this technology. Need to understand companies' pain points. Yes. And let me illustrate that, Tom. So pain points. I mentioned grain chain, right? So, but I didn't tell you about the pain points. So the farmers, they can't judge the quality of their own product. They can some, and they can look at it. They know whether they put pesticides on. They know if it was organic or not. But how do you prove that to a buyer, especially when the grain silo operator is this middle person between you and your buyer? And the buyers have very little insight into this. They can visit the silo, but it's hard to gather the information. It's hard to trust the information. There's a lot of non-transparency. And what this grain chain solution does is they use a lot of IoT devices, Internet of Things devices, to do something called AIDC, automated identification and data capture. So what happens is the farmer's in the field. He's in the midst of harvesting. He needs a truck to come and collect what he's harvested and carry it away so he can collect more. and he uses an Uber style app. You all know what Uber is. It's the ride sharing app. He uses a similar app to say, I'm at this latitude and longitude, and I need this kind of a truck. These truck operators have a copy of the app, and one of them says, I'll take that load, and drives to him. And the system captures the GPS latitude and longitude of where the grain was collected, which identifies provenance, so which eliminates data entry errors that were happening at the silo in terms of, whose grain is this? So we're solving a problem with typos and data provenance and product provenance. The truck drops the grain off at the silo where it is weighed, measured, and all the weights and measures are automatic. And the data entry is automatic. So it measures the moisture in a moisture measuring machine, boom, straight onto the chain. The weight from the truck dumping it, straight onto, you weigh the truck before and after, you subtract, that's the weight of the grain that was just dropped off, straight into the chain. And so we're doing automatic on-chain recording of facts from IoT devices so that everybody, the farmer, the silo operator, the buyer, even the trucker, it's super clear what just happened. If there's a test like for acidity or moisture content or presence of pesticides or herbicides, all those tests are recorded from the device that does the measurement straight onto the chain. And so what this lets the buyer know is, what am I buying? It lets the farmer know, what am I selling? And the grain operator is no longer the middleman in between them. He just gets paid to store the grain and has a steady, flat, reliable income that's paid for through this process. So that's an example of understanding pain points. And clearly the grain chain folks spent a lot of time talking to those parties to understand their needs to build a system that solves it.
100%.
So Rajani, great summary. Thank you, Rajani. Yes, Justin says it's like an authenticity certificate. Yeah. So what you're doing is you're recording immutably a thing that says, I claim that I'm operating an IoT device, and the IoT device just gave out this data, and you want no human intervention in that. Kenneth, great point. Okay, thank you, folks. I feel like we're on the same page. I really appreciate your input.
Yeah, and we can jump back into questions at the end of the presentation as well. So
Nagendra, yes, data
coming.
lineage, excellent. Very alert.
All right. So now that everyone has had a chance, hopefully, to go check out the document that I sent over in chat, let's jump into the stakeholder interview activity. So to set up this activity, you first need to recruit 2 friends or associates, and then have each of them make a copy of the activity page, the packet that I gave to you.
Which we'll show you on screen here in a second.
Yes.
In fact, you'll see this on the first page, right? Is you put in the 3 names of you and your friends.
Yes,
and
indeed.
So Robin's on line 1, Kirsten's on line 2, and I, Thomas, am on line 3. And if we were to go through 3 rounds, then in the first round, I Thomas will be the subject. That's right. So you see round 1 is a column there, and next to Thomas it says subject. So that's the role I would play. Robin will be the interviewer, and Kirsten will be the observer. Now, here's what these roles are doing. You need to come up with some conflict in your life. It does not have to be a business conflict. It's helpful if it's a business conflict, but most importantly, it has to be a conflict because you need, as the subject, to feel passionate. It needs to be something that's real for you, and it gives the interviewer the chance to feel empathy for you, because this is all about the interviewer practicing empathic listening. The hardest role is the observer, because you're going to want to chime in. Don't. And you need to follow both parties. And when they miss each other, and like when they're talking past each other, you got to just shut up and let them do that, but take notes and notice what does and doesn't work for the interviewer. Notice what does or doesn't work for the subject. Is the interviewer showing empathy? Does the subject feel understood? As observer, you're really going to be maybe the only one who truly notices what's happening, because the other folks get all caught up in the conversation. And because you're each going to take turns, what you feel like as an interviewer, you think, oh, this was a great question. And then when the other person asks the same question of you as the subject, you're going to feel like, wow, that was a terrible question. And you'll feel what it's like to be heard. So we recommend you do it 3 rounds.
Thomas, just a query. This is from KBA. Do we want to have a separate breakout room for this, because this is a common Zoom webinar link. So I think for a collaborative thing, say like if participants want to collaborate,
I would love to have you do a breakout, but I want to demonstrate it first. If we've got time for a breakout, absolutely yes.
Yeah, sure.
If we don't have time for breakout, okay,
we
fine, but at least you'll have seen it in action.
Yeah, we have created a breakout room for this. So once you mention, we will share the link on the chat so that the participants can go to breakout room and do the activity. Okay.
Good, but not yet. Wonderful. Watch the demo first.
Yeah, sure. Okay, fine.
Okay, super.
Thank you. All right, and also for this demo, it's not just going to be me who's the observer. It's also going to be you guys. So we want you to keep in mind or really pay attention to how Robin, the interviewer, and Thomas, the subject, are interacting. Try to come up with critique you have and provide that feedback when we prompt you at the end of the activity. So we are in round 1, and you are the observer. All right, so Thomas is the subject. So as the person playing the subject, he has to do a little bit of pre-work to figure out what's the conflict he's going to talk about. So Thomas, have you thought at all about what kind of conflicts you want to talk about today?
Yes, and you'll see here, first think of someone in your life with whom you have an ongoing power struggle or area of ongoing disagreement. And for you, it could be a parent, it could be a boss, could be a coworker, it could be a classmate, whoever, sibling. Try to not make it too personal. Make it something that, but make it sure that it's something that you care about, because if you don't care about it, you won't show any emotion and the interviewer doesn't get a chance to have empathy for you. So my conflict is actually, I'm going to exaggerate it a little bit. I've got a neighbor where I used to live who would routinely make noises late at night, and it just bothered me. Like, it would wake me up. After a while, it was so bad that as I'm falling asleep, I'm like listening for him to make noise, because I know he's gonna. And I'm sitting, and then sometimes he wouldn't, and I'm like waiting for the noise to happen. Like he's gonna argue with his friend, or he's gonna like do use power tools working on cars at like 2 in the morning when I'm trying to sleep. It's just right next door. It was so annoying. So what this did for me was it kind of hurt my quality of life, frankly, because if you can't sleep at night, like, it makes the rest of your life very unpleasant. You're tired and groggy and so on. So, and this guy, so it wasn't just me. Other neighbors would complain too, and he would say, "Oh yeah, okay, I'll be different," and then he wouldn't be different. So that's just the outline of it. So that's my conflict. Was I had a noisy neighbor.
Pretty good conflict. Pretty good conflict. So now Robin is going to be the interviewer. So the role of the interviewer is, of course, to elicit information and elicit feelings from the subject. So there are kind of 3 categories of questions that you can ask to get that information out. So describing any conflicts that are present, looking at good resolutions for the subject in their opinion, and then also looking at asking them to brainstorm good solutions for all parties involved, which is very important when engaging in collectives, generally speaking. Right. So now we're going to ask Robin to ask Thomas a couple questions relating to his conflict. So Robin, pretend like you haven't heard any of that pre-work that Thomas just did. Come in blank, and then start with your questions. Thank you.
Okay. So Thomas, so what's bothering you? Tell me what's on your mind.
Yeah. So the thing I did in my preparation, Robin, was I thought about a conflict, and my conflict is with this neighbor. So here's the thing. The neighbor will, when I lived there, he would, not every night, but enough nights to be really irksome. He would either get into a shouting match with some friend of his at like midnight, or he'd like pull out power tools and start like working on a car at 1 or 2 in the morning, like grinding or some kind of loud repair work on a car, his or friends. He was always collecting discarded like junk. And, you know, honestly, I suspect some of it was stolen, like bikes and bike parts were going through there. And I could see right at, you know, I'm on the 2nd floor in my bedroom and I can see right down into his yard. And there's this ever changing collection of junk in there. And it's ugly. And it's always, you know, something he's taking apart or putting together. It's just nasty. And so, and it's not just me. I mean, the other neighbors are unhappy too, right? We sometimes talk to each other about it, and sometimes someone will file a noise complaint with the city because there's a noise ordinance. You know, and I'm worried about my wife because my wife's an even lighter sleeper than I am. And, you know, you can imagine how much fun it isn't to have a bleary-eyed morning trying to be effective with your spouse when neither one of you got a good night's sleep. So yeah, this guy, you know, if you talk to him, he says, "Oh yeah, I'll be quiet," and then he doesn't. So I just, yeah, that's my conflict.
Okay, so you said others who are affected by this was other neighbors as well as your wife.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm across the street from him. This other guy, I think his name is Sean, is just like next door on the same street, on the other side of the fence. Neighbor across the street. People who walk by, who live a couple doors down. I mean, if you're within earshot, you hear it.
So why do you think, like you talked to him, so why do you think that he is, you know, repeating and not, you know, why is he
You
not?
know, I think he's just a night person. I think he sleeps all day and he's awake all night, and that's when he likes to do his, you know, mechanic stuff. It just, that timing works for him, I guess.
So in terms of your wife, so what does your wife say about this situation? So how
Oh,
does
she
she feel
hates it.
about it?
She hates it, but she doesn't want me to even talk to him. She
Why is that?
She's scared. She once complained about noise at some place where she lived alone, and the neighbor she complained about like came over and threatened her physically. And so she's afraid that might happen, and she just doesn't want to make a bad situation worse. And so there's another tension for you, is that, you know, I want to like change things to make it better, and she's afraid to do anything that might expose us to, you know, risk. So yeah, I'm kind of caught.
Okay.
Like she doesn't even want me complaining to the city.
Okay. So what would you say is at stake for you if you do complain, or, you know?
Well, you know, what's at stake with me with the noise is, you know, can I get a night's sleep? Can my wife get any sleep? Can we enjoy the sanctity of our home? Can we enjoy peace and quiet in our own home? You know, do we feel safe in our home? All those things are at stake for me. And if I want to be fair, it's like, you know, he needs to be able to, you know, do useful things for money. He's probably charging money or doing favors, and he wants to be able to use his mechanical expertise and help people and you know, engage in his whatever business activity that is he's doing. Like, he wants to be able to do that. He's got bills to pay. So it's not like his needs are illegitimate. I just wish he were quiet.
Okay. So what do you think would be like, you've talked to him, so what do you think his side of the story would be? Like, what do you think he has suggested?
Yeah, great question. You know, I think that he's just this kind of loud, boisterous guy, and when he gets into a fight, he yells. You know, no big deal. But some people are loud, and some people are quiet, and he's on the loud side. And he just, you know, he's just being himself. I think that he, you know, wants to be able to enjoy the use of his own property for his own activities. He wants to be able to use his skills to earn a living and help friends. He wants to have his friends come over. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You notice, by the way, I'm going to pause this for a second. You'll notice, folks, that I like, oh, that's another thing. People do it all the time. You think they've finished a subject, and as you're summarizing, they go, oh yeah, and then there's this other thing. Very common. That's one of the reasons you want to go slow and recap things for folks. So yeah, another thing, his friends would come by. A lot of them have these like stereos in the back of the car, like have this really super loud, deep subwoofer, but you feel it more than you hear it. And they listen to this annoying music with like this thumping, and sound insulation blocks high frequencies, not low frequencies. So like the whole house shakes, and they're sitting there idling in their car, chatting with him out the window while the music is playing, a boom, 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 2 a.m. Oh my gosh. So annoying.
Okay. So let's see. So,
by the way, folks, Robin was not preloaded with any of this. Okay. This is all just like you will be. He's like learning this, like hearing this all for the first time.
Yeah. So, yeah, you said that he was, he's trying to probably make a living. He's a kind of a loud guy, all of that. So has the other neighbors tried to like talk him out of it? Like,
oh yeah, we have next door neighbors on one side of us. They've been there. Well, I should say we've moved, so this isn't happening anymore. I'm telling you a story about the past, but the next door neighbor on one side had been there for 7 years. They talked to him off and on for 7 years. He kept saying, "Oh yeah, I'll be quiet," or he never does.
So have you people collectively tried to persuade him?
I don't think there's really been an effective collective response. I think a lot of folks have talked to him one-on-one.
So do you think that if there was a more of a collective response regarding this issue, he would have probably, had a different outcome?
I think if the neighbors were united and, pooled our thoughts and resources and experiences, I think that, it might be more persuasive for the city government to take action, or might be more persuasive to him if he had this more united front, people all telling him the same thing in the same way. I mean, maybe there's an out of the box solution. Maybe there's some way to like find him some commercial car repair location where he could like have his tools be there and his friends come visit him at 2 a.m. in a commercial district that's not a residential district, that's not next to my house, that's not next to these neighbors, and he can like wander on down there and tinker on cars at 2 a.m. where there aren't people sleeping.
So so this idea of yours, have you tried to tell it to him?
Oh God, no. Like I said, my wife doesn't want to say, he didn't want me to say anything to him. So it's like that just gets you more and more involved in that person's business. And then if he's unhappy, he's going to come over at 2 a.m. and start kicking the door down. Is her fear. It's like, and who knows?
So instead of going individually, do you think if as collectively as a unit?
So Robin's no longer listening. Robin's involved in problem solving.
Yeah.
Which is not what we want.
Very common, folks. You like, oh, this sounds so difficult. Oh, but what if you just, or hey, how about? It's like, no. Ask what has been tried, or what has been talked about but not yet tried. But
and how does it make you feel?
Yeah, right. And how does it feel? So yeah, so I'm caught. Like on the one hand, I'd like to make it be different. On the other hand, my wife is so scared of this guy and her fears of what somebody might do if they're confronted, and like, because there are people in the world, if you complain about them to an authority, they'll like try to punish you. They'll like come after you, and who wants that? So there's this strong incentive to be quiet. Got to say, it was a pretty good conflict while it lasted.
Yeah. So do you want me to summarize it?
That'd be super.
Yeah.
All right. So Thomas, the issue that you're facing is that you have basically you have a noisy neighbor. So he or she, whoever it is, makes noise almost every night. Not every night, but almost every night. Brings over his friends or stereos, blasting music at late hours, maybe at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And then this annoys not only you, but also your wife, who's looking to have some quiet sleep, who's probably tired from work, from all day, and who's trying to just rest, and and not only that, the ones who are affected by this is your other neighbors who are also living in a residential area, and so that's there. Um, and what's at stake for you is your sleep, your the alone time that you want to have, the peaceful time that you want to have, that you expect at night, especially in a
Right.
residential area. So,
Right.
does that summarize your problem?
Yeah, and also, my wife's sense of safety.
Yeah, also that. So yeah,
Right,
you
the
also
sense that
think
we
that
do
if
that.
you confront it, you
Yeah.
think you're safe. Yeah.
And I'm frustrated because, I'm a problem solver. I'd love to engage in some sort of creative problem solving, but, I can't without making my wife even more scared. So I kind of just have, back when this was an active thing, I'm taking a past thing and pretending it's present. Yeah, it was, I felt pretty caught between conflicting interests.
Okay.
Great summary, Robin. Thank you. Okay, Kirsten as observer.
Yeah, I've got all my notes here.
There we go.
Hopefully you and the audience do as well.
How did Robin do?
So most of my feedback is for Robin. I tried to get some feedback for you as well. Let me just get to my observer page real quick before I start. All right. So I'll give some critique for Robin first. I'll start reverse chronological order. That was a really fantastic summary. And more than that, it was wonderful that after you gave the summary, you asked, is that correct? Or like, does that float with you, or whatever you want to say, because
Yeah, high marks.
Yeah, that was just so good. Because a lot of people, like, they're interviewing, and like at the end they don't really summarize. Like, generally that's just a really fantastic thing to do, and regardless of what circumstances you're in. Like, say you're in a meeting with someone, or you're talking on the phone with a professor, just having that little summary at the end to be like, yeah, is that what happened? And that way you have that little chunk to walk away with. And it really shows that you were listening as well. So that was great. So Thomas, I thought that in the beginning, you were using some loaded language in relation to the neighbor. I thought that you were being, very negative towards the neighbor, which of course, that's how you're
I
feeling.
was.
Completely understand. But something interesting that I observed is, as Robin began to ask you to think from the neighbor's perspective, you started to significantly reduce that loaded language, and was like, well, he just is a guy who wants to live his life, and who am I to do this and that. Of course, you still have your feelings, you still have your desires, you want to solve this
It doesn't help
problem.
me sleep.
Yes, empathy doesn't help you sleep, but
it does prevent me from demonizing this neighbor.
Yes, absolutely. And that this is something that can come up when you're dealing with competitors operating in one network very frequently. They'll have, all of these fears and moments of demonization when discussing their relations with other parties that they, are competitors, partial competitors with. But you have to break past that barrier of them setting up that image that they have of the other party, considering, that this network, it's coming together with competitors on board. That's how blockchain solutions work.
If it's going to be a shared source of truth, you're going to have competitors. You're going to have people who are routinely exchanging value with each other, sometimes acrimoniously. There may be past instances of, questionable dealing that people are carrying around as grudges. So yeah, it can be pretty fraught.
Yep. Yep. Some other specific questions that I liked from you, Robin, were very simple ones, such as, why is that? So it's getting Thomas or the subject to talk a little bit more about what he was just describing. It shows that you are interested in what he's saying at that given moment, and also helps Thomas to just expand what he's talking about into different tangential areas, which can be good. Tangents can be good in interviews because it shows you how the other party thinks.
Yeah, and one of my favorite phrases, and I invite everyone to try this out with your friends, loved ones, and when you're practicing being the interviewer, it's a 2-word statement. You just say more. Just say more. That's all you have to say.
That's a nice
and
one.
Yeah, you can get a lot of value from folks by just acknowledging that you're listening and you want to say more.
Yeah. And then the only other item that I wanted to talk about was, I feel like, Robin, you could have been a little bit more empathetic, or at least you probably were being empathetic, but you need to demonstrate that a little bit better. So
At no point did Robin say, well, that must have
I
felt.
imagine. Yeah.
I imagine that felt really blank.
It was all
that was the
very
missing
like
piece.
data capture.
Yeah,
You were
and we do
capturing a
that.
lot of great data.
As
but
engineers, we often want to be in analysis mode, and
Yeah.
you're going to analyze this interview. I promise you will. But you do want to also feel empathy and express empathy, not like inappropriately, because in a blockchain context, this is a business relationship.
Yeah.
But in the practice, it may not be a business example, and you just feel free to like go over the top a little bit with this, because come on, we're all students of human nature. We're all trying to figure this out. This is a practice, so you're allowed to like get a little wacky, just to try out things maybe you wouldn't do in real life.
Yeah.
Okay, super. How much time do we have left? Do we have time to do a breakout? Or do people have questions? I guess I should say. I know we've got a lingering question from Najendra from earlier, but any questions on the demo you just saw, or even let me ask a different question. What was your favorite part of the empathic listening example? Justin makes a great point that will make a subject know that the interviewer is listening. Yes, Justin, thank you. Totally true. Yeah, just just making a noise that is an encouraging, like, I heard what you just said. I'm still here. I'm still listening. That is very powerful. You're not agreeing with them. You're not adding your own 2 cents. You're just there.
It's good to get into a habit of doing that.
It's very effective at getting people to keep talking. Yeah. Great one, Justin. Thank you. So real quick, type in, if you would, please, into chat, one thing that stands out for you in listening to the interview, and especially Robin's questions, and how the interviewer guided the interview, and how the emotions were handled or not handled. Right? What did you notice? What stands out in your mind? And so Kenneth, Najendra, Rajani, Tom, Justin,
and others,
and everybody else. Yeah. Those, you'll notice I call out the names of folks who've spoken. Very important, folks, if you want to engage with stakeholders, is don't be afraid to ask a question or make a comment that demonstrates that you're paying attention. Teachers love that. Guest lecturers love that. It's a good way to get visibility for yourself as a young professional. Is asking the intelligent question can really spark a conversation. So people are not taking me up on my offer to say in chat what stood out for them. So I'm going to assume nothing stood out.
That's unfortunate.
Rajani, listening all the way. Rajani, say more. And while Rajani's typing, please, the rest of you. And while Rajani is finishing typing his sentence, as he says more, I'll ask our admin if what our time availability is, and do we really have time for breakout?
No. We actually have the next session at 8 o'clock. We have
Okay.
left 2-3 minutes left.
Okay.
All right.
Yep, Rajani. Yeah, about the rules in the community. Thank you, Rajani.
Yeah. It was really a wonderful session. Even though we didn't get to give it a try in the breakout rooms, the demo itself was quite impressive. It was really helpful. Thomas and Robin together made it really wonderful, and the observations from Kristen was awesome. And finally, the say more tip was quite impressive again. So thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Thomas, and thank you, Robin. It was a great workshop to learn. Yeah.
Truly our pleasure. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, so thank you, everybody. We are blessed to have you all here at BlockHash Live 2020. Thank you once again. It was a pleasure being here with you all today. Thank you.
Okay, super, Samson. By the way, I'm reading these comments. Thank you all for the comments. You'll see my email is there, as well as Kirsten's. We'd love to hear from you. Grab that out of chat now real quick before we lose the chat, because chat is very ephemeral.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melvin, for being a great host.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Let me change my name because my name is not George Pullen today.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Maybe I can't do that. That's okay.
Okay, so hello everyone. Great to see you all again. Welcome to BlockHash Live 2020, the third International Blockchain Summit organized by Kerala Blockchain Academy. Myself, Melvin Sunny, Research and Development Engineer at KBA. Now we have with us Samson Williams, an internationally recognized anthropologist and expert on crowdfunding, cryptocurrencies, and blockchain. He is principal consultant at Access and X, serves on the board of the Crowdfunding Professionals Association, and is co-creator of the University of New Hampshire School of Law's Blockchain, Cryptocurrency, and Law Certification Program. Samson also teaches FinTech, AI, and cryptocurrency courses at Columbia University, New York City. I invite Samson Williams to BlockHash Live 2020. We are extremely delighted to have you on board today. Samson will be speaking on blockchain and space economy. We welcome you, sir.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. I think you can. Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. So my name's actually not George Pullen. George Pullen is he's one of my colleagues that work at University of New Hampshire School of Law. So if I say anything bad, just say it's his fault. Or anything you don't agree, it's George's fault because I can't change my name. George is actually a space economist, which is really funny because most people don't think space have economists, but they really do. And so I just want to give everyone a little bit of context. I'm on the road at the moment. I'm traveling, helping with some of the transition team stuff here in Washington, D.C. And so this is why I'm in a hotel room today. But I want to give an example because I love playing chess. And so there's probably a lot of people out there who play chess. And if you have a question while I'm talking, feel free to drop it in the chat. I'm monitoring that as well. So if I taught everyone there how to make chess pieces, pawns, rooks, knights, queens, bishops, the board, right? Everyone on this call, everyone listening to this, everyone watching this, you guys would know how to make chess pieces. And that'd be really cool, but you guys wouldn't be chess masters, right? So I could show you how to make a chess piece, but then I have to actually teach you how to play the game. And so I want to keep this in mind because when I talk about blockchain or any technology, if you have a piece of paper, I want you to write down these 4 things. Create 4 little boxes, 1 box, 1 box, 1 box, 1 box. and then put tech in the first box, economics in the box right below that, then philosophy in the next box, and then regulations on that fourth box. Because so many people want to learn the technical aspects of blockchain, of distributed ledger technology, of aerospace engineering, and that's super cool. It's sort of like teaching you guys how to make chess pieces. You don't actually understand the game. You don't understand, you might not understand how they all come together. You might not understand the strategy. And so I tell this to you to sit low, to establish some context, because as you go out to develop your technical skills, hands down, the other thing you need to do is learn how to be an effective communicator. And I see so many technologists who don't know how to communicate their mission, their vision, their values, or their dreams. Because if you're working in the blockchain space, or the AI, the neural net learning, the computer vision, you name a buzzword, right? I work in the space economy. You've got to be able to explain what your mission, what your vision, what your values, and what your dream are. And it's not a technical explanation, because you're going to sell this to people. We're going to talk about that a little bit later when we talk about crowdfunding. And I suck at telling my story. I'm trying to get a little bit better at it. And so as I struggle with telling my story, I'm also sharing this with you, because communication, it remains the most elusive key, the most elusive skill set for all technology and all particularly emerging technology fields. So keep that in mind. Because again, everyone can learn how to make a chess piece, but that doesn't necessarily mean you know how to play the game. Same thing when we talk about blockchain, emerging technology, and of course, this thing called the space economy. So now that I've said that, I'm gonna take a couple step backs, and I'm gonna tell you about the space economy, because it's related to blockchain intimately, very much so. So I'm gonna just hit you with the spoiler alert. Oh, I think I see some questions here over on the, are those questions for me in the mailbox? Oh, okay. Nope, that's not for me. So what I want to tell you about blockchain and the space economy, I recently wrote a book with this guy named George Pullen. And so if you're already familiar with blockchain, I'm not going to beat that to death. Just think you're in space, you're around the Earth, around the moon maybe. So you've got satellites in space. So when you're thinking blockchain and the space economy, your satellites, those are your nodes. That's it. You've got a network of satellites navigating around the globe, and the satellites become your nodes. That's literally it. That's the entirety of blockchain and the space economy. The question is, what do these satellites do as nodes? What data are you managing? What records of data are you managing? Right now, the majority of space data, space generates terabytes of data every second. 90-something%, 98% of that data never actually makes it back down to Earth. It just gets discarded because the satellites only have so much capacity. They can only send so much data down, and the rest of the data, it just gets thrown away. There's not actually a cloud for satellites yet, but there will be. So when we talk about blockchain and the space economy, we're saying you've got all these satellites, those are your nodes. Now what business do you want to do on those nodes, AKA satellites? So blockchain is established. It's a really great way of managing records of data. It's a really great way of encrypting records of data. Blockchain is so good at encrypting records of data that you can display those records publicly. That is literally what the Bitcoin blockchain does. It's like, oh, Bitcoin, it's the public display of records. That's it. And so that's blockchain. So when you go into space, do you want to encrypt your data so well that you can either share it publicly from the satellites, like weather data, for instance, are asteroids that are coming near the Earth, or do you want to run it on a permission blockchain because you're doing some type of business? So that's where blockchain and the space economy comes together. So of course you're asking, Samson, that's great. We understand that this blockchain thing exists. The satellites are going to be the nodes, all the applications that you could think of for blockchain, the satellites are the nodes. But what is a space economy? Because you've been saying this word, but you haven't actually defined what is the space economy. And so the space economy in a nutshell, it's all the activities that lead us to space, in space, and of course the data that comes back down. So if you're taking notes, I want you to write 3 things down. Number one, actually 4 things. Number one, today in 2020, the space economy is worth approximately $400 billion. There's a little wiggle room in there. It might be a little more, it might be a little less, but it's worth $400 billion. To put that in context, what we think of as the AI, the artificial intelligence economy, in 4 years, or rather by 2026, the AI economy will be worth about $130 billion. So right now, the space economy is here. What we think about the AI economy is here. The space economy already exists. And of course, you're like, Samson, this is just so stupid. How could this space economy exist? And we're just now hearing about it. Well, that's part of the reason the space economy allows me to be in Washington, D.C. and talking to people in Kerala, India. This transmission, again, those satellites in our orbit, that's part of the space economy. This communication, this recording on YouTube, this live communication, that's enabled by the space economy. Of course, it's like, oh, well, that's cool, we can talk. And so now half the world, or pretty much half the world who have access to the internet, they're on the internet. It's like, oh, okay, the internet actually runs through all these satellites, which is part of the space economy. So that's the first thing I want you to write down. The space economy today is worth approximately $400 billion. The second thing I want you to write down is that by 2030, the space economy will be worth approximately $2 to $3 trillion. This is in US dollars. There's a big range. Like, how can you have a range of $1 trillion that by 2030, the space economy is either going to be worth $2 trillion or $3 trillion? There's a lot of wiggle room in this, because over the next decade, there's going to be so many advances in just the technology that we use in space. Recently, on December 10th, I want to say, China landed, rather, the probe China sent to the moon landed back in Inner Mongolia. And this was the first time in 40 years that anyone brought back samples of rocks from the moon. China landed on the dark side of the moon in a young impact zone, impact crater. And so young in the sense of it's like 1 billion years old, versus when America went to the moon, we landed in a crater that's like 3 to 4 billion years old. And the reason this is important is because when you have these rockets land and take samples and then return home, we can actually we have better understanding of what happened between 1 billion and 3 to 4 billion years ago in our galaxy. This is what this information, the samples that China has recently brought back. This is important because, again, that is part of the space economy. And write this down. When you solve for space, you solve for Earth. I'm going to give you a moment to write that down. I'll say it again. When you solve for space, you solve for Earth. The first thing this lets us know is that China has the capacity to send an unmanned robot to the moon. That's awesome. Not only can we send an unmanned robot to the moon, it can also return samples back to the Earth. And again, each of these steps is just breakthrough. The next thing is, how does China share that data? And so this is where we talk about an international consortium of scientists who say, hey, this is the first samples that we've gotten back in 40 years. This is amazing. And so all of this is feeding into the space economy. It's building up into the space economy, because when you solve for space, you solve for Earth. Got to remember that. So the other thing I want you to write down, because initially I said 4 things, but we're really going to talk about 5 things. So we talked about, we want to give you a simple diagram. If you draw a little triangle, we're going to write a simple diagram to talk about the space economy. And again, I told you, I struggle with telling the story. I get very excited about it, and I have to do a better job of delivering it. So when we talk about the space economy, we're talking about upstream. That's the first thing, right? Launch. Rockets are going up. That's awesome. That's super sexy. People are like, oh, rockets, Elon Musk, he's all excited. SpaceX, the commercial crew. India sent a rocket to the moon in like November, December 2019. And so even though that rocket crashed, it was still a success because India developed the technology. They have the smart people. They said, we're going to go to the moon. We're going to try it. We're going to be part of the spacefaring nations. That's a big deal. That's upstream stuff. All rocket launches, that involves upstream stuff. That's super sexy. It gets a whole lot of attention. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, rocket launches, you guys are like Ubers. You take stuff to space, right? You're a driver. It's like, okay, instead of getting in a taxi, you get in a rocket to go to work. And so it's like, oh, is there much money in rocket launches? Actually, not that much money, but it is super sexy and very exciting because after all, it's a controlled explosion. So that's upstream stuff. All of the industry that takes to launch rockets into orbit or outer space. And so there's, of course, there's lots of industries that go to, lots of technologists who build the rockets. You got to build the rockets. There's so much software that goes into navigating the rockets. There's the mission controls on the ground that actually control the rockets. And not only rockets, but also life support systems for when we put humans in these rockets and robots. There's another teams who actually man the robots because the rockets separate. This part now is reusable. This other part goes to wherever it goes. It takes a payload, and in that payload, you have different experiments. It's all part of the space economy, right? It's like rockets upstream. That's number one part of the space economy. Number two part is, okay, now that you've launched this rocket, that's in-stream. So you can write that down, in-stream. It's in-stream means you're in orbit, your rocket's in orbit. What is your rocket doing? Because now it's not the rocket, it's now a satellite, right? Now it's a satellite. Your satellite is doing something in orbit. What is it doing? The International Space Station, the ISS, it has been in orbit 20 years as of November 2020. And what this means, as the ISS has been in orbit for 20 years, also shout out to astronaut Victor Glover. He's the first Black astronaut to set foot on the International Space Station. He'll be there for 6 months on a research project, along with the other folks from Japan, a gentleman, an astronaut from Japan, and 2 other Americans. So the International Space Station has been in orbit for 20 years, and it's proved that humans, like myself and you and your grandkids, we can live in orbit for 20 years because there's been a person on the International Space Station for the last 20 years. And so in this instance, the ISS is like a hotel, but it's also a hotel and a research facility. This is the in-stream revenue of the in-stream business of the space economy. So it's not only the ISS, it's all the other satellites. If you've got one of these handy dandy devices called a mobile phone, a satellite helps you communicate. So that's just one instance. If you've ever gone to check the weather, you go to weather.com or you see a typhoon, all of that information that comes from satellites in orbit, from the in-stream stuff. So again, upstream rockets, they take your business to your business location. Once you get to that business location, that's where the in-stream stuff, what business are you doing in orbit? Whether you're in orbit, whether you're heading off to Mars in October of 2020, the United Arab Emirates / Abu Dhabi, Dubai, partnered with the Japanese Space Agency and some American space agency to send a probe to Mars to monitor weather and to figure out how is the UAE, Dubai, going to send additional resources to Mars, additional exploration. So part of that is launch upstream, part of that is in-stream. Now that you're actually doing the business up there, what business are you doing in orbit or as you head to Mars? And then out of all of that, write this down, this is the most important part, because this is where you all are gonna make just so much money. Because space is the only place where you can have a quadrillionaire, and not a millionaire, not a billionaire, but a quadrillionaire. We might have skipped a couple of things, but $1 quadrillion, meaning you are 10 times richer than Jeff Bezos. You have $1 quadrillion. And how that happens is, first, you got upstream, launch. Then you got 2, in-stream. Your satellite is doing some type of collecting business research. The third part where you get the quadrillionaires is data. Your satellites are beaming data back down to Earth. Data is the new gold. Data is the new oil. Data is what makes blockchain and the space economy so crucial, because you probably want to encrypt this data so that you can take it from your satellites and beam it down to Earth. Because remember, when you solve for space, you solve for Earth. So all of this information, all these satellites, right now there's about 2,500 different satellites in space. Some of the satellites are huge, right? They're the size of a bus. But now they have these nanosats that are about the size of a baseball, and they have some that are like the size of my thumbnail, right? They're very small. They're called nanosats. And so the size of satellites has continues to shrink, and what they can do has gotten more powerful while the size has shrunk. So in the next decade, in 2030, Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Netflix, etc., Tata, they're all going to be sending additional satellites up, primarily for this device, because you can access the history of your world on your handheld device, on your smartphone. Most of us just use it for social media, Instagram, Twitter, etc. But you can actually access the history of your world. And when we move to digital ecosystems, you don't take cash or money into space. So when you hear about, part of it is blockchain, meaning the application, the easiest application of blockchain is cryptocurrency. So it's just like, as we move to digital currencies, to cryptocurrencies, where Alipay, WeChat, etc., Facebook, Libra Coin, they want you to be able to pay with their type of currency, whether it's Alipay, WeChat, or Libra. It's going to be done on this device. It's also why Facebook is launching satellites into orbit, because they don't care where you're at in the world. They want you to be able to use this thingamajiggy to execute your trade, your transaction, your commerce. And so when you get upstream rockets, in-stream satellites, downstream, all this data is coming down. What do you do with it? How do you monetize it? Right now, about 98% of data that originates in space is discarded because we don't have clouds in space yet. We're working on it. And so we're going to open up whole new treasure troves of data. And it could be something as simple as weather data. Space has a lot of weather, as well as space. There's weather for space as well as weather for Earth. You might have heard about this little thing called global warming. Global warming causes a thing called climate change. Climate change causes a variety of things. And if you want, we can show how global warming caused climate change, which in turn facilitated the pandemic, not H1N1, the COVID-19 pandemic. They're all related. All of this climate data, all of this global warming data, it comes from satellites. We beam it down to Earth. If we're going to tackle global warming, if we're going to tackle climate change, all of that data, it starts in the space economy. We just never thought about it that way because most people are like, what is the space economy? And so we have those three parts to the space economy: upstream, rockets; in-stream, satellites. Also, people repair these satellites. They have refueling that they're working on. This gentleman named Daniel Faber, he has a company called Orbit Fab. They're launching rockets to be gas stations in space. Because right now, when you launch rockets, they run out of fuel and then they become hazards. And they're floating around, they hit other rockets, they create debris. It's a pain in the butt. So Orbit Fab, they're going to be gas stations in space. So that when you launch a rocket, you can actually refuel it. So it's not just the one and done. You're seeing that in space. Space is going very sustainable because SpaceX is saying we're going to launch rockets and then we're going to reuse the booster. And then Orbit Fab says, once you launch a rocket, reuse the booster, once you get your rocket in space, we're going to refuel it, extend the lifetime by a decade or so. Again, we got to be sustainable in space because also in space, you either recycle or die. And I mean this in every sense of the word, because in space, you recycle your pee so you can drink it, so you can water your plants, etc. So 3 things: upstream, rockets, launches, big rockets, big, very exciting stuff, not that much money. In-stream, satellite services. SpaceX launched Starlink, and Starlink is actually the most valuable asset to the SpaceX portfolio. And Starlink provides Wi-Fi, that 5G everyone's ever heard about or is hearing about. They provide Wi-Fi to the globe. And so all that data that comes down, whether it's for commerce, travel, business, get on an airplane, if you have a GPS, a global positioning system in any of these devices, I've got 2 of them right here. I've got 3 of them right here. And then I've got a hotspot, and I feel like I'm missing a phone somewhere. So all of these things, billions of these things, relies on data from the space economy. The question is, which one of you is going to develop a business that helps monetize that data? Because at the end of the day, the most valuable thing that any business has is their data. So you got to really think about, how is blockchain, AI, whatever the buzzword, how are you going to monetize that? And this is where blockchain and the space economy comes together because, again, the satellites are nodes. Do you have a public blockchain or do you have a permission blockchain to manage that data? Then what do you do with it once it gets to the ground? Meaning, how do you make money out of it? more importantly, how do we address global warming and climate change? So that in a nutshell is the space economy. I should have started off, the space economy today in 2020 is worth $400 billion. By 2030, it's going to be worth around 2 to 3 trillion, which means a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of startups. India is in a prime position. You have a lot of smart people, and probably only next to Lagos in Nigeria. Lagos should be like the first or second most populated city by 2040-ish. The next Elon Musk, the next Jeff Bezos, they're either coming out of India, I'm not saying Kerala, I'm thinking Chennai maybe, or they're coming out of Lagos, Nigeria. Just the odd say of the number of smart people who are thinking about the future, about these quote unquote unexplored areas of digital transformation. Because as the world moves to using this digital stuff, whether we're talking about money, currencies, assets, et cetera, and using blockchain to notate those records, again, whether it's land records, medical records, records of debt that we call money, or rather our orbits in space, it's all going digital. And in digital ecosystems, India and Nigeria, they're going to be the leaders in the 2030s and 40s, hands down. So I told you at the beginning, the hardest thing to do is to communicate this, because I get so excited. I'm like, oh man, I want to tell everyone about blockchain and the space economy. Hopefully by now you've gotten like, oh yeah, Samson is on the right path. He's not too crazy. The next thing I want to tell you is that I should have started here. We should have gone back in time, put on our tinfoil hats, and time travel back to 1993, 2001. Because in that time period, I could have told you about the internet economy. So if it's 1993 or 2001, and I was going to tell you about the internet economy, you would have first asked me, what is the internet? Because right now, the internet is so ubiquitous, we don't actually acknowledge it. It's like, yeah, I have, I've got all these devices that connect me to the World Wide Web. I don't even think about it. But at one point, the internet economy was so novel, I'd have to explain it to you. So if it was 2001, right after the dot-com bubble, Amazon was trading at maybe $3.15. And I told you, hey, in 19 years, this Black guy from Houston, Texas, who's now in Washington, D.C., would be talking to these smart people in Kerala, India, about blockchain and the space economy on the internet via Zoom. You wouldn't have understood any of that. You'd have been like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the internet is. I don't know what blockchain is. I don't know what the space economy is. I don't know what Zoom is. Because in 2001, none of this stuff existed. And so in 2001, I'd have to really tell you about the internet economy, how you could buy almost anything off of the internet. And that how in the future, fast forward to 2020, you can buy anything you want off the internet. You can connect with people around the globe via the internet. That the only trillion-dollar companies, the FANGs, Facebook, Microsoft, actually, that's not part of the FANGs, but Microsoft, Amazon, the only trillion-dollar companies would be internet, would be based on the internet, they would generate their revenue really based on data. I would have to explain that to you if this was 2001. However, now the internet economy is so much part of the economy that I don't actually need to explain to you that there's this thing called the internet economy exists, right? It's just sort of taken for granted. It's like, yeah, Samson, who doesn't have one of these, right? And so this is where the space economy is going to make the internet economy look like a little tiny startup, because the space economy is so much bigger than the internet economy. Recently, Nokia, they used to make these really cool block phones where you play Snake and the phones were almost indestructible. They won I want to say it's a $3 billion contract with NASA to put 5G on the moon. You know how we have global positioning here on Earth? We need some type of that on the moon. Right now that it doesn't exist, Nokia is going to make that happen. And so it's like, wow, that's so crazy. And that's actually not even that interesting, because it's like, oh yeah, a telephone company is going to set up a 5G network on the moon. When I say those words to you, you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. When is 5G coming to my part of the world? That's literally your only question, because I don't need to explain to you microwave radio waves. I don't need to explain to you how Wi-Fi works. It just blinked out. How does Wi-Fi work? I typically know how it works because it's like, oh yeah, it's Wi-Fi. What's the password? That's all you care about. So as we go into this new digital ecosystem where we have digitally native products, goods, and services, where everything is based off of one of these smartphones. I don't have my watch on me at the moment, but a smartwatch, an IoT device, an Internet of Things device are a wearable. Now we're talking about, oh, I get what Samson is saying, because all of this technology, it relies on the space economy to actually function, more importantly, scale. And so if someone ever asks you, what the hell is a space economy? Say, let me explain to you about the internet economy. Right now, the internet economy is, I don't know. I actually don't know the number of that. Let's say it's a couple of $1 trillion. It's probably 5 to 7 trillion. Fact check me on this, I'll look it up. How much is the internet economy right now? If you take Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple, that's $3 trillion, $3.5 trillion right there. So let's say the internet economy is worth 7 trillion, maybe. We'll have to get George to validate this because he's the economist. I'm just an anthropologist. That's the internet economy. When we get into space, the space economy is going to be so much bigger because in space, rare earth minerals aren't actually rare at all. So gold, lithium, things that make these batteries, things that Tesla uses to make batteries to fuel these things, those elements, they're not that rare in space. We've actually just got to be able to get to them. So NASA sent out a probe called OSIRIS-REx. This also happened in October of 2020. And they went and connected with this asteroid. There was this asteroid named Bennu. It was 200 million miles away, traveling at 62,000 miles per hour. I don't know what that is in kilometers. Let's say 100 kilometers per hour, 100,000 kilometers per hour, 62,000 miles per hour. And they landed a probe on it. Remember, 200 million miles away, traveling at 62,000 miles per hour relative speed. They landed a probe on it to collect a sample, and they're bringing that sample back. The sample doesn't actually get here until 2023, but it is 200 million miles away. So what this proved when NASA was able to land the OSIRIS-REx probe on asteroid Bennu is we can identify a target that's 200 million miles away, traveling at 62,000 miles per hour. We can identify it, we can track it, we can lock on a probe to take a sample. That is so much science. It is so amazing because actually we just demonstrated that as a species, if we ever have an asteroid that's going to impact Earth, well, we have a way of, one, identifying it's there, two, tracking it, and three, sending out a probe, not to blow it up. We're not going to blow it up. This isn't like Bruce Willis in Armageddon. We have actual physics. We're just going to probably attach a probe to it and nudge it gently into a new trajectory so that by the time it travels those millions of miles, it misses us by, a couple of million miles. So, but what that really means is we have the capacity as a species to save ourselves. The dinosaurs didn't have that capacity. That's why a meteor came in, struck the Earth, wiped them all out. We wiped out about 70% of life on the Earth at the moment. But humans, we have that capacity, and it's all part of the space economy. So we can actually save our species, which, to our point, we don't know if there's any other intelligent life form in the galaxy, not the universe, just our galaxy, that can do that. But we're building that capacity, and that's coming out of the space economy. So that was my first bit of rant. I'm going to take a pause. If anyone has a question, by all means, please ask me your questions. I'm going to give a 5 count before I go into my next rant about the Artemis Accords and going back to the moon. No questions? I know I hit you with a lot of information. A question is going to come up. So there's these things called the Artemis Accords. And so the Artemis Accords is an update to the 1967 Outer Space Treaty. You may have never heard of either because in 1967, I wasn't even alive, but I've read them. And so the Artemis Accords establish how America, and we have 7 other signatories to this, are going to have permanent human settlement on the moon. And so I use these words very carefully because remember when we started this exercise, I told you to write down these 4 boxes: tech, economy, philosophy,